Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American comic book. I became an omnipotent god by healing the sick. Part 1. Why is your hand shaking? Hand me the forceps. Leo's greasy fingers churned inside Snake Eye's chest cavity, like picking through pig offal at a wet market. Lin gripped the hemostatic forceps tightly, his face pale. He stared at the heart exposed to the air on the operating table, watching it beat, once, twice, slower and slower. Something was wrong. Leo's blade slipped. The scalpel sliced through the coronary artery at the edge of the pericardium, and blood surged out instantly, flooding the entire chest cavity into a pool of blood. Leo, the coronary artery is ruptured. Lin growled in a low voice. Leo's hand paused for a moment, a flash of panic crossing his face, but it was quickly replaced by a strange calmness. He didn't even try to stop the bleeding. It's too late. Leo took a step back, removed his blood-stained gloves, and spoke in a tone as flat as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. Lin's pupils constricted sharply. Too late. You didn't even foolish try. He instinctively rushed forward, thrusting his hands into the chest cavity, trying to press down on the ruptured vessel. Warm blood gushed through his fingers, and Snake Eye's heartbeat became a faint tremor under his palm. Then it stopped. The ECG monitor emitted a sharp, prolonged beep. A flat line. Lin froze in place. The blood covering his hands cooled rapidly in the air, the metallic smell of rust hitting him like a punch to the gut. He couldn't save him. Step back. Leo's voice came from behind, cold and sounding like a different person entirely. Lin turned his head, and what he saw wasn't panic or fear. It was a gun. The muzzle of a Beretta was pointed straight at his forehead. Leo's greasy face held no unnecessary expression, as if he had rehearsed this moment long ago. Leo, you. Shut up. Leo's hand was very steady. This wasn't the reaction a doctor who had just, accidentally, killed someone should have. Stay here, don't make a sound, and don't move. Leo gestured with the gun towards Snake Eye's corpse on the operating table. The meaning was clear: if you don't listen, you'll end up just like him. Lin didn't say anything. Not out of bravery, but because he knew very well that in front of a loaded handgun, any questioning was meaningless. Leo quickly backed toward the door, the muzzle never leaving Lin's direction. Click. The operating room door was locked from the outside. Footsteps receded quickly, mixed with the sound of Leo rummaging through something, likely packing things from the safe. Then came the sound of the rolling shutter door outside being raised and then lowered. A car started. The engine sound faded into the night. The clinic went quiet. Completely quiet. Lin stood there, staring at the locked iron door, his mind a total blank. 3 seconds later, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. He ran. Leo had run away, locking him in with a corpse. Lin rushed to the door, twisting the handle, pounding the iron door, and slamming his shoulder against it. It didn't budge. This door had been specially replaced by Leo. It was high security and, once locked from the outside with a key, could not be opened from the inside at all. He turned to the windows. There were no windows. This operating room was at the innermost part of the clinic, surrounded by solid brick walls on all 4 sides. The only vent was a palm-sized exhaust fan on the ceiling. Not even a cat could squeeze through. Lin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Call the police. He instinctively reached for his pocket, empty. Leo had taken his phone before the surgery, using some excuse. Thinking back now, that too was part of the plan. Wait. Plan. What plan? Lin frowned as an uneasy intuition welled up in his heart. He began to search every corner of the room. The equipment cabinet, the medicine shelf, the sterilization cabinet, even the storage compartments under the operating table. No phone, no walkie-talkie, no communication equipment of any kind. Leo had taken everything that could contact the outside world before he left. But Lin didn't give up. He kept searching. Drawers were pulled open one after another, containing gauze, cotton balls, expired lidocaine, rusted curved forceps. Until he pulled open the bottom drawer of the instrument stand. A craft paper file folder. Lin paused, pulled it out, and opened it. Inside was a complete surgical record. His gaze swept over the first line, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Lead surgeon. Lin. Assistant. None. Anesthesiologist signature column. Blank. He quickly flipped to the back. On the surgical consent form, the signature was also his name. But the handwriting was forged. The date was a week ago. A week ago. At that time, Leo hadn't even taken on this surgery yet. Lin's hands began to shake. Not out of fear, but out of anger. He was no fool. Forged surgical records, dated a week ago. Taking the phone, locking the iron door, and even the slip of the knife being so lethal, every step had been arranged in advance. This wasn't a medical accident. This was a conspiracy. Leo never intended to save Snake Eye from the start. And he, Lin, was the chosen scapegoat. But he couldn't figure it out. Why? Snake Eye was Kingpin's right-hand man. Killing him was equivalent to a complete fallout with Kingpin. Leo had been around this territory for so many years, there was no way he didn't know the consequences of offending Kingpin. As an underground doctor in a back alley clinic, where did he get the nerve? He couldn't wrap his head around it. But that no longer mattered. What mattered was, when Kingpin's people investigated, all they would see was a dropout surgeon whose error killed the gang's top lieutenant. All the rage would be poured onto this scapegoat, locked at the crime scene with no way out. Meanwhile, Leo had already vanished into the night. Lin slammed the file folder onto the floor. Then he continued to search. He scoured the entire room. Every cabinet, every drawer, under the operating table, behind the lamp stand, he even crouched down to check every brick in the corner. Looking for a way out, for tools, for anything that could help him survive. Nothing. 40 minutes later, Lin stopped. He slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Opposite him was the blood-stained operating table, above him was the buzzing fluorescent light, and his nose was filled with the mixed scent of rust and disinfectant. On the operating table, Snake Eye's body was already starting to grow cold. It had only been 3 days since he transmigrated. The memories of his original body told him that this world had Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and all sorts of superheroes who could fly and burrow through the earth. He understood that this was a fusion world of Marvel and DC. But none of that had anything to do with him. He was just a bottom-tier ant who had dropped out of medical school because he couldn't afford it, and who was being sold out even while working illegally. No money, no identity, no phone, no weapons. Locked in a sealed operating room, with a corpse beside him that would lead to his eternal damnation, and Kingpin's territory outside. Once dawn broke, the mobsters would arrive. By then, what awaited him would either be a bullet or the cold waters of the Hudson River. Lin closed his eyes. This was likely the end. Transmigrated to a world of gods and demons, only to die on the third day in a foul-smelling back alley clinic. Not killed by an alien invasion, nor by a supervillain's plot. But dead because of a frame-up by a third-rate underground doctor. Like an ant, casually crushed in the filthiest corner. No one would know. No one would care. He slowly unclenched his tightly held fists, and his last bit of strength seemed to flow away with them. At that moment, deep in his mind, a cold electronic notification sound rang out without warning. Ding. Detected that the host's life is about to face an irreversible threat. Divine Doctor's skill system officially activated. System core functions loading. Core function 1. Omni-diagnosis, can instantly diagnose all ailments and injuries of any living organism, machine, energy body. Core function 2. Holy hand copy. When healing a target, one core ability, talent, knowledge can be copied. The higher the treatment evaluation, the higher the copy quality. Core function 3. Ability forge. Consumes reputation points to fuse multiple copied abilities and create brand new composite abilities. Current reputation points. 0, not yet unlocked. Lin snapped his eyes open. A pale blue translucent panel floated in the center of his vision, its faint cold light reflecting off his blood-stained face. He stared at the panel, his pupils trembling slightly. There was no ecstasy. 3 days into his transmigration, he was already psychologically prepared for the absurdity of this world. What he cared about was something else. Heal the target, copy the ability. The higher the treatment evaluation, the stronger the copy. His gaze slowly shifted towards Snake Eye's corpse on the operating table. Can the dead still be healed? As if responding to his thought, a line of text refreshed on the system panel. Newbie mission released. Heal a superhero or supervillain. Reward. Newbie gift pack X1. Note. The target must possess extraordinary abilities, talents, genes. Ordinary humans do not count toward the mission goal. Lin scoffed. Heal a superhero. He was locked in a sealed operating room, outside was Kingpin's territory, and someone would come for his life at dawn. Where was he supposed to find a superhero? He had a golden finger, but no scenario to use it. This was probably fate's most vicious mockery. Lin was about to close his eyes with a bitter smile when he suddenly heard a low, muffled sound from the distance. Like an explosion. No, not like, it was an explosion. The direction was toward Gotham. 3 streets away, maybe closer. Then came the sound of gunfire. Dense, frantic gunfire, mixed with hysterical laughter. The laughter pierced through the brick walls and the night, sharp and bone-chilling, like a saw grinding against his ears. Lin had heard that laughter before. Everyone in Gotham had. The Joker. The gunfire lasted for about 3 minutes. Then it stopped abruptly. Silence for about 40 seconds. Just as Lin thought it was all over, the operating room door was smashed open from the outside by a terrifying force. The entire sheet metal door flew off, crashing into the equipment cabinet with a deafening metallic clang. A tall, dark figure stumbled through the doorway. He wore black battle armor riddled with bullet holes and cracks, his cape mostly burnt away, and the bat emblem on his chest completely covered in blood. A strangely shaped dagger was buried deep below his left ribs, the blade coated in a liquid that emitted a fluorescent green glow. He collapsed to the ground, his breathing rapid and weak, his fingers trying to pull out the dagger, but his hands shook so violently he couldn't even grip it. Batman. Lin froze in place, his mind going blank for half a second. In the next instant, the system panel began to flash frantically. High-value treatment target detected. Automatic diagnosis initiated. Patient. Bruce Wayne codename, Batman. Injury assessment. 1. Stab wound in the 4th intercostal space of the left chest, blade 1.7 centimeters from the heart, accompanied by Joker's special composite toxin infection, toxin spreading to the myocardial layer at a rate of 0.3 milliliters per second. 2. 3 fractured ribs on the right side, fragments piercing the lung lobes, resulting in pneumothorax. 3. Comminuted fracture of the left tibia. 4. 17 gunshot, shrapnel wounds across the body, blood loss exceeding 35% of total body volume. 5. Concussion, minor intracranial hemorrhage. Combined fatality rate, 98.7%. Estimated time to natural death, 17 minutes. Healing this target is estimated to allow copying an S-rank talent. S-rank. Lin's breath hitched. He looked down at the dying Batman on the floor, then looked up at the terrifyingly desperate injury data. A 98.7% fatality rate. 17 minutes. If it were 10 minutes ago, he would have thought this was an impossible task. A dropout, using the most rudimentary equipment in a black clinic, saving a near-death Batman in 17 minutes. What a joke. But it was different now. He had the system. Omni Diagnosis had clearly marked the specific location, spread rate, and optimal treatment plan for every single injury on the panel. This wasn't a gamble. This was an open book exam, and he already had the standard answers in his hand. The only question was, is there enough time, and is his hand steady enough? 17 minutes. Lin took a deep breath and walked toward the equipment cabinet. He didn't hesitate. Not because of bravery, but because he knew all too well that this man, stabbed through by the Joker, bleeding all over the floor, with only 17 minutes left to live, was his only chance to survive. Heal Batman, and he could copy an S-rank talent. Heal Batman, and he would have the capital to survive in this world. Heal Batman, and Kingpin, Leo, and those documents would no longer be problems. As for saving the person himself, that was just incidental. Lin pulled open the equipment cabinet and scanned the inventory inside. Scalpel, hemostatic forceps, sutures, adrenaline, a few bottles of expired saline, and an EKG monitor that barely worked. Enough. Not much, but enough. If the system said it was enough, it was enough. He put on gloves, knelt beside Batman, and pressed his fingers against the man's carotid artery. The pulse was weak and rapid, like a string about to snap. Sir, can you hear me? Lin's voice was so calm it surprised even himself. Batman's eyes cracked open slightly, his pupils dilated, but he was still conscious. He seemed to want to say something, but only a muffled gasp escaped his throat. Don't talk, don't move. Lin pressed down on his shoulder, his voice gentle but firm. You have less than 20 minutes. Leave your life to me. Batman's clouded eyes seemed to focus for a moment. He looked at the blood-stained young man before him and, for some reason, didn't resist. Perhaps because he no longer had the strength to resist. Or perhaps because of the calmness and certainty in the eyes behind those gold-rimmed glasses, which were completely at odds with his age. Lin picked up the scalpel. At this moment, the pale blue system panel unfolded completely in his vision, with every injury marked with the optimal treatment path, like a precise surgical navigation map. Handle the toxin first. Then stop the bleeding. Then the pneumothorax. Finally, the sutures. The 17-minute death countdown had now become his racing track. The blade descended. The system notification sounded simultaneously. Treatment started. Holy hand copy initiated. Copy progress. 0%. The sound of the scalpel slicing through the air was very faint. Lin's hand was shaking, not from fear, but from adrenaline. The system panel fully expanded in his field of vision, and a full-body perspective of Batman floated in the air. The toxin spread path was marked in red, creeping from the left chest toward the myocardium. Fractured rib fragments were highlighted in yellow. 17 shrapnel wounds were densely distributed across the torso and limbs as orange dots. The depth, angle, and danger level of every injury were precise to the millimeter. But the system only handled the diagnosis. He had to move the knife himself. Lin lowered his head to examine Batman's chest. The armor had bin beaten to a pulp during the battle. The Joker's explosion had torn open the entire left chest area. Around the entry point of the dagger, Kevlar fibers were curled outward like torn scraps of paper, revealing the mangled skin beneath. However, a large piece of intact plating on the right side blocked the area of the rib fractures, making it impossible for him to treat directly. Ordinary scissors couldn't cut through this stuff. The moment Lin frowned, a new prompt popped up from the system. Prompt: emergency medical release mechanism detected within the armor, located at the third plate seam under the left armpit. Pressing to trigger will automatically detach the breastplate. Lin reached toward Batman's left armpit, his fingers probing between the gaps of the damaged plates for 2 seconds before touching an inconspicuous recessed catch. He pressed down hard. Click. The entire breastplate split along the midline and popped open to both sides like a seashell, revealing the full extent of the injuries beneath. This man had even prepared a contingency plan for his own injuries. Lin had no time for sentiment, because the moment the breastplate popped open, he saw the true state of the dagger embedded in the chest cavity. It was even more shocking than the perspective view. Fluorescent green liquid seeped under the skin along the blade's edge, and the surrounding blood vessels had turned an unnatural dark purple. The Joker toxin was devouring his heart. Warning: toxin has spread to 17% of the outer myocardial layer. Irreversible necrosis will occur if not neutralized within 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Lin gripped the handle of the dagger, preparing to pull it out. Just as his wrist applied force, the system suddenly flashed a red warning. Warning: serrated barb structures, 3 locations, exist on the blade edge. Pulling it out directly will cause secondary tearing, increasing the lethality rate to 99.6%. Recommended operation: rotate 15 degrees clockwise along the blade's direction, then extract at a constant speed. If not for the system, Batman would have died from that pull just now. 15 degrees. Lin adjusted the angle, rotated, and extracted at a constant speed. Batman's body suddenly arched, and a muffled groan was forced from his throat. Blood spurted the moment the dagger left. Lin's left hand precisely clamped the blood vessel with hemostatic forceps, while his right hand pressed gauze down firmly. The EKG monitor oscillated violently a few times before stabilizing again. Not dead, Lin exhaled. As long as he's not dead, it's manageable. Next was detoxification. The system provided the full molecular formula of the Joker toxin and a temporary neutralization plan requiring 3 drugs: epinephrine hydrochloride, sodium bicarbonate, and dexamethasone, to be mixed in a specific ratio and administered via intravenous injection. Lin rummaged through the dilapidated medicine cabinet twice. He barely managed to scrape together the 3 items. Only 1 vial of dexamethasone remained, its ampule covered in a layer of dust. He drew the doses according to the ratio, mixed them, and heated them in a sterilization box for 90 seconds. Those 90 seconds were the longest wait of the entire surgery. Batman's breathing grew shallower, and the beep of the monitor slowed down. Don't be in such a hurry to die. Lin's tone gradually became flat. I'm still counting on you to pay the medical bill. 90 seconds were up. Needle in, push. 0.2 milliliters per second, finished pushing in 27 seconds. On the system panel, the dark purple area began to slowly recede. Prompt: toxin neutralization progress at 82.7%. Remaining toxin concentration has dropped below the safety threshold. The target can metabolize and clear it independently. The toxin was dealt with. Over the next 7 minutes, Lin treated the pneumothorax, performing a needle decompression to drain nearly 400 milliliters of blood and air. He removed the rib fragments embedded in the lung lobes and sutured them. He cleaned the 5 most dangerous shrapnel wounds out of the 17. There wasn't a single second of pause throughout the process. His hands didn't shake from beginning to end. This wasn't talent, it was the basic skills the original owner had practiced during 2 years of working in the Black Clinic. His surgical experience couldn't be called extensive, but his hands were steady. That steadiness saved Batman's life tonight. He sutured the last stitch and snipped the thread. Lin stepped back, took off his gloves, and let out a long breath. On the operating table, Batman's chest rose and fell evenly, and his lips recovered from a deathly gray to a pale pink. He was alive. At that same moment. Ding. Treatment complete. Evaluation. SSS Miracle. Ding. Beginner quest completed. Reward issued. Beginner gift pack ×1. Holy hand copy activated. Scanning targets ability database. Multiple extraordinary talents detected. Peak human physical condition S rank, super intelligence S plus rank, martial arts master S rank, detective intuition A plus rank. Based on treatment contribution SSS rank, automatically copying the highest quality talent. Target. Super intelligence S plus rank. Copying progress. 23%. 51%. 78%. 100%. Ding. Copying complete. Obtained S plus rank talent. Super intelligence incomplete version 70%. Ability details. Thinking speed increased to 10 times that of an ordinary person, covering knowledge in 19 academic fields including criminology, psychology, mechanical engineering, etc. Some high-level knowledge is currently in a locked state. Shouldn't Batman's strongest talent be his money power? The next second, a flood of information poured into his brain. Without any warning, it was like a dam had been breached. Tactical deduction, criminal psychology, mechanical engineering, chemistry, physics, the theoretical framework of martial arts, the wisdom accumulated by Bruce Wayne throughout his life flooded into Lin's mind with 70% completeness. He braced himself against the edge of the instrument table, his body swaying slightly. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes again. The world hadn't changed, but the person looking at it had. He glanced at Batman's armor, and his brain automatically provided an analysis. Kevlar outer layer weaving density is 1,200 strands per square centimeter, lined with a memory alloy skeleton, and hydraulic auxiliary system interfaces at the joints. The cost for the entire set is conservatively estimated at over $40 million. All of this analysis occurred in less than 2 seconds. So this is Bruce Wayne's brain, Lin whispered, his tone a mix of awe and greed. Even at only 70%, it was already a terrifying weapon. His gaze fell on the iron door that Batman had crashed through. Lin walked slowly to the doorway, looking at the darkness outside. Just as he was about to go to the front hall to search for the things Leo had left behind, he suddenly paused. It wasn't a system prompt. It was an intuitive judgment brought by super intelligence. The direction of the airflow had changed. A cold wind was blowing in from the main entrance, mixed with rapid panting and the rustle of clothing rubbing against the wall. Someone had entered. And that breathing sound, like a leaking bellows, was all too familiar to him. Leo. From the front hall came the sound of a rolling iron shutter being pulled down, followed by a low-voiced curse. Fooling lunatics, it's all lunatics out there, that laughing one, that fool thing blew up 2 whole streets. Leo's voice was trembling. He hadn't come back for Lin, he had run into the Joker's battlefield outside and had been scared back. Footsteps approached along the corridor. The operating room door had disappeared. The moment Leo reached the doorway, his entire body froze. He saw the figure in black armor on the operating table, saw the massive bat emblem on the chest, and heard the heart monitor emitting a steady beep, beep, beep. Batman. Lying on his operating table. The gun in Leo's hand hit the floor with a clatter. Before he could react, Lin had already darted out from the side of the doorway, kicking the gun to the end of the corridor. The entire movement was so fluid that it didn't look like the reaction speed a dropout should have. Leo's pupils shrank, and he instinctively tried to turn and run, but Lin was faster. Grabbing him by the collar and using a grappling technique from Batman, he pinned the obese middle-aged man against the wall in 3 seconds. Don't move. Lin's voice was very soft, but Leo could feel the hand clamped around his wrist like an iron vice. He looked up, his murky eyes meeting a pair of cold, clear ones. Those eyes were completely different from an hour ago. Now, Lin adjusted his glasses, his tone as calm as if they were just chatting. I have a few questions for you. Leo's lips were quivering, his brain completely stalled. Leo was pinned against the wall, his greasy face pressed against the moldy wallpaper, letting out a series of muffled wails. I'll talk. Just let go first. Lin didn't let go. The key to a joint lock wasn't strength, but leverage. This was what the copied combat theory told him. Talk about what? I was wrong, okay. Leo's voice carried a sob. Kid, I was confused, I shouldn't have locked you in here. Lin didn't respond. He was observing. Deconstructing every detail of Leo into data. Breathing rate 26 times per minute, far higher than a normal state of fear. The orbicularis oculi muscle below the right eyelid was twitching at a frequency of 3 times per second, a reaction that only occurs when deliberately trying to control one's expression. He was acting. The fear was real, but the plea for mercy was fake. Lin's gaze shifted downward imperceptibly. Leo's right hand was sliding down against the wall, moving toward the medicine cabinet tucked in the corner behind him. The cabinet door was slightly ajar, revealing a small flash of metallic reflection at the bottom. A backup gun. Lin quickly calculated. He weighed 130 pounds, while Leo weighed at least 210. He was using technique to suppress him now, but if Leo struggled desperately, the pure weight difference would be enough to throw him off. Leo, Lin spoke, you forged Snake Eye's surgical records a week in advance. The lead surgeon's name is mine, the date is last Wednesday, but you only received this surgery last Friday. You decided to kill Snake Eye before you even took the job. Leo's body stiffened for a moment, and he stopped talking. Kingpin's top man, you actually dared to kill him, Lin continued. Either you're crazy, or someone is backing you. Silence. 3 seconds later, Leo gave a dry laugh. When did you get so smart? Then he moved. Without warning, over 200 pounds of weight slammed backward. Pure mass differential. Lin's joint lock was torn open by brute force. He stumbled back, his back hitting the edge of the operating table. As Leo turned, his right hand had already reached into the bottom of the medicine cabinet, grabbing a backup handgun. The muzzle was pointed at Lin. Don't move. Leo panted heavily, taking 2 steps back to create distance. His gaze swept over the unconscious Batman on the operating table and landed on the utility belt. His expression changed. Greed. Kid, you did good. He licked his lips, his tone suddenly becoming warm. You saved Batman, impressive. Tell you what, any piece of equipment on him would fetch millions on the black market. Let's partner up, 50-50 split. Lin steadied himself against the operating table, looking at Leo without answering immediately. He was calculating the distance. 4 paces away, the muzzle slightly to the left, the grip on the gun tense and stiff. On the operating table were hemostats and surgical needles. As well as the position of the safety on the gun in Leo's hand. Leo. Lin interrupted his profit-sharing plan. Snake Eye died by your hand, and the surveillance footage of the entire surgery is still on the clinic's server. Kingpin's people arrive tomorrow morning. Do you think they'll look at the surgical records first, or pull the surveillance? Leo's face shifted slightly. The surveillance. Deleted it. Lin's lips twitched. This surveillance system's footage automatically uploads to a cloud backup. Deleting it locally doesn't affect the cloud archive. Leo's face turned a shade paler. He had indeed deleted the local files, but he didn't know if there was a cloud backup. In truth, Lin wasn't 100% sure either, but he only needed Leo to believe it. Second, Lin held up 2 fingers. There's a tracking device in Batman's armor. His people could arrive at any time. Are you sure you want to make a move in front of him? Leo instinctively glanced back at Batman. Just the pressure emanating from that damaged armor was enough to make anyone who had lived in Gotham feel a chill in their heart. Third, Lin's voice dropped. The safety on that gun in your hand isn't even off yet. Leo reflexively looked down at the gun. The safety was off. He had been tricked. But in that half second of looking down, Lin's right hand snatched a number 7 surgical needle from the table, and he took a step forward. The moment Leo looked up, the needle had already been precisely driven into the inner side of his right wrist. The junction of the superficial branch of the radial nerve and the tendon. Angle, 15 degrees. Depth, 4 millimeters. These coordinates were marked in Lin's mind by omni-diagnosis. It couldn't just see Batman's injuries, it could also see Leo's anatomical structure. The effect was immediate. Leo let out a scream, his entire right hand flying open in a spasm as the gun slipped from his palm. Lin's left hand grabbed his numb right arm and twisted it outward, reversing the elbow joint. The over 200-pound body was driven by the torque and slammed into the ground. A knee pressed into his back, and the arm was twisted back to its limit. 3 seconds, and it was over. Weren't you a dropout? Leo lay on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. How do you know how to do this? Lin pushed up his blood-stained gold-rimmed glasses. Take a guess. Leo tried to struggle again. The knee dropped an inch lower, and the arm twisted 5 degrees more. Ah, stop. Don't break it. Who told you to kill Snake Eye? Falcone. It was someone from the Falcone family who approached me. Leo was crying from the pain. They paid 300,000 to have me take out Snake Eye as a warning to Kingpin. I was just taking the money to do a job. Falcone. Gotham's veteran crime family. Lin noted the name without asking further questions. He found some nylon rope in the utility room and tied Leo up securely using 3 different types of knots. Then, he began to clean up the aftermath. Within seconds, he simulated 17 different scenarios and chose the optimal solution. He backed up the surveillance footage of Snake Eye's surgery to an encrypted cloud drive as leverage, deleted all footage involving himself, overwrote it 3 times to ensure it was unrecoverable, and finally formatted the entire hard drive. He stuffed the forged surgical records back onto Leo's person, leaving them for Kingpin's men to find. Leo had never told him the safe's combination, but he calculated it in 11 seconds based on the wear and tear of the buttons. A passport and over $2,000 in cash, all tucked away. His own traces were completely erased from this clinic. Clean, efficient, and airtight. On the floor, Leo watched with a twisted neck as Lin finished all of this, the fear in his eyes finally overpowering all other emotions. Who on earth are you? Lin squatted down to look him in the eye. The gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses was calm and cold, looking at him as if he were a processed medical record. He didn't answer. He stood up and patted the dust off his knees. Behind him in the operating room, the beep, beep of the ECG monitor suddenly changed rhythm, the frequency accelerated, and the waveform intensified. Lin turned his head. On the operating table, Batman's finger twitched. He was about to wake up. The beeping of the ECG monitor suddenly turned sharp, the waveform jumping from a gentle curve into a ferocious zigzag. Lin turned around. On the operating table, the man in the battered combat suit was opening his eyes. It wasn't a slow awakening from unconsciousness. Batman's eyes focused almost instantly. Pupils constricted, eyeballs rotated, and the pupillary light reflex, the entire physiological process was over within 2 seconds. The first thing this man did upon waking was not to groan or ask questions, but to scan. With eyes like a beast's, he scanned the entire room. Lin stood where he was, motionless. His brain was working at a speed beyond ordinary comprehension, deconstructing the true intent behind every one of Batman's micro-movements. Bruce Wayne's gaze first landed on his own chest. The stitches were neat, the gauze was clean, and the dagger that had taken his consciousness was nowhere to be seen. He took a very slight breath, testing the limits of his lungs. His gaze shifted left. He glanced over the data on the ECG monitor in a single sweep, clearly having already memorized all the key indicators. Next, the environment. The buzzing fluorescent lights on the ceiling. The moldy wallpaper in the corner. The blood-soaked wads of gauze on the floor. Then Leo, tied up like a human zombie, desperately shrinking into the corner of the wall, his breathing almost at a standstill. Finally, on the other operating table, Snake Eye's corpse covered with a white sheet, a pair of ashen feet exposed to the air. Everything eventually converged on Lin. The gaze stopped. That look was almost physical, like a probe, like a scalpel, peeling back his disguise layer by layer. It was analyzing. Analyzing his age, physique, posture, the blood on his hands, and the expression behind his lenses. And the fatal distance of less than 2 meters between where he currently stood and the operating table. The entire scanning process took no more than 5 seconds. You saved me. Bruce Wayne spoke. His first sentence was a statement, not an expression of gratitude. His voice was raspy from blood loss, yet every word was as clear as a hammer striking an iron plate. Lin nodded, not rushing to respond. Bruce tried to prop up his upper body. As soon as his arms exerted force, his brow tightened sharply. A sharp, dull pain radiated from where his ribs were fractured. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. The situation outside? He asked. Not good, Lin replied. The explosion stopped over 40 minutes ago. I've been locked in here and can't confirm the situation outside. He told the truth. But only part of it. Bruce looked down at his battered combat suit. The bat emblem on his chest was covered in blood and scorch marks, but its outline remained distinct. He didn't hide it. Nor did he acknowledge it. Do you know who I am? Bruce raised his head, his gaze piercing straight into Lynn's eyes. The question was direct. Lynn's answer was already prepared. I recognize the suit. Lynn pointed to the emblem on his chest. No one in Gotham doesn't recognize it. But as for who you are, I don't care. Bruce didn't respond. He stared at Lynn for a full 3 seconds. Lynn caught a detail an ordinary person would never notice, a faint contraction of less than half a millimeter in the depressor anguli oris muscle below the right corner of Bruce's mouth. He was evaluating, judging the truth of those words. I'm a businessman, Bruce finally spoke. Doing business in Gotham. I ran into some trouble tonight, someone was hunting me, and I wasn't fully conscious when I escaped in here. This place is a clinic. A businessman. A nearly non-existent hint of a smile flashed behind Lynn's lenses. A businessman, wearing a Kevlar combat suit worth hundreds of millions of dollars, with 17 gunshot wounds plus a special Joker poison blade. Yet, a touch of nervousness appropriately surfaced on his face, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together, a meticulously designed, uneasy micro-action typical of a young man. Yes, a clinic. The unofficial kind, Lynn said. I'm just an assistant. The boss ran away. Ran away. Yeah, something happened. Lynn tilted his chin toward Leo. It's about him, nothing to do with you. Bruce's gaze followed to Leo, who was tied up tightly with gauze stuffed in his mouth, only able to let out desperate whimpers. Who is he? The clinic owner. He killed someone and tried to run, but then the fighting started outside, so he fled back here. Lynn's tone was as flat as if he were recounting a social news story that had nothing to do with him. Bruce glanced at Snake Eye's corpse again and didn't press for details. A few seconds of silence. You did a good job on the surgery. Bruce suddenly changed the subject, looking down to examine the stitches on his chest. This kind of stitch density and angle isn't the level of an assistant. Did you study surgery? The test had come. Bruce was testing his true abilities. The identity of a clinic assistant couldn't explain this level of professional skill. I studied a bit, Lynn said. Medical school at a community college. I attended for 2 years, ran out of money, and dropped out. You can reach this level in just 2 years. I'm a fast learner. Bruce didn't ask further, but those deep eyes showed he didn't believe a single word. Over the next few minutes, the testing became more systematic. He seemingly casually mentioned, it's dangerous outside. Then, he softly added in French, l'extérieur est un enfer. An abrupt, casual foreign phrase. An ordinary person would ignore it or simply not understand it. But if Lynn's reaction showed he understood, it would prove his educational background went far beyond being a community college dropout. Lynn understood. He not only knew it was French, but he also knew this usage was common in high society colloquialisms. But he chose to play dumb. What? He tilted his head slightly, his expression perfectly blank. Bruce's eyes flickered for a moment. The second probe. About the gunshot wound. Bruce pretended to casually touch a shrapnel wound on his arm. He said, your method of handling shrapnel is very clean, extracting it in reverse from the entry point and then suturing along the muscle fibers. That's a military surgeon's method. They don't teach that in medical school. Another information trap. He had exposed his own knowledge of military medicine. A businessman could never understand these things. At the same time, he was pressing Lynn about his military background. Lynn shook his head. I don't know anything about military surgery. I just felt that handling the wound that way was the most logical. It was probably just a coincidence. This answer attributed professionalism to talent. And talent is the hardest thing to refute. Bruce fell silent. Lynn could see the other party's internal assessment shifting drastically. Superintelligence analyzed Bruce's breathing rhythm and changes in pupil focus. It inferred that the other party's evaluation of him was being upgraded, from a stranger to be wary of, to a powerful ally of unknown origin, potential threat. But what Lynn really cared about were Bruce's hands. From the moment he woke up until now, his hands had remained at his sides. It seemed natural, but it wasn't. His right index and middle fingers were slightly parted, a combat-ready stance from which he could clench his fist and strike at any moment. The calluses on his hands were evenly distributed across the entire palm, and they were especially thick on the outside of the second joint of the index finger, marks left by years of using a grapple gun or climbing tools. These weren't an athlete's hands, these were a killer's hands. Then there were the muscles. Under the damaged armor, every muscle group was born for functionality, tight, fluid, and full of explosive power and flexibility. This was a physical body tempered by 1,000 battles, not a showpiece from a gym. Finally, the face. Bruce's emotional control was nothing short of perfect. For someone who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, his emotions were terrifyingly stable. The only flaw was the depressor anguli oris muscle on the right side of his mouth. Every time he switched to his businessman persona, there would be an imperceptible twitch. All data pointed to one conclusion. Bruce Wayne. Batman. Confidence. 99%. Lin suppressed this conclusion deep in his heart, his face remaining calm and unruffled. What he needed wasn't exposure, but trust. Your body needs at least 48 hours before you can regain basic mobility. Lin picked up a roll of clean bandages and walked toward the operating table. I've done a temporary fixation on your ribs, but there's no plaster here. You'd better go to a proper hospital as soon as possible. As he spoke, he began to change the blood-soaked gauze on Bruce's chest. His movements were gentle, his technique professional. Bruce looked down, watching Lin's terrifyingly steady hands. The owner of these hands was merely a 22-year-old Chinese dropout. What is your name? Bruce asked. Lin. Dr. Lin. Not yet. Lin threw the old gauze into the trash. I'm just an errand boy. Bruce glanced at him but didn't correct the form of address. How do you plan to handle this situation? He gestured toward Leo and Snake Eye. Call the police, Lin said bluntly. An anonymous tip. My traces have already been cleaned. Everything that happened here has nothing to do with me. You're very calm. I just saved a wounded person who broke in and, in the process, dealt with a former boss who wanted to harm me. I haven't broken the law. The corner of Bruce's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile, but there was a slight curve. Aren't you going to ask why I'm dressed like this? He tapped the bat on his chest. I won't ask. Lin leaned against the equipment table, arms crossed over his chest. I don't ask about a patient's past, I'm only responsible for the treatment. This sentence made Bruce fall completely silent. It wasn't awkwardness, but an assessment. Lin felt the invisible scales tipping toward his side. Heavily injured, armor destroyed, backup not yet arrived. Batman was lying on a stranger's operating table. And this stranger had saved his life and displayed extraordinary calmness and restraint. No worship, no prying, not even any redundant curiosity. For the suspicious Batman, not being curious, was, in itself, the highest level of proof of credibility. Thank you, Dr. Lin, Bruce said. This time, there was warmth in his tone. Lin nodded, skipping the pleasantries. He glanced at the back door that had been knocked off its hinges, cold wind was pouring in through the opening. Then, he said the most crucial sentence of the night. Just a doctor's duty. However, my medical fees aren't cheap. Bruce looked at him. Those eyes behind the glasses were as calm as those of a veteran negotiator who had spent years at the table, not at all like a young man in his early 20s. He wasn't joking. Bruce didn't answer immediately. Just then, footsteps came from outside the doorway. Those weren't a criminal's footsteps. A pair of expensive, custom-made leather shoes stepped on the broken glass, making a steady, rhythmic sound that carried an elegance completely out of place in this filthy clinic. Lin instantly completed his analysis. Medium weight, even stride, older in age but in excellent physical condition. Non-threat. A white-haired old man wearing a three-piece gray suit appeared outside the doorway. His hair was combed back meticulously, and his gaze was sharp yet gentle. His eyes scanned the scene in a second. Bruce on the operating table, Leo in the corner, the corpse on the floor, and Lin by the equipment table. The old man's expression didn't change in the slightest. Master Bruce. He spoke, his voice as steady as a rock. Your tracking signal deviated from the planned route 47 minutes ago. I am late. Bruce sighed. Alfred, I'm fine. Alfred Pennyworth's way of entering was very deliberate. He didn't rush straight to Bruce, instead, he first stood at the doorway for 2 seconds. He confirmed there were no other threats in the room before stepping inside. As his leather shoes stepped over the broken glass and bloodstains on the floor, he didn't even frown. Lin noticed a detail. Alfred's right hand remained hanging at his side, but his fingers were not in a naturally relaxed state. The right side of his suit lining bulged slightly, that curve and position were the silhouette of a small self-defense pistol. The old butler only walked toward Bruce after confirming it was safe. Let me see. Alfred knelt down and checked the sutured wound on Bruce's chest. His movements were excessively practiced, not like a butler, but like a battlefield nurse who had done this for decades. After checking for about 10 seconds, Alfred's finger hovered briefly above the suture line. He turned his head and looked at Lynn. You did this? Yes. Alfred said nothing and continued his examination. He peeled back a corner of the gauze to check the debridement at the bottom of the wound, then pressed the fixation bandage on Bruce's right ribs. Then he stood up and faced Lynn. The Joker's toxic blade. Alfred's tone wasn't a question, but a confirmation. You treated the toxin. A temporary neutralizing agent mixed from 3 different medicines, Lynn said. Over 80% of the toxin has been neutralized, his body can metabolize the rest on its own. Alfred's right eyebrow rose by less than a millimeter. For an elderly British gentleman who had controlled his expressions for decades, this reaction was practically equivalent to an ordinary person shouting, "Wow." The Batcave's medical system would take at least 2 hours to analyze the molecular structure of the Joker's toxin. Alfred didn't hide the weight of his words. How long did it take you? I didn't count the time, Lynn said truthfully. The speed at which the system provided the formula was nearly instantaneous. He only needed to mix the medicine and perform the procedure. Probably a few minutes. Alfred glanced at Bruce. Bruce nodded slightly. The old butler took 2 items from the inner pocket of his suit jacket and placed them on the equipment table. The first was a check. A personal check from the Wayne family, with the amount column left blank. The second was a black square slightly larger than a thumbnail, with a very faint outline of a bat on the surface, an encrypted communicator. The Wayne family owes you a favor, Mr. Lynn, Alfred said. Please fill in the amount you deem appropriate. The communicator is for emergencies, the frequency is encrypted and covers the entire East Coast. If you encounter trouble you cannot handle in the future, just hold it down for 3 seconds. Lynn looked at the blank check. Super intelligence calculated several lines of thought in his mind simultaneously. Line 1. Batman's net worth. Bruce Wayne was the sole heir to Wayne Enterprises, with personal assets conservatively estimated at over $10 billion. He could afford any number written on this check. Line 2. Pricing strategy. Too low would seem cheap, and Batman wouldn't truly take him seriously. Too high would seem greedy and decrease favorability. He needed a reasonable number, high enough for the other party to remember the weight of this transaction, but not so much that it felt like he was taking advantage of the situation. Line 3. His current situation. Penniless, without identity, without a license, and without a place to stay. He needed startup capital to establish a foothold. This money had to be enough for him to start from scratch in New York. 2 million. The number formed quickly in his mind. Lynn picked up a fountain pen next to the check. It was Alfred's, with the Wayne family's subtle pattern on the barrel, and neatly wrote a number in the amount column. 2 million. He turned the check around and pushed it toward Alfred. Alfred looked down at the number, his expression remaining unchanged. But Lynn noticed. Alfred's gaze lingered on that number for 0.4 seconds longer than a normal reading would take. This meant he noticed it, but didn't find anything wrong with the amount. Bruce, sitting on the operating table, saw it too. Lynn had been observing Bruce's reaction out of the corner of his eye. The moment he saw the 2 million figure, there was a very slight change in the muscles at the corner of Bruce's mouth, not the pursing of lips that suggests something is too expensive, but a sort of amusement. $2 million. A person who knows their own value but doesn't ask for an outrageous price. Bruce's evaluation of him went up another notch. Handle it, Bruce said, nodding to Alfred. Alfred tucked away the check with efficient movements. Bruce slowly got down from the operating table, and Alfred immediately stepped forward to support his arm. The damaged armor made a metallic grinding sound as he moved. Bruce frowned. Clearly, every step made his ribs ache. When they reached the door, Bruce paused. He turned his head and looked at Lynn. What do you plan to do? Leave this place, Lynn said. Find somewhere to start over. Bruce was silent for a second. If you plan to open a clinic, don't stay in Gotham. The tone of this sentence was different from before. Before, it was testing and assessing. This sentence was genuine advice, or even a warning. Lynn understood the meaning behind those words. Batman was saying in his own way, Gotham is unsafe, it's not for you. I know, Lynn said. Bruce nodded and turned to walk out the door. Alfred gave Lynn one last look. There was something in the old butler's gaze that Lynn couldn't quite read. It wasn't gratitude, wasn't wariness, but more like an affirmation after a period of scrutiny. Then, supporting Bruce, he disappeared into the night beyond the doorway. The sound of car doors closing, an engine starting, and the noise gradually faded away. Only Lynn was left in the clinic. And Leo, who was tied up in the corner. Lynn leaned against the equipment table and looked down at the communicator. The black casing gleamed coldly under the fluorescent lights, the bat emblem faintly etched on the surface. He put it in his pocket. Then he walked toward the front hall. He fished Leo's phone out of a drawer at the front desk. Lynn used Leo's phone to dial a number. I want to report a murder and the illegal practice of medicine. The address is 18 West Bryant Street. The killer is at the scene and has been restrained. Please arrive as soon as possible. He hung up, wiped his fingerprints off the phone, and placed it back beside Leo. Next was the safe. It took him 11 seconds to deduce the password based on the wear and tear of the buttons. Inside the safe were the original Lynn's passport, $2,300 in cash, and a stack of various fake IDs and black market clinic transaction records that Leo had hidden away. Lynn only took the passport and the cash. He didn't touch the fake IDs or transaction records, those were for the police and Kingpin's people to find, which would make Leo's situation even more complicated. Finally, the surveillance system. He spent 3 minutes handling it, backing up what needed to be backed up to an encrypted cloud drive, and deleting what needed to be deleted, overwriting it 3 times. He stuffed the forged surgical records back into the pocket of Leo's white lab coat. Every trace related to him had completely vanished from this clinic. Shouldering his only backpack, Lynn walked out the door of the black clinic. The air outside was cold and fresh, carrying the damp, industrial scent unique to Gotham's East End. Dawn was approaching. He pulled out his phone to check his bank account. $2 million arrived. The Wayne family's efficiency was unreasonably fast. Lynn leaned against the wall outside the clinic and looked up at the sky. One could never see many stars in the Gotham sky, but the moon was very bright tonight. He looked down at his system panel. The label Super Intelligence Incomplete version 70% glowed quietly in gold in his field of vision. The newbie gift pack had been automatically issued, 100 initial reputation points and a copy of the Basic Guide to Clinic Operations. 3 days ago, he had crossed over into this world with nothing, locked in a sealed room as a scapegoat waiting to die. Now, he had an S-plus grade talent, $2 million in startup capital, Batman's encrypted communicator, and a favor from Bruce Wayne. The corner of Lynn's mouth curled up. This was probably the first time he truly wanted to smile since his transmigration. He set off. Next stop, New York. Leo's underground clinic was located at the border of Gotham and New York. Starting from the edge of Gotham, the bus headed south along the toll road toward New York. There were few people on the 5 a.m. bus. Lynn sat in a window seat in the last row, his backpack at his feet, with a gray industrial landscape visible outside the window. He didn't close his eyes to rest. From the moment he boarded, his mind had entered a state of full-speed operation. Using Leo's phone, he had swiped a spare one before leaving. Lynn connected to the bus's free Wi-Fi and began his first systematic information search since transmigrating. First priority: a medical license. Practicing medicine legally in New York requires a license, it's the most basic threshold. In 40 minutes, Lynn read through all the legal statutes of the New York State Medical Board, the license application process, and approval cases from the last 3 years. Super intelligence made the processing speed terrifyingly fast. These were legal documents that would take an ordinary person a week to digest. His brain was like a high-speed scanner, staying on each page for less than 2 seconds. The information was already fully absorbed and understood. He found 3 loopholes. Not illegal loopholes, but legal channels to accelerate the process. By combining these 3 paths, he could obtain legal medical qualification in as little as 2 weeks. Second priority: location. Lynn spread out a map of New York City in his mind. From Manhattan to Brooklyn, from Queens to the Bronx, he used public information available on his phone to build a rough model of each area's geography, safety, foot traffic, and rent data. The 19 subject areas of superintelligence included criminology and psychology. These 2 disciplines allowed him to accurately assess an area's superhero activity index. Ultimately, he locked onto one place: Hell's Kitchen. The reasoning was clear. Hell's Kitchen is on the west side of Manhattan, near Midtown, and is one of New York's most famous gray areas. Poor public safety meant low rent, and many low-income residents meant no shortage of regular customers. Most importantly, this was Daredevil's territory. Superhero activity meant a high probability of superheroes getting injured, and when they were injured, they needed a doctor. There was an abandoned clinic for rent on the edge of Hell's Kitchen. The location wasn't prominent, but it was conveniently accessible. Lin looked at a few blurry photos on his phone. The storefront was dilapidated, but the structure was decent. The first floor could serve as a consultation room and operating room, while the second floor could be his residence. Third priority: clinic design. While the bus was still swaying on the road, Lin had already completed the entire renovation plan in his head. He constructed a precise 3D model in his brain. He even calculated the cost of renovation materials, keeping the total budget under $150,000. The remaining million plus would serve as operating capital and an emergency reserve for the clinic. The bus arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal in New York at 8 a.m. Lin walked out of the station with his bag. Manhattan's morning was already bustling. The honking of taxis, the footsteps of pedestrians, and the shouts of street vendors mingled together, a world away from Gotham's gloom and oppression. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Hell's Kitchen. When he arrived at the target location, it looked even more dilapidated than in the photos. Half of the storefront's sign had fallen off, the glass door was covered in expired flyers and graffiti, and a corner of the front steps was missing. But after Lin pushed the door open and took a look around, his conclusion was, the structure was sound, the water and electricity lines were mostly functional, and the area was large enough. He called the landlord on the spot. "Hello, I'm interested in renting the clinic on 49th Street. "Oh, that one." On the other end of the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man who didn't sound particularly shrewd. "It's been empty for 2 years. The previous tenant ran off owing 3 months' rent. If you want it, the monthly rent is $4,500. $3,800, Lin said. "Don't haggle, young man. That location. West 49th Street, edge of a Class B commercial zone. Your property's assessed value dropped by 12% last year, and you'll have to pay an extra $1,600 in property taxes this year. Every month it stays empty, your holding cost increases by about $600. The fact that it's been unrented for 2 years shows that the market acceptance for a price of $4,500 is very low. $3,800, paid annually, contract signed today, payment sent this afternoon." The other end of the line went quiet for 5 seconds. $3,800 it is. It was only 11 a.m. when the lease was signed. In the afternoon, Lin started contacting renovation teams. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, renovation crews weren't hard to find. But reliable ones were few and far between. The first to inspect the site was a contractor named Joe, in his 50s, with a beer belly and an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He walked around the building with a young engineer and then quoted a price. $180,000 for everything. Materials and labor included. Lin didn't counter-offer directly. He pointed to a pipe in the corner and said, "Your quote includes the cost of replacing the entire drainage system on the first floor, right?" Joe nodded. "Yeah. The old pipes are all rusted, they have to be completely replaced." "No need for a full replacement," Lin said. "The main drainage pipe on the east side is galvanized steel, with an internal corrosion depth of no more than 0.3 millimeters, it's good for at least 5 more years. Only the 3 joints on the west side and the return pipe on the second floor need replacing. A full replacement would cost about $12,000 more in materials, but the actual result would be the same." The cigarette in Joe's mouth almost fell out. He turned to look at the engineer he'd brought. The engineer's face had turned red, because he had also estimated based on a full replacement, without actually checking the condition of the pipes. "Also," Lin continued, "your electrical renovation plan runs the second floor lighting circuit and the first floor operating room equipment circuit on the same main line. The operating room equipment needs a peak power margin of at least 8 kilowatts. If they're on the same line as the lighting, turning them on at the same time will cause an overload and trip the breaker." The engineer's face went from red to white. "You didn't notice such a basic design flaw." Lin pushed up his glasses, his tone not heavy, but every word hit the mark. Joe took the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at Lin for a long time. "Brother, are you running a clinic or are you in construction?" "Running a clinic," Lin said. "But I don't want my clinic catching fire because of an overloaded circuit." $120,000. "Fine." After the renovation started, Lin went to the site every day to monitor the progress. He wasn't the type of client who just pointed fingers. Every suggestion for modification he gave had a precise technical basis. Sometimes he even knew the wall's load-bearing structure and the pipeline layout better than the engineer himself. The workers whispered among themselves. That Chinese kid opening the clinic has the blueprints for the whole building in his head. On the third day of the renovation, a small incident occurred. At 2 p.m., Lin was on the first floor supervising the installation of the soundproofing in the operating room. The sound of footsteps and laughter came from outside. 3 people wearing white coats walked over from across the street. Leading them was a man in his 50s with graying hair, a name tag pinned to his white coat. Street. Mary's Community Hospital Vice Dean Howard Griffin. 2 young doctors followed behind, holding takeout coffees and chatting as they walked. Griffin stopped briefly at the entrance of Lin's clinic, looked at the storefront under construction, and then looked at Lin. Another clinic opening, he said to the young doctors behind him. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, one closes every 3 months, it's like changing clothes. One young doctor replied with a laugh, looks like a massage parlor run by a Chinese person, doesn't it? The other one laughed too, the kind where they can't even tell where the appendix is. Griffin didn't stop their teasing. Instead, he tilted his chin toward Lin. Young man, the waters in Hell's Kitchen are very deep. You can't survive opening a clinic in a place like this without some real skill. Lin stood at the door, holding a set of renovation blueprints, his gaze calm behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at Griffin. He looked at the words, Vice Dean, on his name tag, at the prescription pad peeking out of his left white coat pocket, and at the specialized disinfectant matte particles on the soles of his shoes. Within 0.5 seconds, an assessment was completed. There was a small discoloration on the inside of Griffin's collar. It was worn down from wearing a tie for a long time, indicating that he often wore formal attire to certain occasions even outside of work hours. There was a very faint indentation on his left ring finger but no ring. Divorced. There was an almost invisible layer of light yellow pigmentation on the skin texture of his right wrist. Traces of long-term contact with betadine disinfectant, showing that although he was a vice dean, he still occasionally went to the operating table. A management figure with actual clinical experience. Not a mediocre man, but highly self-important. Lin didn't respond to Griffin's words. It wasn't that he was enduring it. It was that it wasn't necessary. Superintelligence had already calculated a clear conclusion. Arguing with such a person in this setting wouldn't gain him any points if he won, and would lose him face if he lost. The only valuable way to strike back was to make him shut up through an absolute gap in strength. And such an opportunity would present itself before long. Lin nodded with a smile and turned back into the clinic under construction. Griffin glanced again at the sign that hadn't been hung up yet. It had a few words on it, Miracle Clinic. He chuckled, shook his head, and walked away. The day Miracle Clinic opened was an ordinary Tuesday. The storefront renovation was complete, the white walls were clean and tidy, and the floor-to-ceiling glass windows were polished to a shine. The words, Miracle Clinic, on the sign were dark blue, with a line of small text below, Dr. Lin General Practice. Lin sat in the chair behind the front desk, wearing a neatly pressed white coat. In front of him sat a cup of black coffee and a copy of Human Anatomy. He wasn't studying it, he was reviewing it. He had absorbed the entire 4-year medical school curriculum with his photographic memory within 3 days, but he was accustomed to using paper books for final knowledge cross-validation. From opening at 9 a.m. until 12 p.m., the number of people who walked in was 0. To be precise, it wasn't 0. An old lady pushed open the door to ask for directions to the Social Security Administration. And a delivery driver had the wrong door. Residents of Hell's Kitchen would glance inside as they passed the clinic, a young Chinese-American doctor sitting in a brand-new, clean consultation room with a gentle smile. But no one stopped. No one entered. In this area, being new and clean was actually a disadvantage. People in Hell's Kitchen had seen too many scams with pretty signs, insurance fraud, illegal pharmacies, and money laundering fronts. Who would trust a clinic that suddenly appeared with such a young owner and an Asian face? Lin was in no hurry. He just sat behind the front desk, drinking coffee, reading, and occasionally looking out the window. At 2:30 p.m., he got up to go out and buy coffee. Directly across from the clinic was St. Mary's Community Hospital, a gray 4-story building with 1 or 2 ambulances always parked at the entrance. When Lin turned left out the door to walk to the corner coffee shop, he passed the hospital's emergency entrance. An ambulance was stopped in front of the emergency room, its back doors open. Two EMTs were lifting a middle-aged black man off a stretcher. The man was about 45 years old, slightly overweight, and wearing a dark blue uniform, looking like a construction or warehouse worker. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his right hand was tightly clutching his left chest, his breathing rapid and shallow. The emergency room door opened, and a younger doctor came out to meet them. Lin recognized him. He was one of the two young doctors who had mocked him a few days ago, saying he couldn't even tell where the appendix is. The young doctor cast a quick glance at the man on the stretcher and asked the EMTs, "What's the situation?" Chest pain, accompanied by heavy sweating and difficulty breathing. It started suddenly on the construction site 15 minutes ago. The young doctor pushed the man into the hooked up the heart monitor, and performed an ECG. Lin happened to be walking past the emergency entrance. He didn't intentionally stop, but just glanced out of the corner of his eye as he passed. Within a fraction of a second, he captured the waveforms on the heart monitor screen. Then the diagnosis was automatically triggered. A system panel popped up in his vision with a red warning. Automatic diagnosis initiated. Target: ordinary human male, approximately 45 years old. Condition: acute anterior myocardial infarction. Complete occlusion of the left anterior descending artery. Has entered the golden rescue time window. Warning: the current on-site doctor's diagnosis of acute anxiety attack is a serious misdiagnosis. Reason: ECG leads V1 and V2 were swapped, causing ST segment changes to not be displayed correctly. Estimated cardiac arrest in 8 minutes. Fatality rate 87%. Lin's footsteps stopped. He stood at the emergency room door, watching the scene inside. The young doctor was talking to a nurse nearby. The ECG shows no ST segment changes, it's a typical anxiety attack. Give 2 mg of lorazepam via IV push, observe for half an hour, and if his condition improves, let him go home. The nurse took the medicine and prepared to administer the injection. The man lying on the bed was still gasping for air, his left hand repeatedly pounding his chest. He was in too much pain to speak complete sentences, only intermittent words escaping his mouth. Hurts, here, hurts so much. The young doctor patted his shoulder, his tone reassuring but insincere. Relax, sir. You're just too nervous. You'll be fine after we give you a shot. Lin turned to look around. There were 4 or 5 people gathered around the emergency entrance, community residents waiting for treatment and passing pedestrians. A few people were also standing in front of the coffee shop across the street, watching the scene. More importantly, Vice Dean Griffin happened to be walking out of the hospital main entrance. He was holding a cup of coffee and chatting with a middle-aged man in a suit. Lin's mind quickly processed the situation. This man was being misdiagnosed. If the current treatment plan was followed, he would suffer cardiac arrest and die on the bed in 8 minutes at most. Should he save him? From a purely self-interested perspective, this wasn't his patient. If something went wrong, it had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, Omni Diagnosis stated that this was an ordinary person with no superpowers to copy. But from another perspective, Lin's gaze swept across the onlookers from the neighborhood and Griffin. He precisely needed to let this community know the level of the miracle clinic. A public, blatant, and indisputable diagnostic crushing would be more effective than spending $100,000 on advertising. And, it would also shut Griffin up in the process. The calculation of pros and cons took less than a second. Lin walked into the emergency room. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he walked straight to the bedside. The young doctor was signing papers and hadn't noticed an outsider entering yet. "You are not having an anxiety attack," Lin said to the man on the bed, his voice steady and clear, audible to everyone in the quiet "You are having an acute myocardial infarction. The left anterior descending artery is blocked. If it's not treated within 5 minutes, you will die." The young doctor's pen stopped. He looked up and saw Lin, his expression shifting from confusion to displeasure. "Who are you?" "This is the emergency area, family members wait outside." "I'm not family," Lin said. "I'm Dr. Lin from the miracle clinic across the street." The young doctor remembered, the Chinese young man running a small clinic who Griffin had mocked. He retorted almost without hesitation. "Dr. Lin, is it? Our EKG shows sinus rhythm with no ST segment changes. This is an anxiety attack, a textbook presentation. You can diagnose an MI just by glancing from outside. Your EKG leads are placed incorrectly." Lin's eyes fell on the electrode patches on the man's chest. V1 and V2 are reversed. V1 should be at the fourth intercostal space at the right sternal border, but you placed it on the left. V2 should be at the fourth intercostal space at the left sternal border, but you placed it on the right. The two positions are swapped, causing the signal acquisition for the anterior wall leads to be completely wrong. The young doctor's face tensed up. Impossible. I've placed hundreds of EKGs. Then do it again, Lin interrupted him. His tone was still calm, but it held a certainty that brooked no argument. Swap V1 and V2 back and redo the EKG. Once the results are out, it will be clear who is right and who is wrong. The went silent. The nurse's hand, holding a syringe, stopped midair, unsure whether to continue or wait. The man lying on the bed was already so pained his face was contorted, and sweat dripped from his forehead bead by bead. The number of onlookers at the door grew from 4 or 5 to over a dozen. Griffin also walked over. He had heard Lin's voice, set down his coffee cup, and walked to the entrance. What's the situation? Griffin frowned as he looked at the young doctor. Vice Dean Griffin, the young doctor's face flushed slightly. The doctor from that small clinic across the street says we placed the EKG leads wrong and that the patient isn't having an anxiety attack, but an MI. Griffin turned his gaze toward Lin. He still remembered this face. It was the young man he had personally mocked during the renovations. Dr. Lin, Griffin's tone was ambiguous, somewhere between polite and sarcastic. Our emergency team is professionally trained. For someone like you, without a license. My temporary license was approved last week, Lin interrupted calmly. License number NYSTP4X4X. You can look it up. Vice Dean Griffin, I have no interest in discussing qualifications with you right now. The man on that bed has about 4 minutes left. Do you plan to waste those 4 minutes arguing with me, or will you have your doctor reattach the electrodes? Griffin's expression changed. He wasn't convinced, he was rendered speechless. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. An older woman lowered her voice and said to the person next to her, what if that young doctor is right? What if they really did stick them on wrong? Griffin was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded to the young doctor. Redo it. The young doctor was reluctant but didn't dare defy the vice dean's instruction. He walked to the bedside, peeled off the V1 and V2 electrodes, and glanced at their positions. His hand stopped. Then his face went pale. He really had placed them backwards. V1 and V2 were swapped. He reattached them and started the EKG machine. The paper strip spit out with a whirring sound for about 10 seconds. The young doctor tore off the strip and took a look. ST segment elevation with a convex upward curve. All anterior wall leads from V1 to V4 showed changes. A classic, textbook-level acute anterior wall myocardial infarction. The air in the ER froze. The young doctor's hands were shaking. Start resuscitation. Griffin's voice suddenly rose an octave. Notify cardiology. Activate the cath lab. Prepare for PCI. Move. The entire instantly became a hive of activity. Nurses pushed medications, doctors issued orders, and calls were made to the surgical team. The man on the bed was quickly wheeled toward the operating room. From the moment Lin spoke to the confirmation of the diagnosis, less than 4 minutes had passed. There was no applause from the crowd, this wasn't a TV drama. But everyone's gaze had changed. The way they looked at the young Chinese doctor in gold-rimmed glasses was completely different from 5 minutes ago. Lin stood where he was and didn't linger. He turned, walked out of the ER doors, crossed the street, returned to his clinic, and closed the door. Griffin stood at the entrance, staring at the sign of the Miracle Clinic across the street. His coffee had gone cold, but he forgot to drink it. The young doctor came out from behind him, face covered in cold sweat and shame, whispering, Vice Dean, if that patient had been treated for an anxiety attack, he would have died. Griffin's voice was dry. You almost killed a man. The young doctor went silent. Griffin took another look at the clinic across the street. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, he could see Lin sitting back in the chair behind the front desk, picking up his coffee cup, and opening that anatomy book. Everything was as usual. It was as if nothing had just happened. That evening, the story of the young doctor from Hell's Kitchen pointing out a wrong EKG at the hospital entrance and saving a life spread through the community. The first to spread it were the few older women who had watched. They told the story to their neighbors upstairs and downstairs. The neighbors told the lady who ran the laundromat. The laundromat owner told every customer who came to pick up their clothes. The story was constantly embellished as it spread. That Chinese doctor saw it at a single glance. The people at the hospital across the street were all stunned. He knows what's wrong with you just by scanning you. By the next morning, 3 people were lined up at the clinic door. By the 3rd day, it had become 7. The 5th day of business. The number of patients at Miracle Clinic had stabilized at around 10 per day. Those who came were all residents of Hell's Kitchen, elderly people without health insurance, workers injured on construction sites, and women who had been beaten but were too afraid to go to a major hospital. Lin examined everyone very carefully. It wasn't that he was particularly enthusiastic, it was that the automatic trigger of omni-diagnosis made it difficult for him not to be thorough. As soon as a patient walked into the consultation room, the system would automatically pop up a bunch of data in his field of vision, accurate to the millimeter and milligram. He just needed to translate it into language the other person could understand. An old lady came in for back pain. Lin scanned her, and behind her expected diagnosis of lumbar muscle strain. He discovered something she was completely unaware of, an early-stage tumor, 0.8 centimeters in size, at the lower pole of her left kidney. Ma'am, your back pain isn't serious, it'll be fine with a medicated patch. However, there's a small growth on your left kidney. It's very small right now, but you need to go to a major hospital for a detailed examination and surgery. The sooner, the better. The old lady's daughter was terrified. Lin wrote a detailed diagnostic recommendation and attached the name of a renal surgery expert he had filtered from across New York City. Go find this doctor. Just say Lin recommended you. He doesn't know me, but if you take this report, he will accept you. A construction worker came in for dizziness. The results from omni-diagnosis made Lin take a second look. At the bifurcation of the left middle cerebral artery, there was an unruptured microaneurysm 3 millimeters in diameter. Your dizziness isn't from anemia or low blood sugar, Lin said. A blood vessel in your brain has a small bulge that could burst at any time. Go to New York Presbyterian Hospital, register for neurosurgery, and get a DSA angiogram to confirm it. The worker's face turned pale with fear. Doctor, are you saying there's a bomb in my head? That's more or less what it means. But it's still small, and surgery can fix it. If you ignore it, there's a 1 in 10 chance it'll suddenly explode one day. The worker didn't say another word and went there that very afternoon. After these frighteningly accurate diagnoses spread through the neighborhood, Miracle Clinic's reputation began to grow exponentially. That Chinese doctor can tell exactly what's wrong with your whole body just by looking at you once. This sentence became a new legend among the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Lin's fee model was also established. Ordinary patients paid market rates, and those with genuine financial difficulties could receive discounts, but no one got a free ride. You can pay in installments, but you can't default, he would say to every patient requesting a discount. No one values free things. You can afford it by eating 2 fewer donuts. Though direct, no one thought he was stingy, because his treatments were truly effective. A doctor who can see an aneurysm in your brain at a glance charging you a $200 consultation fee isn't expensive, it's a massive bargain. During the day, he saw patients to earn money to support the clinic. At night, he closed the doors for self-study. Super intelligence made his learning efficiency terrifyingly unreasonable. The material his original self had struggled with for 2 years at community college was finished by him in 3 days. It wasn't just skimming, every concept on every page was precisely understood, digested, and stored. Anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, surgery, internal medicine, 4 years of curriculum were made up in 3 days. His current store of medical knowledge already exceeded that of most graduates from regular medical schools. Combined with the assistance of the omni-diagnosis system, his diagnostic abilities had no rival in the entire New York medical community. But these weren't what he truly cared about. Ordinary patients were cash flow, used to earn money to keep the clinic running. The truly valuable guests were those with superpowers. The S+ rank copy from Batman had given him a taste of the benefits. Super intelligence had changed the way he saw the world. He needed more copies and more abilities to survive in this extremely dangerous world. So he was waiting for special guests to find their way to his door. At 9 o'clock on the 5th night, Lin closed the clinic doors and prepared to go up to the 2nd floor to rest. He chose to take a shortcut through the small alley behind the clinic. The alley connected to the fire escape of the adjacent building, which led directly to the 2nd floor. 3 steps into the alley, he stopped. He had captured 3 signals that shouldn't have appeared in an empty alley late at night. First, there were fresh scratch marks on the wall. 4 parallel fingernail scratches dragged from a height of over 2 meters down to the ground, deepening as they went. Someone had fallen from a height and tried to grab the wall to slow down but failed. Second, there was a faint but distinct scent of blood in the air. Fresh blood, no more than 10 minutes old. Third, in the distance, about 2 blocks away, a very weak vibration lingered in the air. The frequency was very high, beyond the range of normal human hearing, but superintelligence deduced its existence from the abnormal movement patterns of air molecules. Some kind of ultra-high frequency sonic device had been activated not long ago. Lin quickened his pace and rounded the corner of the alley. Daredevil was curled up amidst a pile of trash bags. His red suit was tattered, with multiple tears on the chest and arms. His hands were clamped tightly over his ears, and dark red blood seeped through his fingers. His nostrils were also bleeding. His whole body was arched, lying on his side, twitching irregularly. Ah! The sounds from his mouth weren't meaningful words, but pure groans of agony, like a crushed animal howling instinctively. The system panel exploded in Lin's field of vision. Automatic diagnosis initiated. Patient: Matthew Murdoch, codename Daredevil. Injury assessment. 1. Bilateral auditory nerve tearing caused by a high-intensity sonic weapon, extensive necrosis of hair cells in the organ of corti in the inner ear. 2. Vestibular system disorder, endolymphatic fluid pressure in the semicircular canals abnormally elevated to 4.7 times the normal value. 3. Tactile olfactory sensory circuits overloading and burning out, process already at 62%. 4. Multiple superficial abrasions and soft tissue injuries minor. 5. Super senses system facing permanent destruction. Irreversible damage threshold estimated to be reached in 3.5 hours. Comprehensive fatality rate, 41%. If the sensory system is completely burned out, combat capability will be permanently lost. Estimated time to irreversible damage, 3.5 hours. Then came the line that made his heart race. Heal this target, estimated copyable reward, A+ rank talent. A+ rank. Lin stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at the curled-up figure in the trash pile. Daredevil's super senses system was burning out. If treatment wasn't administered within 3.5 hours, this damage would be irreversible. This man would forever lose the abilities that made him a superhero. To Daredevil, this was equivalent to a death sentence. To Lin, this was a window to copy an A+ rank talent. Super senses. The effect of the two overlapping was not 1 + 1 = 2, but an exponential leap. He needed this ability. He needed it very much. But there was a problem: this surgery was far more complex than the one for Batman. While Batman's case was urgent, it was essentially trauma management, removing a dagger, detoxifying, stopping bleeding, and suturing. Those were physical operations that could be solved with a scalpel and forceps. Daredevil was different. His damage was in the nervous system, the auditory nerves, the vestibular system, and the sensory circuits. Repairing these things required micron-level or even nanometer-level precision, something an ordinary surgeon couldn't achieve in a lifetime. But he had omni-diagnosis and super-intelligence. The system provided the navigation, and his brain provided the hand speed. Was it enough? He didn't know. But if he didn't try, this copy window would be closed forever. Lin stepped forward, crouched down, and pressed a hand onto Daredevil's shoulder. "Don't move," he said. Daredevil's body suddenly jerked, his sensory system was collapsing, and all input signals had turned into chaotic noise and shrieks. The sensation of Lin's hand touching his shoulder was likely amplified dozens of times by his nervous system, feeling as if someone had stabbed him in the skin. Don't touch." Daredevil struggled, trying to push Lin away. Even in this state, his hand still accurately grabbed Lin's wrist, his combat instincts were etched into his bones. But his current strength was too weak, and Lin easily held him down. "I am a doctor," Lin said in a low voice, trying to make every word clear and firm. "Your sensory nerves are being burned out. If they aren't treated, they will never recover after 3.5 hours." Daredevil's struggling paused for a moment. "How do you know?" His voice was hoarse and intermittent, as if every word required his entire strength. "Because I'm a good doctor." Lin hoisted him up onto his shoulders. His original body wasn't particularly strong, but Daredevil currently had basically no ability to resist. While carrying him was strenuous, it wasn't impossible. Shut up now, don't waste your energy. You still have over 3 hours. He carried Daredevil out of the alley and back into the clinic. The surgical lights turned on. The operating table was cleared. The instruments were sterilized. Lin placed Daredevil on the operating table and checked his vital signs. His heart rate was fast but still within controllable range, his blood pressure was low, and his pupils, he was blind, so his pupillary reflexes were naturally abnormal and couldn't be used as an indicator. On the system panel, the treatment plan was already flashing. Lin took a deep breath. He stared at the plan for 3 seconds. A 4-hour surgery. Repairing the burned-out sensory nerve circuits one by one. The precision requirement was at the micron level. This would be the most difficult surgery he had performed since transmigrating. He rolled the sleeves of his white lab coat up to his elbows and put on gloves. 3.5 hours, he muttered to himself. That's enough. The surgery began at 9:30 p.m. Lin used modified microelectrodes as his primary tool. These things are used in regular hospitals for EEG testing, but he had polished the tips to a sharpness almost invisible to the naked eye. They had become micro-repair needles that could be operated precisely between nerve fibers. The perspective view of omni-diagnosis unfolded fully in his field of vision. Daredevil's sensory nervous system was presented completely before him, like a dense three-dimensional circuit diagram. Normal nerve circuits were blue, the parts being burned out were red, and the already necrotic parts were gray. The red was spreading rapidly. He had to repair those red circuits one by one before the gray swallowed the blue. Step 1. Stabilize the inner ear environment. Lin used a puncture needle so thin it was almost invisible to enter through the temporal bone behind Daredevil's ear to release the pressure of the lymph in the semicircular canals. The precision requirement for this operation was extremely high. A deviation of 1 millimeter would hit the facial nerve, resulting in permanent facial paralysis. In his mind, he simulated the consequences of every micron the needle tip advanced in real time. 3 minutes later, the lymphatic pressure dropped from 4.7 times the normal value to 1.3 times. The twitching in Daredevil's face lessened significantly. Step 2. Repair the auditory nerves. This was the most time-consuming part. The hair cells of the organ of Corti, the key structures responsible for converting sound wave vibrations into nerve signals, had suffered large-scale necrosis. Complete regeneration was impossible, but Lin could use microcurrents to stimulate the remaining stem cells to differentiate. At the same time, he used microelectrodes to rebuild the broken neural connections. One by one. He didn't count exactly how many he repaired. He only knew that there were only 2 sounds beneath the surgical lights, the beep beep of the heart monitor and his own steady breathing. Step 3. Repair the tactile and olfactory circuits. This part was even more complex than the auditory part, because Daredevil's sensory system wasn't just a simple amplified version of an ordinary person's, but a completely different information processing architecture. The density of tactile receptors on his skin surface was 23 times that of a normal person, and there were 47 more types of receptors in his olfactory epithelium cells. These abnormal receptors and sensors formed an information collection network of terrifying precision. Repairing it required understanding its operational logic, and that was exactly what superintelligence was best at. Time passed minute by minute. 1 a.m. 3.5 hours had passed. About 15% of the red area on the system panel remained untreated. But the threshold for irreversible damage had been avoided, all the most critical core circuits had been repaired. The remaining non-core parts could be slowly repaired by Daredevil's own recovery abilities. 2 a.m. The last olfactory nerve circuit was repaired. Lin took a step back and removed his gloves. Through over 4 hours of surgery, his hands hadn't shaken once. But his back was soaked with sweat. A golden prompt popped up on the system panel. Ding. Treatment complete. Rating. SS Excellent. Holy Hand Copy activated. Scanning targets ability library. Detected core talent. Super Senses A+ grade. Based on treatment contribution SS grade automatically copying the highest quality talent. Target. Super Senses A+ grade. Copy progress. 15%. 42%. 69%. 100%. Ding. Copy complete. Obtained A+ grade talent. Super Senses incomplete 75%. Ability details. Auditory, olfactory, tactile, and other sensory abilities increased to more than 20 times that of an ordinary person, can capture environmental information at a microscopic level. Some high-level perception abilities are currently unlocked. The moment the information flooded in, Lin's body jerked violently. He grabbed the edge of the instrument table. It wasn't pain, but the world had suddenly changed. Sound. He heard the idle vibration of a taxi engine on the road outside the clinic. He heard a stray dog licking a puddle 2 blocks away. He heard the creak of someone turning over on a spring mattress on the 3rd floor upstairs. Every sound was so clear it didn't seem real. Smells. Disinfectant, blood, the metallic scent of stainless steel on the operating table. The faint smell of ozone flowing through the fluorescent light tubes. The scent of mold spores emanating from that moldy tile in the corner. The lingering traces of battle on Daredevil, gunpowder smoke, concrete dust, the sweat of others, and the scent of hormones released by fear. 23 kinds. No, more. He could distinguish at least 30 different odor molecules in the air. Touch. His fingers rested on the instrument table, those tiny scratches on the stainless steel surface invisible to the naked eye, the depth and width of each one, his fingertips could clearly feel them all. But these were just appetizers. The real qualitative change occurred the moment super senses and super intelligence came online simultaneously. Previously, super intelligence was a super processor, but its information input could only rely on eyes and basic human senses, the bandwidth was limited. Now, super senses had blown the input bandwidth wide open. He could hear a person's heartbeat, and super intelligence could analyze the other person's heart rate, blood pressure, level of tension, and whether they were lying within the same second. He could smell the lingering scent of drug metabolism on a person's skin. Super intelligence could immediately deduce what medicine the person was taking, the dosage, and whether their liver and kidney metabolic functions were normal. He could use his fingertips to feel the vibration waveform of a person's pulse, and super intelligence could analyze arterial elasticity, heart valve function, and even approximate blood lipid levels from the waveform frequency. No instruments needed. No equipment needed. He himself was the most precise diagnostic instrument. Lin closed his eyes, then opened them again. The world hadn't changed. But the person looking at the world had changed once more. The clinic in the early hours of the morning was quiet for about 20 minutes. While Lin was organizing the instruments, he heard the sound of fabric rubbing on the operating table. Super senses clearly captured this signal. Daredevil was moving. Matthew Murdoch slowly sat up. His first instinctive action was to test his own senses. He tilted his head as if listening for something. Then his mouth opened slightly. I can hear it. His voice was very soft, with an unbelievable tremble. The water pipe in the building next door is leaking. Someone is walking on the street below. He's wearing rubber-soled shoes. He took another deep breath and sniffed the air. Disinfectant. Iodine. You're using povidone iodine, about 10% concentration. And, the coffee you're drinking is black coffee, no sugar. His fingers pressed onto the surface of the operating table, rubbing it for a few seconds. Stainless steel. 304 medical grade. There are about 40 traces of use on the surface, the deepest one is about 0.02 millimeters. Then he looked in Lin's direction, he had no eyes. But all his sensory information constructed a three-dimensional image in his brain that was more vivid than vision. It's clearer than before. Matt's voice held an emotion he himself wasn't quite used to. Like a person who thought they would never hear music again. Hearing all the parts of an entire symphony orchestra once more. How on earth did you do it? He asked. Surgery. Lin was at the sink, washing the iodine traces off his hands. His tone was flat, your sensory nerves were over 60% burned by sonic weapons. I repaired them one by one using microelectrodes. The core circuits have been fixed, and your own body will slowly grow back a small portion of the non-core circuits. Even Claire said it couldn't be repaired. Who is Claire? A nurse. She used to help me with my injuries. She said that once nerve damage exceeds a certain level, it's irreversible. You did it. How? Because she doesn't know the specific structure of your sensory system. Lin dried his hands and turned around. She judged based on a normal person's nervous system, so of course she would think it's irreversible. But you're not a normal person. Your sensory nerve circuits have an independent repair mechanism, it was just blocked by overload damage. What I did wasn't reconstruction, it was clearing the blocked path to let your own repair mechanism restart. Matt fell silent for a few seconds. He was likely using his senses to analyze Lin's heartbeat as he spoke, to judge if he was telling the truth. You're no ordinary doctor, Matt finally said. I am a good doctor, Lin said, and my clinic just opened, I need to build a reputation. If you feel alright after you recover, just mention me to your friends as your payment. What's your clinic called? Where is it? Miracle Clinic. West 49th Street, Hell's Kitchen. Matt nodded. He didn't give his real name, but he didn't use a fake name either. He simply accepted the treatment in silence, then slowly got down from the operating table and tested his legs and feet. Your vestibular system was just repaired, so your sense of balance might take a few hours to fully recover, Lynn reminded him from behind. Don't go jumping across rooftops tonight, just take the stairs like a normal person. Matt paused. There was quite a bit of information in that sentence. The mention of jumping across rooftops implied that Lynn knew how he usually traveled. But he didn't press further. Thank you, Dr. Lynn. Matt's voice was sincere. Then he left. Lynn stood at the clinic door, watching the figure in the damaged red suit disappear into the darkness of the early morning. He knew what Matt would do after returning. He would carefully test every one of his senses to confirm they were all restored. Then he would remember the name, Miracle Clinic. Reputation in the superhero circle is like groundwater. You can't see where it's flowing, but one day it will gush out from a place you'd never expect. A system notification sounded in his mind. Reputation change. Plus 150 healed Daredevil superhero level treatment. Current reputation. 250. Lynn closed the clinic door, locked it, and went upstairs. He lay on the hard folding bed on the second floor. Super senses allowed him to hear the breathing of every household in the entire building. Someone was snoring, someone turned over in their sleep, and the old lady downstairs got up to use the bathroom. So noisy. But it also felt very safe. Because within this radius of information, any abnormal movement could not escape his perception. Lynn closed his eyes. For the first time since transmigrating, he felt he didn't have to worry about whether he would wake up after falling asleep. Over the following week, describing the clinic's business as taking off would have been an understatement. The daily patient count rose from 10 to 15, then to 20. Some came from the local 49th Street, some from neighboring blocks, and some even traveled all the way from Brooklyn. The reason was simple. Lynn's diagnoses were incredibly accurate. How accurate? Accurate to the point of being frightening. A Puerto Rican man in his 60s came in for a cough. I've been coughing for 2 months. I've taken so much cough medicine, but nothing works. Lynn hadn't even begun his consultation yet. He had already captured the tiny, almost imperceptible wet rail in the old man's breathing, right lower lung lobe, very deep. Omni diagnosis popped up simultaneously. Your cough isn't caused by a cold. There's a small amount of fluid in your lower right lung, about 300 milliliters. The cause is a slight regurgitation in your heart's mitral valve. It's not severe, but you need to get an echocardiogram to confirm it. The old man was stunned. Are you checking my cough or my heart? Both. The root of your cough lies in your heart. If you don't treat the heart and only take cough medicine, it will never get better. The old man went to the hospital for an echocardiogram, half doubting. The day the results came out, he returned with the report, his hands shaking. Doctor, you were spot on. Mild mitral valve insufficiency. The cardiology specialist at that big hospital saw the report and asked me who told me to get this test done. Similar things happened at least 5 times within the week. A woman who had been beaten by her husband and was afraid to go to a big hospital came in for a sprained wrist. As soon as Lynn felt her pulse, he knew it wasn't a sprain. There was an occult fracture in the distal radius, the kind that might not even show up on an X-ray. He helped her set it, and then used super senses to catch the lingering smell of alcohol on her. It wasn't that she had been drinking, it was her husband. The sweat had seeped into her clothes. Your hand was twisted by someone, not sprained by yourself, Lynn said calmly. The woman's eyes reddened, but she didn't speak. I won't ask who did it. But given the location and angle of this fracture, if it's twisted with the same force again, it won't just be a crack, it'll be a break. And then, it won't be able to be set back. He pulled a business card from a drawer and handed it over. It was the contact information for a women's legal aid organization. The woman took the card and left with her head bowed. Only after closing the door did Lynn let out a soft sigh. He wasn't a saint, he knew exactly why he was doing this. That business card and the free treatment weren't out of kindness, but out of a precise calculation of pros and cons. One grateful patient brings 10 new ones. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, community reputation is the most valuable asset. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten what was truly important. When he had some downtime, Lynn would scroll through the news on his phone. He could capture patterns in fragmented information that ordinary people wouldn't notice. A piece of news that interested him appeared on the third day. Stark Industries CEO Tony Stark misses board meeting again. Spokesperson claims, mild cold. Next to it was a recent photo of Tony Stark, taken at a charity gala a month ago. Analyze every pixel on the photo. Skin tone. Comparing it to a photo from the same period last year, Tony's skin grayness had increased by about 7%. This comprehensive graying of the skin wasn't caused by natural aging. Aging first appears around the eyes and neck, but the grayness on Tony in the photo was evenly distributed across his entire face. This was a symptom of diffuse circulatory decline. Weight. Compared to a photo from 6 months ago, the shadow depth at the cheekbones had increased by about 2 millimeters, and the jawline had become more defined. He was losing weight. Not the kind of weight loss from fitness, but the kind where muscle is wasting away. Right hand. In the 3 most recent public photos, the hand Tony used to hold his coffee cup was his left. A person used to using their right hand suddenly switching to their left to hold a cup, indicated a problem with the right hand. The most likely cause, fine motor impairment due to peripheral nerve damage. Synthesizing all the data, Lin's brain provided a conclusion within 2 seconds. Palladium poisoning. Early to mid-stage symptoms. The arc reactor's palladium core was slowly poisoning Tony Stark. A priceless, big order, might be on its way. If he could cure Tony, no, he didn't even need to fully cure him. As long as he could delay the poisoning process or provide key diagnostic information, he would have a chance to copy Iron Man's abilities. What was Tony Stark's talent? It wasn't the suit. The suit was a tool. It was that brain. Engineering genius, invention and creation, quantum mechanics, nanomaterials, energy systems. Bruce Wayne's super intelligence leaned toward detective work and tactics. Tony Stark's intelligence leaned toward engineering and creation. If the two complemented each other. Lin put down his phone. He wouldn't actively seek out Tony. That would be too deliberate, and too desperate. He needed Tony to come to him. And to achieve that, he needed his reputation to spread further and higher, from the community word of mouth in Hell's Kitchen to a height that could reach Stark's circle. I still need greater fame, Lin muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that this, greater fame, would arrive in a way he hadn't anticipated. The 12th day of opening. Lin sensed something was wrong as soon as he opened the door in the morning. Under the clinic's sign, there was now a 2-meter-long red banner with white letters. It read, strongly demand the ban of unlicensed illegal clinics. Return of pure land to the community. 3 people were standing next to the banner. Vice Dean Griffin was in the lead. Today, he had specially changed into a dark suit and tie, looking like he wasn't there for a checkup. Behind him followed a middle-aged woman in a gray suit. Around her neck hung an ID card printed with, New York Community Medical Association. At the very back was a young man with a backpack and a camera around his neck, holding a video camera. A reporter. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, and 7 or 8 curious residents had already gathered around the entrance. Lin stood at the clinic entrance, holding the coffee he'd bought that morning, looking at the banner, and then at Griffin. 2 abilities were operating simultaneously. He completed a full scan of these 3 people within 3 seconds. Griffin, pulse 78, breathing steady, not nervous. The soles of those leather shoes had a special deep red fiber, a material found only in high-end hotel carpets. He had been to a luxury hotel last night. The woman from the medical association, the same deep red fiber also appeared on the soles of her high heels. She and Griffin had stayed at the same hotel last night, and planned today's scene together. The reporter, a corner of a $200 bill was peeking out of his backpack's side pocket. It wasn't a salary, it was freshly received. Additionally, his briefcase, no, it was that medical association woman's briefcase. The zipper wasn't fully closed, revealing the edge of a stack of documents. The paper texture and font format were the standard template for a lawyer's letter. They weren't just here to cause trouble. They were planning to use legal means to shut down the clinic. Seeing Lin come out, Griffin cleared his throat and first turned toward the reporter's camera. He ensured his positioning and the lighting were at the optimal angles before he finally spoke. Mr. Lin, or should I call you, Dr. Lin? Griffin's tone carried an undisguised air of condescension. You've been running this so-called clinic in this neighborhood for nearly 2 weeks now. I'd like to ask you a few simple questions. Lin took a sip of his coffee and didn't respond. Griffin continued, first, where is your medical license? New York state law requires all practicing physicians to hold a valid license. Can you produce it? It arrives next week, Lynn said. The temporary license is already in the approval process. A temporary license is still a license. Until you have it, treating anyone here is an illegal act. Griffin glanced at the reporter. Confirming the camera was recording, he added, "Second, have your clinic's equipment and safety standards passed inspection by the health department. As far as I know, your renovations took less than 2 weeks from start to finish. This speed, if I may be blunt, makes it impossible to meet the safety standards of a medical institution." More and more residents were gathering to watch. There were several familiar faces who had just been treated by Lynn last week. Their expressions were somewhat uneasy. Griffin's voice grew louder. "Third, and most importantly, I have received complaints from multiple residents reporting that you have engaged in false advertising and exaggerated diagnoses. A young man without a medical license, opening an unlicensed clinic in a residential area and using words like miracle to deceive ordinary citizens who don't understand medicine. This is a trampling of medical ethics." Complaints from multiple residents. Lynn swept a glance over the surrounding crowd. He could read all of their expressions: confusion, hesitation, uncertainty. Not a single person's face had "I complained" written on it. Griffin was lying. The woman from the medical association stepped forward at the right moment, pulling a document from her briefcase. "Mr. Lin, this is a formal notice of investigation issued by the Community Medical Association regarding your clinic. We will be requesting the health department to conduct a full audit of your clinic. Until the results of the audit are out, we advise you to suspend all medical activities." The reporter's camera faithfully recorded everything. Lin stood at the door, his coffee still unfinished. Superintelligence was running 3 lines of thought in his mind simultaneously. Line 1. Griffin's motive. Since the clinic opened, it had taken away at least 30% of St. Mary's Hospital's primary care patient base. Griffin wasn't worried about medical safety, he was worried about lost business. Line 2. Legal risk assessment. The temporary license indeed hadn't arrived yet. This was his weak point. If the opposition truly pursued legal channels, it could lead to the clinic being forced to suspend operations. But this was only short term, the license would arrive next week. Line 3. Optimal breakthrough strategy. If he argued with Griffin now, regardless of whether he won or lost, it would look unseemly in front of the reporter's lens. But if he did nothing, Griffin would seize the narrative advantage. He needed a means to end all debate. A face-to-face, public, and irrefutable display of overwhelming skill. Lin set his coffee cup on the edge of the planter by the clinic entrance. "Vice Dean Griffin," he began, his tone calm. "The issues you mentioned will all be resolved when I get my license next week. But I've noticed you have concerns about my medical skills. That is something I believe I can answer right here." Griffin raised an eyebrow. "If you have any doubts about my diagnostic abilities," Lin said, looking him in the eye and speaking word for word, "you can bring any patient here. I will perform a public diagnosis for free. Let the results speak for who is right and who is wrong." The crowd fell silent for a second. The reporter adjusted the camera's focus, aiming it squarely at Lin's face. Griffin was silent for a few seconds. He hadn't expected Lin to proactively propose such a challenge. In his script, Lin should have been frantically making excuses or slinking away in defeat. But he couldn't refuse. Refusing a proposal for a public diagnosis in front of the cameras was equivalent to admitting he was afraid. "Fine." Griffin smiled, looking very confident. "Then I'll pick a few patients. I'd like to see exactly what is so miraculous about your miracles." Lin nodded and turned to walk back into the clinic. After closing the door, the corners of his mouth curled up. He took the bait. Superintelligence had already calculated the result. This public diagnosis would be the best advertisement Miracle Clinic had ever had. No matter what patients Griffin brought, he was 100% certain he would crush him. It wasn't out of arrogance. It was because Omni Diagnosis had never made a mistake. The day for the public diagnosis was set for Saturday morning, 3 days later. Griffin had chosen this time with calculation. Saturday was a day off for the community residents, meaning the foot traffic would be highest and the impact on the onlookers would be greatest. If Lin failed in front of so many people, the reputation of Miracle Clinic would be completely finished. But Lin didn't care when he chose. Saturday morning, 10 o'clock. A long bench was pulled out in front of Miracle Clinic. Over 30 residents formed a semicircle, standing in the open space before the clinic. The reporter came as well, this time bringing two cameras, one on a fixed tripod and one for mobile shooting. He even started a live stream on his phone. Griffin brought three patients. The first was a white male in his 40s, looking anxious and occasionally rubbing his temples. The second was a Latina woman around 35, her face sallow and appearing to be in poor spirits. The third was an elderly person in their 70s, sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed by family, their face full of exhaustion and resignation. Griffin stood to the side with his arms crossed. Let's see you perform, smile hanging on his lips. Behind him stood three doctors from St. Mary's Hospital, including the two young men who had mocked Lynn before. Lynn walked out of the clinic. His white coat was spotless, and his gold-rimmed glasses were polished bright. He didn't waste words and walked directly to the first patient. Sir, what are your symptoms? The man rubbed his temples and said, headaches. I've had them for over a year. At first, I thought it was migraines. I've taken countless painkillers, had CT scans, MRIs, and nothing could be found. Lately, it's getting worse. Sometimes the pain makes me want to hit my head against a wall. Omni diagnosis activated the moment the man spoke his first word. The system panel expanded in Lynn's field of vision. Perspective views of intracranial structures, vascular distribution, and nerve pathways were all presented with color-coded annotations. The answer came to him in the very first second. But Lynn didn't speak right away. He made a show of observing the man for 3 seconds, watching his eye movements, pressing the area around the functional acupoint at the back of his neck, and lightly touching his temple with a finger. These actions were all to make the onlookers feel he was diagnosing, rather than reading the answer. Your headache isn't a migraine, Lynn said, his voice steady and clear enough for everyone present to hear. Griffin's expression remained unchanged. He had long expected Lynn to start by denying the existing diagnosis, otherwise, how could he show off? The key was whether the new diagnosis provided was actually correct. There is an abnormal vascular network at the base of your skull. Lynn continued, in a normal person, the middle cerebral artery splits into two main branches at the base, but at your bifurcation, there is a cluster of abnormal microvessels. These tiny vessels cannot withstand normal blood pressure, which is what causes the persistent headaches. He paused for a moment. Moyamoya disease. Early stage. I recommended DSA as soon as possible for confirmation. The scene fell silent. The three doctors behind Griffin exchanged glances. The face of one slightly older attending physician changed. He was the one responsible for this patient, and neither the CT nor the MRI had found anything. Moyamoya disease. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this diagnosis, but he had ruled it out because the CT and MRI were normal. How do you know it's Moyamoya disease? The attending physician couldn't help but ask. Your CT slices are too thick. Conventional CT has a slice thickness of 5 mm, while the diameter of the abnormal vascular network in early stage Moyamoya disease might only be 1 or 2 mm, it can easily be missed within a 5 mm slice. DSA has a resolution more than 20 times higher than CT, you need it to see it, Lynn said, his tone as natural as if he were commenting on the nice weather. Griffin's smile faded slightly. The second patient sat down. A Latina woman with a sallow complexion and a listless spirit. Low-grade fever. It's been burning for over 2 months, always between 37.5 and 38 degrees. I've had many blood tests, and the white blood cell count isn't high. I've taken 3 types of antibiotics, some kind of cephalosporin and roxithromycin, but they didn't help. Omni diagnosis popped up. Super senses simultaneously captured a key signal. The surface temperature of this woman's thyroid area was about 0.8 degrees higher than the surrounding skin. A normal person wouldn't feel such a temperature difference, but Lynn's tactile sensitivity was 20 times that of an average person. Your low-grade fever isn't caused by an infection, Lynn said. Your thyroid is inflamed. Subacute thyroiditis. It's not the kind of inflammation caused by a bacterial infection, but one triggered by an autoimmune response. You're using antibiotics to look for an infection, so of course you won't find anything. Check the thyroid function and get a thyroid ultrasound, and the answer will be right there. The woman was stunned. The face of another young doctor behind Griffin began to turn red, because he had written one of the antibiotic prescriptions for this patient. 2 diagnoses in less than 2 minutes total. The onlookers were already starting to whisper among themselves. An older man whispered to the person next to him, "Is this for real?" He figured it out without even touching her. The third patient was wheeled over. An old man in a wheelchair. 74 years old, thin, with a grayish, defeated face. A man in his 40s stood behind him, his son. The son's eyes were red-rimmed. My father, he said. Late-stage lung cancer. Small cell lung cancer. The hospital said he has 3 months at most. We've done radiation and chemotherapy, but nothing worked. His voice was a bit raspy. We don't have much hope left. But when we saw the news about your public diagnosis, we wanted to come and try our luck. The crowd grew quiet. Lin looked at the old man in the wheelchair. Omni diagnosis completed the scan within a second. Then, Lin's brow furrowed. He didn't speak immediately. 10 seconds. The whole place held its breath. Who told you this was small cell lung cancer? The son hesitated. Street. Mary's Hospital. Ah, the one right across the street. A flicker of discomfort crossed Griffin's face. Your father's illness isn't small cell lung cancer. Lin squatted down to look the old man in the eye. I haven't seen your pathology slides, but from your body's overall condition, the growth rate of your tumor is far lower than the typical progression of small cell lung cancer. He stood up and looked at the doctors behind Griffin. This doubling rate doesn't correspond to small cell lung cancer, it's adenoid cystic carcinoma. The level of malignancy isn't even in the same league. And he turned back to the old man's son. Your father currently only has 2 metastatic sites, one in the right hilar lymph node and one in the left sixth rib. Both of these locations are within operable range. If you correct the pathological diagnosis and switch to a treatment plan specifically for adenoid cystic carcinoma, the 5-year survival rate is at least over 60%. The entire scene went silent. The son's mouth hung open, unable to speak. After several seconds, his tears finally began to fall. He wasn't crying out of sadness, but because the 3-month death sentence might be wrong. His father might still have many years to live. The old man in the wheelchair gripped his son's hand, the veins on the back of his brown spotted hand bulged, and he was trembling too. The crowd was deathly quiet at first. Then, someone started to clap. The applause grew from 1 person to 2, then from 2 to over a dozen. It wasn't polite clapping, it was the kind of applause that couldn't be held back after being truly stunned. Vice Dean Griffin stood to the side. His face turned from red to white, then from white to a sickly green. His lips were pressed into a thin line. The 3 doctors behind him looked worse and worse. They were the ones who had made the lung cancer diagnosis. If Lin was right, they hadn't just misdiagnosed him, they had subjected the old man to months of chemotherapy based on a wrong diagnosis, causing extra damage to his body. This wasn't just a slap in the face. This was rubbing their faces into the dirt. The reporter's camera faithfully recorded the entire process. The number of live viewers rose from dozens at the start to over 2,000. Griffin didn't say a word. He turned around and slunk away with his people. His back was as stiff as a board as he walked. Lin stood where he was, watching Griffin's back disappear around the street corner. He turned, walked back into the clinic, and closed the door. He picked up the cup of coffee that had already gone cold and took a sip. The system notification sounded in his mind. Reputation points change. +80 public diagnosis influence bonus. Current reputation points. 330. That evening, the live stream footage was picked up by a local news station. The footage was edited into a 3-minute short video titled, Young Chinese Doctor in Hell's Kitchen Overturns 3 Misdiagnoses in 3 Minutes. It was broadcast during the social news segment of the evening news. It wasn't just ordinary viewers who saw this news. The day after the news broadcast, a black SUV pulled up in front of the clinic. Lin was currently seeing a patient. Sitting before him was an older woman complaining of knee pain. It was meniscus wear combined with mild synovitis. Anti-inflammatory medication and rest would fix it. As he was explaining to her why surgery wasn't necessary, he picked up sounds from outside. 4 people getting out of a car, heavy footsteps, wide strides. One person's gait was particularly heavy, with the right shoulder dipping. They were either carrying something heavy or managing some kind of pain. The faint clinking of metal, firearms. The sound of car doors closing, solid and heavy, not like standard SUV doors. Armored. Lin's expression didn't change. He handed the prescription to the woman. Take these as directed and apply a hot compress for 20 minutes every day. Come back next week for a follow-up. Just as she left, 4 men walked in. Leading them were 3 burly men, each at least 2 sizes larger than Lin. They wore black leather jackets, and their necks were adorned with either gold chains or tattoos. The way they entered was very disciplined. Two entered first, splitting left and right to secure the room before the third stepped inside. A standard VIP protection formation. Behind the third burly man, a pale middle-aged man entered. He looked to be around 45, with a medium but sturdy build, wearing a brown leather coat, his hair meticulously styled with wax. His left arm was wrapped in several layers of gauze, through which dark red blood was seeping. Super senses completed a full scan the moment he stepped into the clinic. 3 bodyguards, carrying 3 guns. The first man had his gun under his left armpit, a Springfield XDS, .45 caliber with a 9-round magazine. The second man had his at the small of his back, a Glock 19, 9mm. The third man had his in a holster strapped to his right ankle, a PPK, small caliber. The middle-aged man himself, a gunshot wound to the left arm. Omni diagnosis popped up. 9mm parabellum round, embedded 2.7 cm deep, located on the mid-lateral aspect of the humerus. No damage to the radial or brachial arteries, but fragments were embedded in the bone. The system also displayed a note. Target: ordinary human, no special talents detected. Holy hand copy will not trigger. An ordinary person. No value for copying. But he had cash value. The middle-aged man scanned the clinic's interior. White walls, brand new equipment, clean in a way that didn't look like it belonged in Hell's Kitchen. His gaze finally landed on Lin. Are you the doctor who was on the news? Depends on what kind of doctor you need, Lin said, remaining seated. The man pointed to his left arm with his right hand. Took a hit last night. The bullet is stuck in the bone. I can't go to a regular hospital, you understand. Other black clinics didn't dare take me. Someone said you can treat anything here. What's your name? Murphy, the man said naturally, as if he were just stating his house number. Lin flipped through the criminological data he'd acquired from the Batman knowledge base. Murphy, a mid-level drug distributor in Hell's Kitchen. Not a big fish, but not a small fry either. His superior had loose ties to Kingpin's organization. I can treat your injury, Lin said, his gaze shifting from Murphy's face to his bandaged arm and back. But I have 3 rules. Murphy's brow twitched slightly. First, you enter the operating room alone. Your men wait outside. The 3 bodyguards glanced at each other. Second, I will hold on to any weapons you have on you during the surgery. Murphy didn't respond immediately. Third, the fee is $50,000. Murphy's expression became quite a sight for a moment. 50,000. His voice jumped half an octave before he reined it back in. Likely feeling that losing his composure in front of his subordinates was undignified, he added, do you know that extracting a bullet on the black market costs $2,000 at most? You're charging me $50,000. Can a black market doctor guarantee they won't damage a nerve? Lin's tone didn't waver. The position where that bullet is embedded is only 4 mm from your radial nerve. A typical black clinic doctor uses brute force to remove a bullet. They stick the forceps in, grab it, pull, and it's out. But with the bullet where it is, if they use brute force, there's a 30% chance they'll hit the radial nerve. If they hit it, your right hand is useless from then on. You won't even be able to pull a trigger. Murphy's expression shifted slightly. Lin continued, and there's something else you might not know. The bullet shattered a small piece of the cortical bone on the lateral side of your humerus, and the fragment has broken loose. If it's not removed, it will cause osteomyelitis within 48 hours. At that point, it won't be a question of whether to remove the bullet, it'll be a question of whether you can keep the arm. The clinic fell silent for a few seconds. Murphy stared at Lin. Lin stared back, holding his coffee cup. How do you know a fragment broke loose? Murphy's voice was much lower now. You haven't even taken an X-ray. I don't need an X-ray. Murphy was silent for a few more seconds, his right fingers tapping twice on his thigh. Then, one of the bodyguards behind him suddenly reached into his leather jacket. The other 2 moved almost simultaneously. 3 guns were drawn at once. The muzzles weren't pointed directly at Lin, but generally toward the room, creating a deterrent posture of being ready to fire at any moment. The atmosphere in the clinic instantly dropped below freezing. Lin sat in his chair, unmoving. He held his coffee cup and even took a sip. He had completed a threat assessment within 0.3 seconds, the angles of the bodyguards, muzzles, the position of their trigger fingers, and the direction of Murphy's own gaze. Conclusion. They wouldn't fire. The reason was simple. Murphy was here for medical treatment. He had a bullet in his arm and bone fragments that could cause osteomyelitis at any time. His presence here showed he had no other options. What good would it do him to kill the only doctor who could save his arm? The guns were for intimidation. But this maneuver had no effect on Lin whatsoever. Mr. Murphy. Lin set down his coffee cup, his voice quiet but every word clear. Your men can put their guns away. Flashing guns in my clinic won't save you money, it will only put me in a bad mood. If I'm in a bad mood, my hands won't be steady. If my hands aren't steady, there's no telling what might happen to your radial nerve. Murphy stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he waved his right hand. The 3 bodyguards holstered their weapons simultaneously. 50,000 it is. The surgery began 15 minutes later. Murphy walked into the operating room alone, leaving his gun and phone outside. Lin closed the operating room door and drew the soundproof curtain. Omni Diagnosis provided full surgical navigation. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American comic book. I became an omnipotent god by healing the sick. Part 2. The bullet's position, angle, and the 3-dimensional structure of the surrounding tissue, all of it was suspended in his field of vision, marked in translucent colors. He first used local anesthesia to clean the surface of the wound. Then, using a pair of elongated hemostatic forceps, he followed the optimal path marked by the system, bypassed the radial nerve, and precisely clamped the bullet head embedded in the bone. It's going to hurt for a second. Cut the crap. Hiss. The bullet was extracted. The 9mm parabellum bullet head was intact, letting out a crisp clink as it dropped onto the stainless steel tray. Then came 3 bone fragments, each only the size of a grain of rice, but if left in the body, any one of them would have been enough to cause a serious infection. Hemostasis, debridement, and suturing. The entire process took 18 minutes. Finished. Lin took off his gloves. Murphy sat up from the operating table and hesitantly moved his left arm. His eyes widened. It didn't hurt anymore. It wasn't just relieved, it was completely gone. And the flexibility of his arm, he clenched his fist, rotated his wrist, it was actually better than before the injury. This technique of yours. Murphy looked at his arm, unable to find the right words, before finally blurting out, it's so supernatural. He had his lackey bring over a stack of cash, all $100 bills, bundled with rubber bands. He counted out 5 stacks, 10,000 each, and placed them neatly in front of Lin. Lin put the money into the safe under the desk. His movements were natural, he neither declined nor offered thanks. Murphy got dressed and prepared to leave. He stopped for a moment at the door and looked back at Lin. Is this place of yours safe? Hell's Kitchen isn't peaceful. Now that you've healed me, I'm afraid my rivals will come looking for trouble once they find out. No need to worry, Lin smiled. Murphy gave a huff, shook his head, and left with his 3 bodyguards. Quiet returned to the clinic. Lin sat back in his chair. A system prompt flashed in his mind. Healed an ordinary human, no special talent detected. Holy hand copy not triggered. Reputation points change. +10. Current reputation points, 340. 10 points. Lin looked at the number, settling the ledger in his mind once again. Ordinary people, cash flow. 10 or 20 reputation points were like scraps of meat on a mosquito leg. Super-powered individuals, core resources. A single treatment could yield hundreds of reputation points, plus a copy ability that could potentially change the entire situation. He had to pursue both paths simultaneously. But the focus was clear. He needed more, special guests. Lin turned to look out the clinic window, the New York skyline shimmered in the afternoon sun. Countless heroes and villains were hidden in this city. They would get hurt, they would bleed, and they would need a doctor who could create miracles. He only needed to wait. Or, let his reputation spread a little further, a little higher, high enough to reach those who flew in the sky. Lin looked down at the news on his phone about Tony Stark's slight cold. This fish would take the bait sooner or later. But before that, he needed to deal with something closer at hand, what Murphy said before he left. Those rivals. Healing a gang distributor was equivalent to taking a side in the gray ecosystem of Hell's Kitchen. Whether Lin liked it or not, those rivals now knew of Miracle Clinic's existence. Super intelligence was calculating several possible threat patterns and response plans in the background. Super Senses was continuously monitoring all sounds within a 200-meter radius of the clinic. All was quiet. But Lin knew, the silence wouldn't last long. The silence didn't last long. 3 days after Murphy left, Lin went out at 7 in the morning to buy coffee. When he reached the clinic entrance, he stopped. The sign was broken. The large characters for Miracle Clinic had been smashed in two, with fragments scattered across the steps. A line of words had been sprayed on the floor-to-ceiling glass window in red V-spray paint. The handwriting was scrawled, but the meaning was clear. Dog Doctor, get out of Hell's Kitchen if you don't want to die. Lin stood at the door, holding his freshly bought black coffee, looking at the fragments on the ground and the graffiti on the window. He wasn't angry. He completed his analysis the second his eyes swept over the graffiti. V-spray paint, bright red no. 612. There were 4 hardware stores in Hell's Kitchen, but only Jack's Hardware, on the corner of 49th Street sold this specific shade. The spray angle tilted from the bottom left to the top right, at a height between 1.5 and 1.7 meters, the person who sprayed it was about 5'8". But the graffiti wasn't done by one person. The words, Dog Doctor, and the sentence following it had different handwriting habits. The first half was sprayed with the right hand, with even pressure. The second half showed clear characteristics of being held with the left hand, as the thumb's force direction when pressing the nozzle was reversed. 3 people. One of them was left-handed. The sign had been smashed by a blunt object, not kicked. The fracture patterns were radial, with the point of impact concentrated in one spot, likely using a baseball bat or an iron pipe. Super Senses supplemented more details. Chemical residues from 3 different sets of footprints remained on the steps, 2 from cheap rubber-soled sneakers, and 1 from leather boots. The set of boot prints was deeper, indicating a weight of over 200 pounds. One final piece of information. A small cigarette butt was wedged in the gap between the floor tiles next to the sign fragments. Camel brand, unfiltered. The scent of saliva on the cigarette butt contained a large amount of methamphetamine metabolites, a meth user. 3 people. 1 left-handed, 1 over 200 pounds, and 1 meth addict. From a gang with a grudge against Murphy. Lin took a sip of his coffee. Red Ghost. Murphy had hinted at this name before he left. Another drug distributor in Hell's Kitchen, whose turf dispute with Murphy had been going on for over half a year. After the news of Murphy coming to Miracle Clinic for treatment spread, Red Ghost naturally assumed Lin had taken Murphy's side. Lin hadn't taken anyone's side. He had simply treated a patient and collected $50,000. But in the jungle law of Hell's Kitchen, you helped my enemy, equaled, you are my enemy. This logic was as crude as a primary school fight, but knives and bullets didn't care for logic. He cleaned up the broken sign and used alcohol to wipe the paint off the glass. Then he sat back in the chair behind the front desk and opened his phone. He wouldn't call the police. Calling the police was useless. The police in Hell's Kitchen wouldn't care about such minor squabbles. Even if they did, Red Ghost would be out after 24 hours in detention, and then the retaliation would escalate. He wouldn't ask Murphy for help either. Asking Murphy would mean truly taking a side, and he wouldn't be able to extricate himself later. Lin needed a clean solution. One that left no traces, didn't expose his abilities, and left Red Ghost too overwhelmed to have the energy to come looking for trouble with him. Lin spent about 10 seconds designing a plan. The drug ecosystem in Hell's Kitchen had a very clear food chain. At the bottom were distributors like Murphy and Red Ghost, the middle layer had several regional managers, and at the very top was Kingpin's organization. Each level had to settle accounts with the one above it. The core of settling accounts was 2 words, the cut. Red Ghost's monthly drug turnover was roughly between 150,000 and 200,000. According to the rules, he had to hand over 30% to Kingpin's middle management. But Lin had caught a detail from the idle chatter the day Murphy came to the clinic. Murphy had said, that dog Red Ghost, he reports 3,000 for 5,000 worth of goods. If this was true, Red Ghost had been under-reporting turnover and skimming profits. Kingpin's organization had zero tolerance for such things. All Lin needed was a trigger. The monitoring range of his super senses was stable at around 200 meters. The clinic and Red Ghost's base were only separated by a block and a half, about 120 meters. That night, Lin sat by the second-floor window, closed his eyes, and pushed his hearing to the limit. A massive amount of background noise flooded in. TV sounds, arguments, dogs barking, the hiss of water pipes. But his mind was like a precision audio filter, peeling away these noises layer by layer until only the sounds inside Red Ghost's base remained. Three men were talking. For last month's accounts, I reported 125,000 to Old Fay. And the actual amount? 178,000. Another voice laughed. Red Ghost, you're getting bolder and bolder. What's there to fear? That idiot Old Fay doesn't even know elementary school math. Lin opened his eyes. That was enough. He used the clinic's landline, not a cell phone, as landlines were much harder to track, and dialed a number. This was a number he had inadvertently memorized during Murphy's surgery. Murphy's phone had rung once with the caller ID displayed, and his super senses recorded it in that instant. The number belonged to Kingpin's middle manager in Hell's Kitchen, a fat man named Old Fay. The phone rang 3 times before being picked up. Who is this? Lin didn't speak. He used his phone to play a recording. It was the conversation he had just intercepted with his super senses, re-recorded through the clinic's equipment to remove the background noise. For last month's accounts, I reported 125,000 to Old Fay. And the actual amount? 178,000. Red Ghost, you're getting bolder and bolder. What's there to fear? That idiot Old Fay doesn't even know elementary school math. The recording finished playing. The other end of the line was silent for about 5 seconds. Then came a heavy breath, mixed with the sound of grinding teeth. Lin hung up the phone. The next morning, 2 black SUVs pulled up in front of Red Ghost's base. 4 men in dark clothes went inside and took away Red Ghost and his 2 subordinates. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. That afternoon, the iron rolling shutter of Red Ghost's base never opened again. Lin sat behind the clinic's front desk, listening to the hollow silence of that building 120 meters away. He picked up his coffee cup and found it had already gone cold. He got a fresh hot cup. The next day, he called a technician to replace the sign. The new sign was of better quality than the original, using a tempered glass panel that wouldn't break easily. He embedded a miniature camera on the inner side of the sign's back, with the lens facing the entire area in front of the clinic entrance, recording 24 hours a day with data automatically uploaded to an encrypted cloud drive. From beginning to end, he hadn't stepped out the door, hadn't had direct contact with anyone, and hadn't used any violent means. One anonymous phone call. One recording. Red Ghost vanished from the map of Hell's Kitchen. Lin picked up his phone and checked the news. There was no new news about Tony Stark today. But another piece caught his attention. The New York Post's local section, East Harlem shooting, suspected superhero intervention fails to prevent tragedy, 12-year-old girl struck by stray bullet. The accompanying image was a blurry cell phone photo showing a burly black man in a hoodie, walking away from the shooting scene with his back to the camera. Underneath the hoodie, the muscle lines on his arms were unnaturally defined. Lin completed a physique comparison within a second. Luke Cage. He put down his phone and suddenly heard a burst of footsteps coming from the direction of the clinic's back door. No, not the back door. It was the front door. 2:17 a.m. Lin had already gone up to the second floor, lying on that stiff folding bed. Sleep was becoming increasingly light for him. His brain constantly maintained a semi-active monitoring of the surroundings, and any unusual sound would pull him back to a state of wakefulness. Footsteps. Coming from the south. Uneven spacing. The left foot's landing time was about 0.2 seconds longer than the right, indicating the right side of the body was bearing extra weight or pain. The soles were the rubber of hard military boots. Every 3 steps, there was a faint metallic clink, shell casings knocking together in a pocket. A bit closer. Nasal breathing was heavy, carrying a strong scent of gunpowder residue and a metallic, rust-like smell of blood. Not someone else's blood, he was bleeding himself. A lot of blood. With every step the body took, there was the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, each drop spaced about 0.8 seconds apart. Lin sat up from the bed. What happened next gave him no time to prepare. Bam! The clinic's main door was kicked open. It wasn't a pushed open, or slammed open, it was a genuine kick. One of the hinges was snapped directly, and the door hung at a 45-degree angle from the frame, letting out a piercing sound of metal grinding. Lin hurried downstairs. He saw the person as soon as he reached the corner of the stairs. A tall man stood at the clinic entrance. No, not standing, propping himself up. His left hand held the door frame while his right hand held a silver M1911 pistol, the muzzle pointed directly at the stairs. He was covered in blood from head to toe. It wasn't splattered on, it was flowing out of his body. His black coat was soaked through with blood, the color turning from black to a sticky, dark brown. The coat was open, revealing a black bulletproof vest underneath with a white skull logo printed squarely on the chest. The skull logo was pierced by at least 4 bullet holes, and blood was seeping out from the edges of each one. Frank Castle. The Punisher. Lin stood on the stairs, about 6 meters from the door. He looked at the M1911 aimed at his head, then at the face behind the muzzle. The ashen face was covered in bloodstains and gunpowder marks, the eye sockets deep, but the pupils were frighteningly bright. That was not the gaze of a man about to die. It was the gaze of a man who refused to die. Are you that doctor who can cure anything? The voice was raspy, like sandpaper grinding on iron. Lin's gaze rested on the muzzle for a second. His brain had already completed the threat assessment. Though Frank's right hand was holding a gun. The pulse in his wrist indicated his blood pressure had dropped to a critical level. Given his current physical condition, the strength in his trigger finger could last 30 seconds at most. After 30 seconds, his hand would automatically release. But in those 30 seconds, 8.45 caliber bullet fired from 6 meters away was more than enough to put a hole in his head. He hadn't obtained indestructible yet, he was still a mortal of flesh and blood. That depends on whether you can afford it, Lin spoke, his voice steady. Frank tilted his head slightly, likely not expecting someone held at gunpoint to talk about money first. Heal me. 1 hour, Frank said. Every word seemed forced out from between his teeth, yet each one was clear. If you can't, you won't be held responsible. Because in an hour, I'm either walking out that door or dying on your operating table. The system panel popped up. Automatic diagnosis initiated. Patient. Frank Castle codename, The Punisher. Injury assessment. 1. Over 30 gunshot wounds across the body, shrapnel embedded in 17 locations. 2. Right kidney puncture wound, renal capsule tear, bleeding rate approximately 12 milliliters per minute. 3. 2 penetrating wounds in the left lung, hemopneumothorax forming. 4. Ruptured spleen, bleeding rate approximately 15 milliliters per minute. 5. Multiple soft tissue injuries and bone fractures across the body. 6. Blood loss has reached 38% of total body volume, early stage of hemorrhagic shock. Comprehensive fatality rate, 89.3%. Estimated natural time of death, 43 minutes. Then came that line of text. Heal this target, expected copyable, B+ grade talent. B+. Not particularly high. Batman gave S+, Daredevil gave A+, but Frank Castle only gave B+. However, Lin's superintelligence had already pulled up all the information he knew under the keyword, The Punisher. Frank Castle, retired Marine, veteran of countless life and death battles. His body had mutated after certain secret military experiments, granting him recovery and pain tolerance far beyond ordinary people. Over 30 gunshot wounds, a ruptured spleen, a punctured kidney, and 2 leaking lungs, any normal person would have been dead 20 minutes ago. But Frank Castle could still stand, still hold a gun, and still speak in complete sentences. This ability to refuse death wasn't just about willpower. It was because his body possessed a survival mechanism on a biochemical level that ordinary people lacked. Healing factor. Even though it was only B+ grade, it was exactly what Lin needed most right now, a passive recovery ability. With it, he would no longer be a glass cannon who might break a bone from a single punch. Put the gun down. Lin walked down the stairs toward the operating room. I might not even need an hour. Frank stared at his back for 2 seconds. Then he holstered the gun at his waist. Not because of trust, but because he had no other choice. Frank stumbled as he entered the operating room, his left hand gripping the doorframe for support. Lin reached out to steady him, but was pushed away. No need. He walked to the operating table himself, stripped off his coat, and threw it on the floor. The black coat hit the floor with a heavy thud, its pockets held at least 6 magazines and 2 backup pistols. Next was the bulletproof vest. He tried to reach for the Velcro on his chest, but his fingers lacked the strength to pull it apart even after 2 attempts. Lin stepped in and tore it open for him. I said I don't need. Your right radial artery pressure is already below 60. Keep acting tough for another 5 minutes and you'll be lying here for the rest of your life. Frank shut his mouth. Once the bulletproof vest was off, Lin saw his body. It wasn't his first time seeing a torso riddled with scars. Batman's case had already prepared him mentally. But Frank Castle's body was completely different from Bruce Wayne's. Batman's wounds were from being hit, Frank's wounds were from tanking it. Old scars layered over new wounds, dozens of knife marks, burn imprints, and bullet craters covered his entire chest and abdomen. The healing patterns of some scars were clearly abnormal. The granulation tissue at the wound edges was exceptionally dense, proving his body's repair speed was indeed much faster than an average person's. The new injuries were even worse to look at. Over 30 bullet holes were scattered across his torso and limbs. Some were still oozing blood, while others had already clotted, forming dark red crusts on the skin's surface. Lie face down, Lin said. Frank lay down on the operating table. Lin washed his hands, put on gloves, and turned on the surgical lights. Super senses fully activated. His fingers started from the back of Frank's neck, tracing down the spine and across his entire back. His sense of touch was terrifyingly sensitive. He could clearly feel the position, depth, and shape of every single piece of shrapnel through his fingertips. Right side of the third thoracic vertebra, 1.5 centimeters subcutaneous, 19 millimeters bullet head, intact. Left side of the 7th thoracic vertebra, 2.7 centimeters subcutaneous, 17.62 millimeters bullet fragment, irregular shape. At the location of the right kidney, he heard the sound of internal bleeding within the organ. It wasn't a drip-drop sound, but a continuous, faint, hissing. The tear in the renal capsule was about 3 centimeters long. The bleeding wasn't extremely fast, but it hadn't stopped. Left lung. 2 penetrating wounds had caused a hemopneumothorax. He could hear the sloshing of fluid in the pleural cavity and the extremely subtle whooshing of leaking gas. Spleen. A rupture of about 3 centimeters. Its bleeding rate was the fastest among all internal injuries. Super intelligence mapped out an optimal surgical path in his mind. Deal with the spleen first. It was the primary source of bleeding. Then the right kidney. Then address the pneumothorax in the left lung. Finally, extract the shrapnel in batches. Total time budget, 35 minutes. Lin picked up the scalpel. What are you doing? Frank turned his head to look at the blade in his hand. Operating. Your spleen is ruptured. I can't fix it without cutting you open. Using anesthesia. Do you want it? Frank was silent for a second. No. I figured. The blade descended. The first cut opened the left abdominal wall, entering the abdominal cavity along the optimal incision line marked by the system. Frank's muscle layers were much thicker than an average person's, and his fascia was tougher. The scalpel required about 20% extra force to cut through smoothly. The moment he entered the abdominal cavity, a large amount of blood welled out. The ruptured spleen was exposed under the surgical lights, indeed, a 3 centimeter long tear with jagged edges, looking as if it had been punctured by a blunt object and then torn further by body movement. Lin's hemostat clamped the 2 most severely bleeding arterial branches. Left hand pressing with gauze, right hand suturing. Frank didn't make a sound throughout. Not because it didn't hurt. Lin could feel the operating table vibrating slightly. That was caused by the involuntary contraction of Frank's entire body's muscles under extreme pain. He clenched all the pain between his teeth. The spleen repair took 8 minutes. Then the right kidney. The tear in the renal capsule was easier to handle than anticipated because Frank's body's repair mechanism had already formed a thin layer of fibrous tissue around the tear, as if his body was trying to stop the bleeding on its own. Although it didn't stop the bleeding, it gave Lin a better foundation for suturing. The pneumothorax in the left lung was dealt with even faster. The puncture drainage expelled about 250 milliliters of hemothorax, and 2 penetrating wounds were sutured closed. Then came the shrapnel. 17 pieces of shrapnel embedded in his body, varying in size and depth. Lin didn't use forceps toe shark for them one by one. His super senses had already constructed a complete 3-dimensional map in his mind, with the coordinates of each shrapnel precise to the millimeter. His hands moved so fast that Frank couldn't help but turn his head to look. 1. A ding sounded in the metal tray. 2, 3, 4. By the 8th piece, Frank spoke. You don't seem like an ordinary doctor. You don't seem like an ordinary patient either. Lin didn't stop his hands. An ordinary patient wouldn't watch himself being cut open without anesthesia. Habit. 15th. 16th. The last piece was hidden behind the left scapula, pressed right against the periosteum. Lin used forceps to precisely pry it out from between the bone crevices. Ding. 17 pieces of shrapnel lay neatly in the metal tray. Including the 2 intact bullets removed earlier by incision, a total of 19 metal objects. Lin began suturing. After finishing the last stitch, he took a step back and removed his gloves. 35 minutes. Frank sat up from the operating table slowly, but far more steadily than when he had entered. He looked down at his abdomen. The suture line was as neat as if done by a machine, with uniform spacing and consistent depth. He moved his shoulder. Then tried taking a deep breath again. Does it hurt? Lynn asked. Not anymore. There was something in Frank's voice that he himself probably didn't realize. Over 30 holes, and you patched them up in 35 minutes. Frank looked at Lynn. When I was in the military, the best medic took 4 hours to handle 12 bullet wounds on me. His hands weren't as steady as mine. Frank stared at Lynn for a few seconds, not responding. At the same time, a system prompt tone rang in Lynn's mind. Ding. Treatment complete. Evaluation. S transcendent. Holy hand copy activating. Scanning target ability library. Core talent detected. Tenacious vitality healing factor B+ grade. Based on treatment contribution S grade automatically copying highest quality talent. Copy progress. 18%, 45%, 77%, 100%. Ding. Copy complete. Obtained B+ grade talent. Healing factor weak version 60%. Ability details. Body recovery speed increased to 4 times that of a normal person. Minor injuries can self-heal within a few hours. Recovery time for moderate injuries significantly shortened. A warm energy surged in his body for about 5 seconds. Lynn felt a subtle change in his bones, muscles, and tendons, tighter, more resilient. A red scrape on his arm from moving equipment this afternoon had completely vanished by the time he looked down. It wasn't an earth-shattering change. But it represented something very important. From now on, he was no longer an ordinary person who would break at a touch. Frank had put on his clothes. He bent down, picked up the bullet-riddled bulletproof vest from the floor, looked at it for 2 seconds, then tossed it back down. Your fee. Do you have money? Frank tilted his head slightly. The answer to that question was obvious. Where would a lone desperado constantly fighting crime find spare cash? No. He answered bluntly. Lynn leaned against the instrument table, thinking for 2 seconds. Guard my door for a month. Frank frowned. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. My clinic has been targeted lately. I need a presence that makes everyone too scared to come in and cause trouble. You happen to fit the bill. I'm not a bodyguard. And I'm not a free charity. You can't pay the $50,000 for the surgery, so use your time instead. Be at the door during the day, do whatever you want at night, I don't care. 1 month. Frank looked at Lynn. You've got guts. He said, do you know who I am? I know you single-handedly took out an arsenal in the southern docks last night, killed at least 12 people, and then got turned into a sieve by the arriving reinforcements. On your escape route, you passed my street, saw my sign, and decided to try your luck coming in. Frank's expression didn't change. But his silence lasted longer than any previous time. 1 month. He finally said, after a month, I leave, owing nothing. Deal. The onboarding effect of Frank Castle was even better than Lynn had anticipated. The next morning at 8 o'clock, when Lynn went downstairs to open the clinic, Frank was already sitting at the entrance. A folding chair dug out from the storage room, a cup of black coffee bought from a convenience store. He was wearing a clean black jacket. Lynn didn't know where he got it, sitting there reading a newspaper. He looked normal. If you ignored the dark canvas bag by his feet. The zipper on the canvas bag was half open. Lynn's super senses scanned the contents with a glance, a disassembled Remington 870 shotgun, 2 handguns, 4 M84 flashbangs, and about 300 rounds of various calibers. You've moved the arsenal to my doorstep. Lynn said. Protective measures. Frank turned a page of the newspaper. If any police happen to pass by. No police will pass by. Frank's tone was certain, this is Hell's Kitchen. Lynn thought for a second and decided he was right. The speed at which the news, the Punisher is sitting at the entrance of a clinic, spread completely exceeded Lynn's expectations. At 10 in the morning, 3 residents coming for treatment stopped in their tracks upon seeing Frank at the clinic door. They tugged at each other's sleeves, whispered for a while, and finally mustered the courage to come in, because one of the uncles had knee pain so bad he could barely walk. At noon, a young thug on a motorcycle passing by the clinic saw Frank, swerved, and nearly hit a fire hydrant. At 2 in the afternoon, Murphy called. Dr. Lynn, I heard Frank Castle is at your place. I'm here. How did you do it? Good medical skills. The other end of the line went silent for a few seconds. Then Murphy hung up. By around 5 in the afternoon, while Lin was organizing files at the front desk, he heard a conversation 200 meters away. It was two of the remaining thugs from the Red Ghost gang smoking and chatting at the street corner. Have you heard? The Punisher is sitting at the entrance of the Miracle Clinic. Really? Absolutely true. Old Lou saw it with his own eyes. He's sitting right at the entrance, carrying a gun. Who the hell would dare to cause trouble there? Whoever goes there dies. Didn't the Red Ghost gang say they were going to smash that clinic? Smash it, my ass. Red Ghost himself was taken away by Kingpin's men. Even if Red Ghost were still here, would he dare to make a move in front of the Punisher? He wouldn't dare. After finishing their chat, the two parted ways. Lin put down the files in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Trading fear for safety. The cost was zero. He just treated Frank's injuries and copied an ability while he was at it. Frank didn't need a salary, didn't need room and board, he had his own safe house, he just needed to sit at the entrance for a few hours every day. This deal was too good to be true. Frank sat at the entrance during the day and went out to work at night. Lin didn't ask where he went or what he did. When Frank returned the next morning, occasionally he would have a few new abrasions on his body, but with Lin's treatment, these minor injuries would heal in less than a day. Communication between the two was minimal. Not because it was uncomfortable, but because neither needed to waste words. Frank wasn't a social person, and Lin didn't like meaningless small talk. But occasionally, there would be a word or two. One afternoon, Lin was checking an old lady's thyroid. Frank stood up from the folding chair at the entrance, walked in to pour a glass of water, and paused when he passed the clinic door. He glanced at Lin's technique for palpating the old lady's thyroid, 2 seconds, and without even touching her, he started writing the diagnostic report. Your eyes, Frank said. Lin looked up. What? They don't look like a normal doctor's eyes. What do you mean? When normal doctors look at patients, they're searching for problems. When you look at patients, it's like you already know the answer and are just confirming it. Lin pushed up his glasses and didn't respond to that. Frank drank some water, turned around, and left. This man's observation skills were not weak. Although he didn't have super senses or super intelligence, the instinctual intuition honed from years of crawling on the line between life and death made him highly sensitive to abnormalities. Lin made a mental note. In front of Frank, the performance aspect of the diagnosis needed to be more thorough. He couldn't let anyone notice that his abilities came too easily. During the time Frank was there, Lin poured more energy into upgrading the clinic's hardware. He used the $50,000 from Murphy and the consultation fees he had saved up to purchase a batch of better surgical equipment. A portable ultrasound machine, an ECG machine, a better sterilization cabinet, and surgical lights. He also designed a VIP operating room in the storage room at the very back of the first floor, adding electromagnetic shielding layers and soundproof cotton, specifically prepared for potential superpowered patients. When renovating the VIP operating room, Frank watched from the side for a while. Electromagnetic shielding. Frank tapped the newly installed copper mesh layer on the wall. What kind of people are you planning to treat that require shielding electromagnetic signals? Hard to say, Lin said, fixing the last soundproof panel. But it never hurts to be prepared. Frank didn't ask again. But Lin knew that Frank must be thinking, what exactly is this dropout running a small clinic plotting? The third week of Frank guarding the door. At 4 in the afternoon, a man with black hair walked into the clinic. His hair was slightly long, he was wearing sunglasses with red lenses, and held a white cane in his left hand. A dark gray suit jacket, with a white shirt underneath, the collar buttoned all the way to the top. He looked very sharp. He was a completely different person from the one curled up in a ball, covered in blood in the alley 3 weeks ago. Frank glanced at him at the door. His hand instinctively moved toward his waist, not because he recognized Daredevil, but because the way this man walked was wrong. For a blind person, his steps were excessively steady. His center of gravity distribution didn't look like someone relying on a cane, but more like someone trained in combat intentionally slowing down their movements. Frank didn't stop him. Matt walked to the front desk, folded his cane, and placed it on the table. Is Dr. Lin in? I have an appointment for a 4 o'clock follow-up. Come in, Mr. Murdoch. Lin poked his head out from the clinic office. The two of them cooperated in putting on a show. Lin took out a stethoscope and asked him to take deep breaths as if treating a normal patient, then measured his blood pressure. The whole process took about 5 minutes. In reality, Omni Diagnosis had provided a complete report the moment Matt walked through the door. The sensory system repair level had reached 92%, and the self-repair speed of non-core circuits was about 15% faster than estimated. All other physical indicators were normal. Recovery is going very well. Lin hung the stethoscope back around his neck. Faster than I expected. Your body's repair mechanism is much stronger than an average person's. I exercise a lot, Matt replied. Lin glanced at him. Super senses simultaneously captured several scents on Matt at that moment. The linen fiber scent was the material of the shirt he wore daily, but on the inside of his shoulders, there was still a lingering scent of a mix of Kevlar and elastic fibers. That was his red suit. He had worn it last night. You can lower your training intensity a bit recently, Lin said, his wording very careful. Your sensory system has just finished repairing and needs an adjustment period. If the input volume is suddenly too large, it might cause temporary overload. Behind Matt's sunglasses, his eyes moved slightly. This sentence sounded like normal medical advice, but Matt heard the real meaning. Lin was telling him, your super senses aren't fully stable yet, be careful when patrolling at night. A normal doctor couldn't possibly know how to train super senses. But Matt didn't press him. He had already noticed it last time. This young Chinese doctor understood the operating principles of his sensory system too deeply, so deep it was abnormal. But he chose not to delve into it. Because Lin had saved his life, fixed his senses, and from beginning to end, had never tried to pry into his true identity. In Matt's worldview, someone who knows your secret but chooses not to expose it is more trustworthy than someone who knows nothing at all. Dr. Lin, there's something I want to tell you. Matt sat up a bit straighter in the chair. Go ahead. I have a friend named Luke Cage. He lives in Harlem and has been having some physical issues lately. The unusual kind. The moment the name, Luke Cage, appeared, Lin's brain began searching. He pieced together a quick profile from public news, social media, and the remaining superhuman files in the Batman database. Luke Cage, ex-convict, gained indestructible skin and superhuman strength from an experimental accident in prison, currently active in Harlem. Indestructible. Lin's heart rate accelerated for half a second. He kept it under control. What kind of unusual issues? It's not convenient for me to say. But ordinary hospitals definitely can't handle it. I'd like to give him your contact information, do you mind? Of course not. That's the whole point of opening a clinic. Matt nodded. He fished a business card from his pocket, Nelson and Murdoch attorneys at law, and placed it on the table. This is mine. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can look me up. Not necessarily just for legal help. What other kind of help do you provide? Lin's tone carried a hint of harmless curiosity. Matt smiled slightly. Depends on the situation. He stood up and took his cane. As he passed Frank by the door, the two of them shared a silent look for a second. More accurately, Matt paused for a second while facing Frank's direction. Frank's hand moved away from the top of the canvas bag. You know him? Lin asked Frank after Matt left. Seen him before, Frank's tone was curt. Daredevil. He's just a lawyer here for a follow-up. Frank glanced at Lin and didn't argue. He sat back down on the folding chair and flipped open his newspaper. But Lin noticed that the fingers Frank used to turn the pages were tighter than usual. There was bad blood between Frank and Daredevil. In the criminology database, the two had clashed multiple times, a fundamental disagreement in philosophy. Frank kills, Matt doesn't. This conflict was irreconcilable. Yet they were both sitting in Lin's clinic. One acting as security at the door, the other coming in as a patient. Neither mentioned the other. Lin put Matt's business card into a drawer. The ledger in his head turned another page. Super intelligence, super senses, healing factor. 3 abilities in hand. Intelligence and senses were top tier, but his physical attributes were still far behind. Luke Cage, indestructible skin plus superhuman strength. If he could copy even one of those, his survivability would reach a new level. Just wait. No need to rush. The fish would come on its own. That night, before Frank went out to patrol, he dropped a craft paper bag by the door. Take a look at this, he said before leaving. Lin opened the paper bag. Inside was information obtained from Frank's Underworld Intelligence Network, printed on ordinary A4 paper, small font, crude layout. The content was about a batch of vibranium bullets. Source: Wakandan smuggling channels. Transit: Johannesburg, South Africa. Point of entry: Brooklyn Docks, New York. Current location. Already flowed into the Hell's Kitchen black market. Quantity. Approximately 50 rounds. Vibranium. Lin stared at those words for 3 seconds. Vibranium is one of the hardest known metals, originating from Wakanda. Captain America's shield was made of vibranium. Ordinary bullets hitting Luke Cage's skin were like a light tickle, but what if they were vibranium bullets? That stuff could pierce Luke Cage. Lin locked the information in his safe. He suddenly felt that Luke Cage might not make him wait very long. Late at night, 4 days later. Lin was on the second floor organizing a medicine procurement list. His super senses were constantly scanning within a 200-meter monitoring range. At 11:47 p.m., he captured 3 sets of unusual life signals moving toward the clinic from the northeast. First set. A male, weighing approximately 220 pounds, heart rate fast but strong. Pace steady but slow, injury on the right side of the abdomen. He could hear a very faint metallic friction sound from that area, appearing with every step, like some foreign object inside was rubbing against his internal organs. Second set. A female, weighing approximately 130 pounds, footsteps light but breathing anxious. Her hands were supporting the first person's right arm. The scent of hospital-grade isopropyl alcohol disinfectant lingered on her. She was a medical worker. Third set. A male, approximately 170 pounds. The sound of a white cane tapping the ground. Matt Murdock. Lin put down the list and went downstairs. Just as he opened the clinic door, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance. Luke Cage was even sturdier than Lin had expected. Nearly 190 centimeters tall, shoulders broad as a door, muscles beneath his hoodie stretching the fabric tight. But his complexion was poor, his skin was covered in a layer of gray, his lips were slightly purple, clearly forcing himself to keep going. His right hand clutched the right side of his abdomen, where there was an unnatural protrusion. The woman supporting him was in her early 30s, black hair tied in a ponytail, wearing an old sweatshirt. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her hands had the rough texture left by long-term nursing work. Claire Temple. The nurse Matt had mentioned before. Dr. Lin. Matt walked in front, tapping twice on the already open door frame. I brought Luke. Things aren't looking good. Come in. Luke was helped into the VIP consultation room on the first floor. Claire helped him sit on the examination bed, and Luke let out a heavy breath, as if the walk had exhausted much of his strength. Lin stood opposite him. The system panel popped up. Automatic diagnosis initiated. Patient. Luke Cage codename, Power Man. Injury assessment. 1. Vibranium bullet head embedded subcutaneously in the right abdomen, positioned adjacent to the right lobe of the liver, bullet head 1.2 centimeters from the portal vein. 2. Surface skin of the wound has healed on its own, completely encasing the bullet head within the body. 3. Vibranium bullet head continuously releasing trace radiation, causing early-stage fibrosis in surrounding liver tissue. 4. Special note. Target skin hardness exceeds the cutting capability of all known surgical instruments. Conventional surgical entry is not feasible. Comprehensive fatality rate. 37%. If bullet head is not removed, liver failure will develop within 6 weeks. Then, heal this target. Estimated copyable. A rank talent. A- rank. Indestructible. Lin's heart skipped another beat. But nothing showed on his face. Let me see. Luke lifted the hem of his hoodie, revealing the right side of his abdomen. Lin saw the wound. No, it could no longer be called a wound. Only a coin-sized light-colored scar remained where the bullet had entered. The surface skin was completely healed. But his super senses told Lin that 3.7 centimeters beneath the scar, there was a metallic foreign object about 9 millimeters in diameter. Its vibration frequency was completely different from the surrounding human tissue. It was the faint, high-frequency resonance unique to vibranium. When did this happen? Lin asked. 2 weeks ago, Claire answered for Luke. She spoke quickly, as if she had prepared this speech long ago. Someone in Harlem got their hands on a batch of special bullets. Luke took one while stopping a shooting. The bullet penetrated his skin. It was the first time he was ever truly injured by a bullet. But the problem is, his skin healed too fast. Claire's voice carried a clear sense of frustration. The wound closed before we could even get the bullet out. Now it's sealed inside his body, and the skin over it is hard as, well, nothing can cut through it. What methods have you tried? A drill, a saw, and sulfuric acid, Claire listed off in one breath. The drill just skidded off, didn't even leave a mark. The saw generated a bit of heat on the skin's surface, but the cutting depth was zero. The acid, I used industrial-grade concentrated sulfuric acid, left it on the skin for 40 minutes, and it only softened the top layer by less than 0.1 millimeters. And the acid hurt like hell, Luke chimed in. His voice was low and resonant, as if rolling out from his chest. I'm not afraid of pain, but that kind of pain was pointless. The acid couldn't get in, and the bullet couldn't get out. Lin didn't speak immediately. His hand rested on the scar on Luke's abdomen, fingers pressing gently. The tactile sense of his super senses penetrated the skin's surface. He could feel the structure of Luke's skin. This wasn't ordinary human skin. Normal human skin consists of 3 layers: the epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous tissue. Luke's skin also had 3 layers, but the density and hardness of each layer far exceeded normal values. Especially the dermis. Inside was a protein structure he had never seen before, arranged in an extremely dense, multi-layered cross-fiber network. Omni Diagnosis's deep scan mode provided more precise data. The inherent resonant frequency of this protein network was 39.14 kHz. Inherent frequency. All matter has an inherent frequency. When an externally applied vibration frequency matches a material's inherent frequency, resonance occurs. In a resonant state, the material's internal structure temporarily loosens. Luke's skin wasn't impenetrable. No one had just found the right key. I need an ultrasound machine, Lin spoke up. High frequency. Frequency adjustment precision needs to be at least to 2 decimal places. Military grade would be best. Claire's eyebrows raised. Ultrasound. Yes. You're going to use ultrasound to cut his skin. Not to cut. To soften it. All 3 looked at him. Although Matt couldn't see, his face was turned towards Lin, collecting data on Lin's heartbeat and breathing as he spoke, to judge whether he was bluffing. Are you sure? Luke asked. I need that machine to be sure, Lin said. But in theory, it should work. The problem is, this level of ultrasound equipment isn't available through normal channels. He looked towards the door. Frank had said he'd be back late tonight before he went out on patrol. But he'd left a contact, a disposable phone number used only to receive text messages. Lin sent a message. Need a military-grade ultrasonic generator. Frequency range 30 to 50 kHz, precision 0.01 kHz. Within 2 hours. Can you get it? 30 seconds later, the reply came. 1 hour 40 minutes. Your back door. The equipment is on its way, Lin said to Luke. Get some rest first. Surgery in 2 hours. 1:37 a.m. The military equipment case Frank left on the back doorstep was carried by Lin into the VIP operating room. Open the case. Inside was a military-grade ultrasonic generator, model USGM-7 series used by U.S. Army medical units. This thing normally cost over $30,000. How Frank got it in an hour and a half, Lin didn't ask. He only asked one thing: will it work? Frank's text reply was one word: yes. Lin spent 40 minutes modifying the device. The mechanical engineering knowledge from Batman within his super intelligence played a huge role at this moment. He recalibrated the circuit parameters of the frequency generation module, increasing the output frequency precision from kHz level to 4 decimal places. Then he handcrafted a focused probe, assembled from a stainless steel tube from the clinic and a piezoelectric wafer salvaged from old equipment. By the time he finished, it was already 2:20 a.m. Luke had been waiting in the clinic for nearly 3 hours. Claire stayed with him. Matt sat in the outer waiting area, leaning against the wall pretending to rest, but his super senses were constantly monitoring the activity inside. Ready, Lin pushed open the door to the VIP operating room. Only you come in. The others wait outside. Claire opened her mouth to say something. He doesn't need an assistant for this surgery, Lin looked at her. And you might see some things inside you'd rather not. That statement carried a lot of implications. Claire hesitated, but ultimately didn't insist. Luke walked into the operating room. His physique made the room feel noticeably more cramped. When he lay down on the operating table, the metal frame let out a protesting creak. Are you sure this table can hold me? It can. I specifically reinforced it. Lin fixed the modified ultrasound probe onto an adjustable stand, aiming it at the scarred area on Luke's abdomen. What I'm about to do next, you probably haven't seen before, Lin said while adjusting the instrument. I'll use ultrasound to create a localized resonance on your skin surface. The resonance will temporarily soften your skin, the window is very short, maybe only 30 or 40 seconds. In that window, I need to cut the skin, find the bullet, and extract it. Luke looked at the ceiling. How do you know ultrasound can soften my skin? Because all matter has an inherent frequency. Your skin is hard, but ultimately it's still made of protein molecules. Proteins have molecular vibration characteristics. Applying a matching frequency can temporarily disrupt the cross-linking structure between molecules. Besides being a doctor, you study physics too. I learned things pretty fast. Lin turned on the ultrasonic generator. A low hum filled the operating room. He began adjusting the frequency. 37.2 kHz super senses tactile feedback pressed against Luke's skin, feeling the vibration feedback of the protein layer. No reaction. 38.0 kHz a faint vibration appeared, but it was far from enough. 38.5 kHz the vibration strengthened a little. The protein chains began to show slight signs of loosening. 39.0 kHz closer. Lin's fingers could feel a subtle tremor on the skin surface, as if something was coming loose. 39.14 kHz. Luke's skin changed. In the nail-sized area where the probe made contact, ripples appeared on the surface visible to the naked eye. That steel-hard texture suddenly disappeared. Lin pressed down gently with his finger, actually creating a shallow indentation. Can you feel it? It itches a little. Luke said. The window is no more than 40 seconds. Lin picked up the scalpel. Don't move. The blade cut in. Luke Cage's skin, in its resonant state, had a hardness equivalent to about 3 times that of normal human skin, still very hard, but within the operational range of a scalpel. Lin's cutting speed was fast but precise. He completed a 3 cm long incision in 1.5 seconds. Blood gushed out. Luke instinctively tensed his abdominal muscles. Don't move. Lin repeated. 3.7 cm below the incision, the Omni diagnosis marker flashed in his field of vision. He reached an elongated hemostat into the incision, his fingers feeling the tactile feedback of the clamp tip as it advanced millimeter by millimeter inside the body. 2 centimeters. Embedded in the fibrotic tissue surrounding the bullet. 3 centimeters. The clamp tip hit a hard object. Metal. He adjusted the angle, the clamp opened, and gripped both sides of the bullet. It's going to hurt. Come on. Lin applied force steadily and stably, pulling the vibranium bullet out of the tissue near the liver. Luke's breathing grew rough, but his body didn't move an inch. The moment the bullet left his body, gauze in Lin's left hand was already pressed against the bleeding point. The hemostat clamped the blood vessel. Suturing. 34 seconds. As the incision was sutured, the resonance window closed. Luke's skin returned to its original hardness. The sutures were firmly fixed in place by the hard skin, more secure than any surgical tape. A silver-gray bullet dropped into the metal tray. Vibranium. The surface was smooth, the workmanship excellent, and there was a tiny inscription in Wakanda text at the bottom of the bullet. Lin stared at the bullet for 2 seconds. Then he took off his gloves. Ding. Treatment complete. Rating. SS Excellent. Holy Hand copy activated. Scanning target ability library. Core talent detected. Indestructible A rank. Based on treatment contribution SS rank, automatically copying highest quality talent. Copy progress. 11%. 38%. 62%. 89%. 100%. Ding. Copy complete. Obtained A rank talent. Indestructible incomplete version 65%. Ability details. Skin and bone hardness significantly increased. Ordinary knives and low-caliber ammunition cannot cause effective damage. High-caliber weapons and special materials still pose a threat. A heat flow spread through his body for about 3 seconds. Lin felt his skin change, not thicker, but denser. The cellular structure of the surface layer rearranged on a microscopic level, forming a tighter protective layer. He looked down, picked up the scalpel from the tray, and lightly sliced his left index finger. The blade glided over the skin surface. A white mark, no bleeding. Lin put the scalpel back, his expression unchanged. Luke sat up from the surgical table. He touched the stitches on his abdomen, pressing a few times on that spot. It doesn't hurt anymore. There was something unnatural in his voice, not surprise, but closer to the feeling of someone who had never been successfully treated before, experiencing being healed for the first time. How on earth did you do it? Claire soaked it in sulfuric acid for 40 minutes and couldn't open it. How long did you take? 30 seconds. 34 seconds. How did you know the frequency of the ultrasound? That number 39 point something, how did you calculate it? I guessed. Luke looked at him for a second. You guessed. Yeah, lucky guess. Luke didn't believe him. But he didn't press the issue either. He stood up and tried moving his body. Twisting his waist, bending over, squatting. Like I was never injured. Luke said. About the consultation fee. Lin pointed to the vibranium bullet in the tray. I'll take this bullet. Luke looked down at the thing that had almost cost him his life. It's all yours. One more thing. Lin said, in the future, if people around you need medical attention no matter what kind of illness, please recommend me. No problem. Luke shook Lin's hand. His strength was great. Several hundred pounds of grip force pressed down. If it were the Lin from 2 days ago, the bones in his hand would have shattered long ago. But now, Lin only felt a firm squeeze. Luke noticed it. His eyebrows twitched slightly. An ordinary young doctor, enduring his several hundred pounds of grip strength without any discomfort. But he didn't say anything. The fact that Luke Cage had been healed spread quickly through his social circle. It wasn't that Luke intentionally publicized it, he wasn't that kind of person. But Claire was a chatty girl, and after she went back, she chatted with the sisters on the night shift nurse team. There's a doctor who used ultrasound to cut an incision in Luke's skin, was just too stimulating a fact. Within 24 hours, half of Hell's Kitchen knew about it. 3 days later in the afternoon, Lin was organizing a purchase list at the front desk. Frank was sitting at the door as usual. A woman pushed the door and walked in. She didn't greet Frank, nor was she stopped by him. Frank didn't feel a threat from her, but he took an extra look at her. The woman was in her early 30s, wearing a black leather jacket, jeans, and boots. Her hair was a bit messy, and she had dark circles under her eyes. The way she walked had a very obvious, I don't care, attitude. Didn't care about her image, didn't care about others' opinions, didn't care what was in this clinic. She was carrying an opened bottle of cheap whiskey in her right hand. 11:30 a.m. Lin looked up at her. Omni diagnosis automatically popped up. Automatic diagnosis activated. Patient. Jessica Jones. Symptom assessment. 1. Alcoholic liver damage, intermediate stage, liver transaminase levels elevated to 3.2 times the normal value. 2. Exogenous mental imprint remaining in the limbic system of the brain, source determined. Purple man Kilgrave residual signal strength of mental control approximately 23%, continuously triggering PTSD-like stress loops. 3. Superhuman gene activity decline, current power output is only 68% of the theoretical peak. Reason, neuromuscular signal attenuation caused by long-term passive state. 4. Chronic insomnia, average daily sleep time does not exceed 3.5 hours. The Purple Man. Retrieving information corresponding to this name, Zebediah Kilgrave, a criminal with mind control abilities, deceased. But his mind control had left a permanent mark in Jessica's brain, like a piece of forcibly written code, triggering nightmares and emotional breakdowns from time to time. This thing wasn't a wound, it was a foreign object embedded in the deepest part of her brain. It was harder to deal with than the vibranium bullet inside Luke. So you're the doctor who can see through anything just by looking. Jessica placed the whiskey bottle on the front desk, pulled up a chair and sat down, propping her feet up on the table. Luke sent you. He nagged me all night. Kept saying you could cure anyone's illness. I didn't believe him, but he wouldn't let me sleep, so I had to come. What do you think you need to have looked at? I don't know. You're the doctor, you tell me. Lin looked at her. He captured several additional signals. The smell of alcohol on her didn't just come from the whiskey bottle in her hand. The sweat seeping from her skin also contained a large amount of alcohol metabolites. Her liver was working overtime, processing alcohol 24 hours a day without stopping. There was another scent, very faint, almost completely masked by the smell of alcohol. There were traces of ink under her fingernails. It was ink used for photo printers. She had been printing a lot of photos lately. Stalking an investigation. The professional habits of a private investigator. It was also her way of escaping nightmares, not sleeping, working until dawn. Your liver isn't doing too well, Lin said. You're drinking too much. That's all you can see. Jessica's tone was hard to distinguish between disappointment or relief. There's one more thing. Lin weighed his words. There's something in your brain that doesn't belong to you. Like a piece of code someone else left in your head. Someone else wrote it in, it didn't grow there on its own. Jessica's hand holding the whiskey bottle froze. Lynn heard her heart rate jump from 72 beats per minute to 96 within zero point 0.3 seconds. Her expression didn't change. But her physiological reaction couldn't lie to him. How do you know? Her voice was a notch lower than before. I can see it. See it, Jessica repeated those words. You take one look and you know there's something in my head. She didn't finish the sentence. But Lynn heard the name she swallowed back. Him, the purple man, Kilgrave. I can help you clear part of it, Lynn said. I can't guarantee total removal. That thing is embedded very deep, and full removal would take more time and more treatments. But I can weaken it to the point where it no longer affects your daily life. Jessica didn't speak. She stared at Lynn for about 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, super senses recorded all her physiological changes, her heart rate fluctuating, her breathing deepening, and the grip of her fingers on the bottle increasing then decreasing. She was making a very difficult decision. It wasn't a matter of belief. It was a matter of courage. Letting a stranger touch her brain. After experiencing mind control, letting anyone near her brain was a nightmare in itself. You won't do those things he did to me, will you? Jessica's voice was flat. But when the word, he, came out, the vibration frequency of her vocal cords showed an abnormal fluctuation. I am a doctor, Lynn said. What I do is take away things that don't belong to you. Jessica was silent for another 5 seconds. Do it. The treatment was divided into 2 steps. The first step was physical, regulating the liver. Based on the plan provided by Omni Diagnosis, Lynn prepared a set of liver-protecting medications along with dietary adjustment suggestions. Starting today, a maximum of 2 glasses a day. Not 2 bottles, 2 glasses. Can't do it. Then 3 glasses. But no hard liquor, switch to red wine. Jessica rolled her eyes. The second step was mental, weakening the purple man's mental mark. This step was much more complicated. Lynn didn't have any supernatural mental powers to use. But he had Omni Diagnosis and super intelligence. Omni Diagnosis could precisely locate where that code was stored in the brain. It was embedded deep in Jessica's limbic system, primarily affecting the signal pathways between the amygdala and the hippocampus. Whenever a specific trigger appeared in the outside world, a certain tone, a certain color, a certain word, this code would be activated, hijacking normal neural signals and inducing impulses of fear, helplessness, and obedience. The plan he came up with was, use transcranial microcurrent stimulation to selectively weaken that hijacked signal pathway without damaging the surrounding normal tissue. Not deletion. With current technical means, complete deletion was impossible. But he could reduce its signal strength from 23% to below 5%, making it no longer capable of substantial interference. Lynn took an hour and a half to complete this operation. Microcurrent electrodes were attached to both sides of Jessica's temples. The voltage of each stimulus was 0.3 volts, lasting 200 milliseconds. There were a total of 147 stimulations. Jessica kept her eyes closed the entire time. After the final stimulation ended, she remained silent for a long time. How do you feel? Lynn took off the electrodes. Jessica didn't answer. She sat there with her eyes closed, motionless. Lynn's super senses monitored her physiological indicators. Her heart rate was dropping, slowly decreasing from over 90 to under 70. Her breathing gradually became deeper and slower. It's quiet, she finally spoke. Her voice was very soft. What's quiet? In my head. Jessica opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. There used to be a voice buzzing there all the time. Not his voice, it was that feeling like someone was about to speak to you at any moment. You'd wait for it to sound, it wouldn't sound, but you knew it was there. Now it's gone. She was quiet for a few seconds. 2 years, she said. It's been there for 2 years. Lynn didn't respond. He was waiting for the system's feedback. Ding. Treatment complete. Rating. Excellent. Holy hand copy activating. Scanning targets ability library. Core talent detected. Superhuman strength grade A-. Based on treatment contribution grade A auto copying. Copy progress. 12%. 38%. 55%. 100%. Ding. Copy complete. Obtained grade A talent. Superhuman strength weakened version 55%. Ability details. Strength increased to superhuman levels, approximately 55% of the target's peak. Capable of exerting hundreds of pounds of force, but still far below S-rank strength type heroes. Jessica stood up and took the whiskey bottle. She paused for a step at the door. How much is the medical fee? Luke paid. He paid for his own. I have to pay for mine myself. Then we'll talk about it next time. Lin leaned back in his chair. Go back first and get a good night's sleep. It might be the best sleep you've had in 2 years. The corner of Jessica's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was in the right direction. Thanks, Four Eyes. She pushed the door and left. Frank looked up at her from the folding chair by the door. Jessica shook the whiskey bottle in her hand and walked away without looking back. Reputation points change plus 150. Jessica Jones superhero level treatment. Current reputation points 410. Frank Castle's last week of guarding the door. Lynn spent a morning closing the clinic for half a day. The back door was locked, and a "open this afternoon" sign hung on the front door. Frank sat by the door as usual, but he noticed that Lynn didn't go upstairs today. Instead, he went downstairs. The clinic's basement wasn't large, about 20 square meters. Originally used for storage, Lynn spent a week cleaning it out, laying floor mats, and installing a few wall lamps. He locked the basement door and stood in the middle of the room. The system panel opened. He needed to figure one thing out: just how strong he was now. Current ability pool. First, super intelligence, incomplete version 70%. Source: Batman. S+ grade. Core ability: thought processor. Second, super senses, incomplete version 75%. Source: Daredevil. A+ grade. Information acquisition terminal. Third, healing factor, weak version 60%. Source: The Punisher. B+ grade. Passive recovery. Fourth, indestructible, incomplete version 65%. Source: Luke Cage. A grade. Passive defense. Fifth, superhuman strength, weak version 55%. Source: Jessica Jones. A- grade. Basic attack. 5 abilities. All incomplete or weak versions. None of them were top tier individually, but stacked together. Lin began to test strength. He squatted down and grabbed the iron box full of old equipment in the corner of the basement with both hands. He had struggled to move this box downstairs before. It weighed at least 200 pounds. He stood up. The entire box was lifted. Not easy, but not strenuous either. He tried with one hand, his right hand bore the weight independently, and his left hand let go. The box remained steadily above his right palm. Lifting over 200 pounds with one hand showed no obvious muscle trembling. Superhuman strength at 55%. Jessica's peak strength can lift about 2 tons, so 55% is a little over 1 ton. Not exceptionally strong, but more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Defense. Lin put down the box and pulled a folding knife from his pocket, snatched from Rio's clinic and kept for self-defense. He flicked open the blade and forcefully drew it across his left forearm. The blade slid over his skin, leaving a white scratch. No bleeding. He increased the force, using the tip of the knife to stab vertically. This time he felt something. The knife tip was deflected on the skin's surface, but a dull pain came from the point of contact. Indestructible at 65%. Ordinary knives can't harm him, but high-velocity bullets or special materials still can. Recovery. He used his fingernail to scratch a mark on the back of his hand. The red mark faded after about 30 seconds. Healing factor at 60%. Minor injuries recover almost instantly, moderate injuries in a few hours, and severe injuries still require normal medical assistance. Then came the synergistic test of the 2 core abilities. Lin closed his eyes. Super senses fully activated. He could hear Frank turning newspaper pages above the basement, a nurse talking on the phone in the St. Mary's Hospital emergency room across the street, a truck backing up 2 blocks away, and a group of children playing basketball 4 blocks away. Every sound was crystal clear. Super intelligence processed these sounds synchronously, not passively receiving, but actively analyzing. Frank's speed of turning newspaper pages was 0.3 seconds slower per page than yesterday, indicating he was more interested in today's news content. The hospital nurse was speaking Spanish, and the content was about her boyfriend forgetting to buy milk. The truck's engine sound had an abnormal frequency component. The exhaust system might have a crack. All these analyses, completed within 1 second. He opened his eyes. The synergistic effect of these 2 abilities was not a simple addition. Super senses provided massive raw data, and super intelligence processed and deduced it in real time at 10 times the thought speed. The result of combining the 2 was, he possessed almost holographic environmental perception within a 200-meter radius. Any threat was identified before it even approached him. Lin also discovered something even more important. He opened the system's reputation points panel. Current reputation points, 410. The unlock threshold for Ability Forge was 500. Still 90 short. He watched for a few seconds. He had read the description of Ability Forge many times. Consume reputation points to fuse multiple copied abilities, creating new composite abilities. The quality and effect of fused abilities far exceed the simple overlay of single abilities. Far exceeds simple addition. This meant that the 5 incomplete, weak abilities he currently possessed could undergo a qualitative leap if fused appropriately. What would super intelligence plus super senses become if fused? What about indestructible plus healing factor plus superhuman strength if fused? He didn't know the answer. But he knew that unlocking the ability forge would be a watershed moment for his ability system. Still 90 reputation points short. Based on his current reputation points acquisition rate, healing an ordinary person adds 5 to 10 points, healing a superhero adds 60 to 150 points. If he got 1 or 2 more superpowered clients, he would have enough reputation points. Need more clients. Lin closed the system panel, more valuable clients. He came up from the basement and opened the computer at the front desk. On the news page, Stark Industries' stock price had fallen by 4% consecutively over the past 3 days. The reason was that Tony Stark had once again cancelled a public appearance, this time citing food poisoning. Lin zoomed in on the accompanying news photo, a candid shot of Tony Stark at an event 3 days ago. In the photo, Tony was wearing a dark suit and sunglasses. From an ordinary person's perspective, he just looked a little haggard. But in Lin's eyes, skin, the overall grayness of his face had increased by 11% compared to photos from 2 months ago. Not the sallow color caused by fatigue, but a diffuse, uniform gray. This was a symptom of overall circulatory system decline. Neck. There was a fingernail-sized area of skin discoloration on the left side of his neck, mostly covered by his shirt collar. An ordinary person wouldn't notice, but zoomed in, the texture of that skin was different from the surrounding area, like some kind of heavy metal deposition. Hand. In the photo, Tony's left hand was holding some drink, but his right hand was cut off. Not literally cut off, but the photo's composition just didn't capture his right hand. However, in another photo with a slightly different angle, Lin found a part of his right hand. The fingertips were dark, at least 2 shades darker than normal skin tone. Peripheral circulatory disorder. All data pointed to the same diagnosis. The arc reactor's palladium core was continuously releasing toxins. Palladium elements infiltrated the bloodstream through the interface between the reactor and his chest cavity, gradually damaging organs throughout his body. Based on the current rate of deterioration, without external intervention, Tony Stark likely had 3 to 4 months left. Lin closed the news page. He wouldn't take the initiative to look for Tony. And given Tony Stark's personality, arrogant, suspicious, and distrustful of strangers, a doctor from a small, unknown clinic showing up at his door would most likely be treated as a fraud or a spy. He needed his reputation to reach Tony's ears naturally. Batman, Daredevil, The Punisher, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, these people formed a preliminary social network. Information would flow through this network. The name, Miracle Clinic, would pass from one superhero's ear to another. Sooner or later, it would reach the man living on the top floor of Stark Tower. Lin picked up his coffee cup and found it had gone cold again. He swapped it for a hot one and opened the medical journal in front of him. There were still 90 reputation points to earn. Outside the clinic, the creak of Frank's folding chair drifted in. A sound so familiar he didn't even need super senses to recognize it. Frank had stood up. Then came the sound of footsteps. Many footsteps. Coming from the east, at least 6 people. The zipper of Frank's canvas bag was pulled open. Lin set down his coffee cup. 6 people. Lin's movement in putting down the coffee cup was slow, but his mind was racing. Within a second, he locked onto all the information, 6 sets of heartbeats, approaching from the eastern street corner in intervals of pairs. Their pace was uniform, about 1.2 steps per second, not the rhythm of ordinary pedestrians. Their soles were made of hard leather, the sound of their steps crisp and clean. But there was no clinking of metal. No guns. Frank stood up. The zipper of the canvas bag was pulled open a bit further. Lin walked to the door and glanced outside. 6 people. All in dark suits, with communicators in their ears, their positioning very deliberate, the front 2 split to either side of the street, while the middle two covered the blind spots of the two in the back. A standard VIP escort formation. But the person being escorted wasn't in the center of the formation. "They're not here for a fight," Lin said to Frank. Frank didn't let go, but he didn't draw his gun either. He watched as the 6 people stopped on the sidewalk in front of the clinic, spreading out to leave a gap. Then, a woman stepped out from around the corner. She was alone. Instead of standing with the 6 bodyguards, she approached alone from another direction. Wearing a gray sweatshirt and ordinary jeans, her hair was a deep reddish brown, tied loosely in a ponytail. She walked in a relaxed manner, like an ordinary woman out for a stroll or grocery shopping. But Lin's eyes began their work the moment she stepped onto the stairs. Heartbeat, 62 beats per minute. Resting heart rate. This number didn't fluctuate at all when she faced Frank Castle's face. A normal person seeing the Punisher sitting at the door would have a heart rate of at least 80. Gait, center of gravity on the balls of her feet, heels only lightly touching the ground. This wasn't walking, this was a fighter's gait, ready to sprint or dodge at any moment. Calluses, her right hand was exposed for 0.3 seconds as she pushed the door open. The distribution of calluses on the web of her thumb, the second joint of her index finger, and the outer edge of her palm were completely distinct. The callus on the web of her thumb was from holding a gun, the one on the index finger was from pulling a bowstring or pressing a trigger, and the one on the outer edge of the palm was worn in from long-term combat palm strike training. And then there was the scent. There were residues of 3 different perfumes on her, not mixed together, but layered. The outermost layer was a cheap supermarket perfume, the middle layer was a classic Estée Lauder, and the bottom layer was a limited edition Dior. 3 perfumes represented 3 sets of clothes. She had changed her outfit at least 3 times before coming here. Counter-surveillance maneuvers. One last detail, there was an extremely tiny hard protrusion on the inside of her right auricle. Located on the cartilage inside the tragus, it was impossible to notice without looking closely. A micro-communicator. Someone was listening in real time. The entire analysis took less than a second. This woman was no ordinary guest. She was an agent. And an agent of such a high level that she didn't need bodyguards, the bodyguards were instead arranged by her to mislead others. A name popped into Lin's mind. Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. have finally arrived. "Hello," the red-haired woman said as she pushed the door open and entered, giving Lin a polite smile. "My name is Natalie Rushman. Lately, I've felt like something is wrong with my body, but I've had many checkups and nothing shows up. I heard you're very good here, so I wanted to give it a try. Please, have a seat, Ms. Rushman." Lin maintained his gentle expression and showed her to a chair in the consultation room. He quickly went over the current situation in his mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't sent Black Widow for a medical consultation, they sent her to test him. Fury wanted to know just how much the miracle clinic was worth. Sending a top agent as an ordinary person for a physical exam allowed them to observe his diagnostic abilities up close while transmitting information back in real time through the ear communicator. Clever. But not clever enough. Because Fury didn't know that Lin had already seen through everything. He had 2 choices. First, play dumb, treat her like an ordinary patient, and just go through the motions. This was safe, but it would waste a perfect opportunity to show off. Second, show her something real. Without exposing her identity, diagnose some secrets she didn't even know herself, letting her return with a report that could completely change the landscape of their cooperation. He chose the second option. "Ms. Rushman, let me give you a comprehensive examination first." Lin walked behind her and picked up a stethoscope. This was for the benefit of the person on the other end of the communicator, a routine process, a reasonable procedure. But his actual diagnostic method didn't require a stethoscope. Omni Diagnosis automatically activated the full scan mode. The surface information came up first, multiple old scars distributed on her forearms, ribs, and outer thighs, all from combat. Bone density was abnormally high, 41% higher than that of a normal woman. There was a very faint surgical scar on her lower abdomen, a hysterectomy. These were all within expectations. Standard Red Room operations. But as the scan delved into a more microscopic level, a red warning exploded across the system panel in his field of vision. Warning. Anomaly detected. Target has an unknown microcapsule near the 7th cervical vertebra. Diameter 0.3 mm. Composition analysis. Sustained release neurotoxin microcapsule. Release cycle approximately 15 to 20 years. Current release progress 72%. Judgment. Artificial implant. Functional speculation. Red room defector control device. Once fully released, it will cause acute nervous system collapse, mortality rate 100%. Lynn's hand paused for a moment. The Red Room had planted a time bomb next to Black Widow's cervical spine. A slow-release toxin microcapsule, only 0.3 millimeters in size, buried deep in the soft tissue next to the seventh cervical vertebra. No conventional imaging test could detect something of that size. It had already silently released 72% of its toxin. Based on the release rate, the critical point for a lethal dose is still about 5 to 7 years away. In other words, if no one discovers this microcapsule, Black Widow's nervous system will suddenly collapse in 5 to 7 years, and she will die for no apparent reason. And she herself has absolutely no idea. Lynn moved his hand away from the back of her neck and sat back down in front of her. He looked into the eyes of Natalie Rushman. Ms. Rushman, your body is much more dangerous than you think. What do you mean? Her tone remained that of an ordinary person, relaxed and there for a routine checkup. Next to your seventh cervical vertebra, there is a very small object, Lynn said, every word clear. It's about the size of a sesame seed. It was put inside you when you were very young. Her pupils constricted. It was only for a split second, but Lynn saw it clearly. If it isn't removed, he continued, you probably only have 5 to 7 years left to live. The clinic room went silent for a full 3 seconds. That silence was not a normal silence. It was the silence of a highly trained top-tier agent reassessing the entire situation in an extremely short amount of time. What are you talking about? She smiled, her tone still trying to maintain a relaxed demeanor. I'm just here for a routine checkup. It is a slow-release neurotoxin microcapsule, Lynn finished. The release cycle is about 15 to 20 years. It has currently released 72%. Once the remaining 28% reaches the critical value, your entire nervous system will collapse within 48 hours. It is irreversible. She stopped smiling. The facade of an ordinary woman coming for a checkup developed its first crack. It wasn't because of fear, a woman raised in the Red Room would not be afraid of death. It was because of shock. She didn't know this thing existed. How could you possibly know this? Her voice dropped half an octave, and her right hand had already quietly reached into her cuff. Lynn's senses picked up a faint electrical pulse, a taser. Her finger was already resting on the switch. Because I am a doctor, Lynn said, leaning back in his chair. His tone was so calm that it didn't sound like he was announcing someone's death date. This is my job. A 0.3 millimeter object, how did you see it? You didn't even use any equipment. I did, Lynn said, pointing to his own head. This is my best instrument. She stared at him for 5 seconds. Lynn kept a smile on his face throughout those 5 seconds. He knew what she was doing, she was using all the reading people skills she had been trained in to analyze him. Analyzing his micro-expressions, his breathing rhythm, and the changes in his pupils, trying to determine if he was telling the truth or bluffing. 5 seconds later, her right hand moved away from her cuff. You know who I am. This was not a question. Ms. Rushman, I only know that there is a ticking time bomb next to your seventh cervical vertebra. Lynn stood up. As for who you are, that is not my concern. What I care about is, do you want to have it removed? She did not answer. She stood up, straightened the hem of her sweatshirt, and walked toward the door. When she reached the door, she paused for a moment. Aren't you afraid of me? I am a doctor, Lynn said. Being afraid of a patient is unprofessional behavior. She glanced at him. There was a lot in that look, scrutiny, assessment, and a hint of an emotion he hadn't fully deciphered. Then she pushed the door open and left. The 6 people in dark suits outside the clinic immediately followed her and disappeared around the street corner. Frank lifted his head from the folding chair. Who were they? Someone here for a checkup. Frank grunted and didn't ask further. Lynn returned to the front desk, sat down, and picked up his coffee, which had already gone cold. She would do 2 things after returning. First, contact Fury to report. Second, have S.H.I.E.L.D. verify whether what he said was true using the highest spec equipment. If the verification results were the same as what he said, Fury's valuation of his worth would jump up 3 levels immediately. By then, the initiative would be entirely in his hands. Lynn took a sip of the cold coffee and the corners of his mouth curved up. Natasha's first action upon returning to the safe house was not to change clothes or remove her gear, but to pick up the encrypted communicator. Romanov to Control Center. Received, Agent Romanov. Director Fury is online. Play back today's recording for him, starting from the 7th minute. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for about 40 seconds. During these 40 seconds, Fury was listening to the recording. Natasha stood by the window of the safe house, her right hand subconsciously touching the location of her 7th cervical vertebra on the back of her neck. She felt nothing. That spot was no different from any other part of her body. How do you feel about it yourself? Fury's voice came through the communicator. I feel like he wasn't lying. Feelings are not enough. I need data. Return to the Sector 3 base now and undergo a full quantum level imaging scan, highest specification. Understood. Natasha hung up the communication and left the safe house. She didn't call a car on the way, walking 2 blocks before hailing a taxi. While sitting in the backseat of the car, she touched the back of her neck again. The Red Room. She thought she had severed all connections with that place. She thought that after defecting, apart from the memories in her head that couldn't be washed away, the only things the Red Room had left on her were her trained instincts and a body full of scars. But the Red Room was more thorough than she thought. They didn't kill you, but they installed a timer inside you. You thought you were free, but in reality, your death date had already been written on the day you left. Natasha took her hand off the back of her neck and clenched it. 3 hours later, at the medical laboratory of the Shield. Sector 3 base. The quantum level imaging equipment ran for 45 minutes. A full body scan, with precision down to the micron level. When the senior technician in charge of operating the equipment pulled up the results, their hand trembled. Agent Romanov, 2.1 mm to the side of the 7th cervical vertebra, there is indeed a cystic foreign object. The diameter is about 0.3 mm. Composition analysis shows, it is not any known medical implant. Fury stood behind the technician, his one eye staring intently at the tiny, almost invisible bright spot on the screen. Zoom in. The image was magnified to the highest setting. The structure of the capsule was clearly displayed on the screen. The shell was a type of ultra-high-density biometal alloy, and the interior was filled with a viscous liquid substance. Dense micromolecular chains were dispersed within the liquid. The technician's voice was trembling. Director, there is no match in our database for the material of the capsule's shell. But preliminary analysis of the liquid inside shows it contains an extremely complex neurotoxin. The purity is very high. What about the release progress? Fury asked. We don't have data with his level of precision, but based on the degree of corrosion of the cyst wall, we estimate approximately 65 to 75% has been released. Fury narrowed his one eye. That young doctor had said 72%. What SHIELD's top-tier quantum imaging equipment took 45 minutes to scan, that man gave a judgment accurate to a single digit with just a glance. MF. Fury rarely swore. Today was an exception. He walked to the window and stood with his back to everyone for about a minute. Then he turned around. Romanov. Here. Can this cyst be extracted? Natasha looked at the technician. The technician shook his head. Not recommended. The cyst's location is adjacent to the lateral spinal cord and the vertebral artery. Any vibration from surgical manipulation could cause the cyst wall to rupture prematurely. If the toxin is released in its full quantity instantaneously. He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Fury was silent for a few seconds. That doctor said he could extract it, Natasha said. Him. The technician's face was full of disbelief. A community clinic doctor. The world's best neurosurgery team wouldn't dare touch this kind of surgery. Enough. Fury raised a hand slightly. The technician fell silent. Fury looked at the bright spot on the screen again, for a long time. Contact that clinic, he said. I want to speak with him personally. At 9:47 p.m. that same day, the landline at Miracle Clinic rang. Lin was on the 2nd floor organizing the medicine inventory. He heard the phone ring, and also heard the ambient noise from the other end of the line. High-frequency electromagnetic interference-based noise. Only military-grade encrypted communication lines produced this kind of noise. He went downstairs and picked up the phone. Dr. Lin. A low, measured male voice came from the other end. Every word carried a pressure that made you think you could refuse to speak, but your attitude better not be lacking. This is Nick Fury. I think we need to talk. Lin leaned back in his chair. After waiting 2 weeks, he was finally here. Director Fury, he began, his tone as gentle as during a usual consultation. If you're calling to schedule an appointment, we see patients from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays. The consultation fee for the VIP channel starts at $100,000. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then a short, slightly helpless laugh sounded. It seems we'll need to meet in person. The day Fury came to the clinic, he didn't drive, didn't bring a team, and walked over alone. At least on the surface, he was alone. Lin had locked onto him when Fury was still 200 meters away, a middle-aged black man in a dark trench coat, an eye patch over his left eye, walking with steady steps. In the pocket of his trench coat was a .45 caliber pistol, and a small backup pistol was holstered at the small of his back. But further away, on the rooftop of an apartment building 300 meters out, a heartbeat was concealed behind a parapet wall. In a van 500 meters away, 2 heartbeats, an electronic device running. 2 plainclothes agents providing long-distance cover, plus a communications intercept vehicle. Fury hadn't come alone, he just looked like he had. Lin tidied up the clinic, not to appear professional, but to hide things Fury shouldn't see. Like the ammo crate Frank had left in the corner, the modified ultrasound device used during Luke's surgery, like that vibranium bullet. Frank wasn't here today. There were 2 days left in his 1-month dormant period. He hadn't returned since going out last night. Probably had a new target. At exactly 9 a.m., Fury pushed the door open and entered. His first act upon entering was to look around the interior of the clinic. His gaze lingered on each piece of equipment for about half a second. This man's professional habit was to immediately establish spatial awareness in any unfamiliar environment. Cleaner than I imagined, Fury said. Hell's Kitchen has few clean places. Please, have a seat. Fury sat down. His manner of sitting was deliberate, he didn't lean back in the chair, his upper body was slightly forward, and his hands were clasped on the table. This was the posture of a negotiator, not a patient. I won't beat around the bush, Fury began, his one eye fixed on Lin. Your abilities are far beyond our initial estimates. I've seen the report Romanov brought back, and I've seen our own verification results. Every word you said was correct. Lin nodded but didn't reply. I want you to become SHIELD's chief medical consultant. Full-time. Fury's tone emphasized the last 2 words. Enjoy the highest level of security and resources. Name your price. Full-time. From those 2 words, Lin heard what Fury truly wanted, binding. To make him a part of SHIELD, to box him into the organization with a contract and salary. Once he became the chief medical consultant of SHIELD, he would no longer be an independent variable, but a pawn on Fury's chessboard. Director Fury, I'm honored. But full-time is not possible. Fury's one eye narrowed slightly. My clinic just opened, and my patients are counting on me. I can't close up shop to work a desk job for you. Your clinic sees a dozen people a day. Our medical department is responsible for the health of every superhero on Earth. Which is more important? You can figure that out. I have figured it out, Lin said. Precisely because I can't go full-time. Full-time means my time belongs entirely to you. All diagnoses and treatments have to go through your procedures and approvals. That would reduce my efficiency. You want freedom. I want optimal efficiency. Fury didn't respond immediately. He was weighing it. Lin used this pause to lay out his prepared conditions. I have 4 conditions. If they are met, I can cooperate. Speak. First, the clinic operates independently, not under SHIELD's jurisdiction. My name does not appear in any of your personnel files. To the outside world, I'm just a doctor running a private clinic. Fury gave a single nod. Agreed. Second, I have the right to choose whether to treat or not. Under no circumstances do I accept mandatory orders. You can send patients over, I'll make the judgment. If I say I can't treat or don't want to treat, you can't force me. Fury's one eye stared at him for 2 seconds. What do you mean by, don't want to treat? Under what circumstances would you not want to treat? For example, if the person is currently trying to kill me. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched, but he didn't smile. Fine. The third. For each treatment, SHIELD must pay me the specified compensation. Not limited to money, it can be information, technological equipment, special materials. We'll discuss specifics each time. You want to get equipment and materials from us. Director Fury, you don't think I can treat your subordinates, people carrying cosmic rays and genetic mutations, with a stethoscope from a supermarket, do you? Fury thought for a moment and nodded. Reasonable. The fourth one. Lin looked into Fury's single eye. I demand to know the patient's complete files, including the details of their abilities. Fury did not respond immediately. His single eye became very sharp in that instant. You want the ability files of superheroes. To better diagnose and treat, I must understand all of the patient's physical information. If a person's cell density is 10 times that of a normal person and I operate using a normal dose of anesthesia, he'll wake up on the operating table and beat me to death. This reason was impeccable. Fury knew it was impeccable, but his intuition told him there was something else behind this fourth condition. A young doctor demanding a comprehensive understanding of every superhero's physical abilities. The motive could be professional necessity, or it could be something else. But he waited for 5 seconds. A doctor who could heal any superhero and find hidden injuries that even quantum imaging equipment couldn't detect had a value with no upper limit. If he drove him away over something like file confidentiality, that would be the real loss. Deal, Fury said. But there's one additional condition: if you leak any information about the heroes, you'll face the consequences. I won't warn you a second time. Director Fury. Lin stood up with a smile and extended his hand. I am a doctor. Patient privacy is my most basic professional ethic. Fury stood up and shook his hand. The moment their palms met, Lin's sense of touch felt the calluses and scars from decades of handling guns on Fury's palm. This hand had signed countless orders that changed the course of the world. A pleasure working with you, Director Fury. A pleasure working with you, Dr. Lin. Fury let go of his hand. Then, the first order: when will it be convenient for you to perform surgery on Romanov? Anytime. Fury took a step toward the door and stopped, without turning back. When does the security for this clinic of yours expire? The day after tomorrow. I'll arrange people. No need, Lin said. I have my own ways. Fury looked back at him. There was something complex in that look: appreciation, vigilance, and curiosity, all three emotions mixed together. Then he left. Lin stood at the door, watching Fury's figure disappear around the street corner. He sat back at the front desk and opened the system panel. All 4 golden conditions had been approved. The fourth one was the core. From now on, for every superhero sent to him, he would know the details of their abilities in advance. This means he could evaluate the copy value before they even walked in the door and decide whether to give his all in the treatment. Fury thought he had bought a medical consultant. In reality, he had opened a fast track for Lin directly into the global database of super-powered individuals' abilities. The surgery was scheduled for 2 days later. The location was not the Miracle Clinic. Fury had designated a shield-safe house in Midtown Manhattan. It was a standard 3-bedroom apartment layout, but Lin knew the moment he stepped inside that this place was not ordinary. The wall thickness was wrong. The tactile feedback from his super senses through the vibration of his shoe soles told him that behind this seemingly ordinary white wall, there were at least 3 layers of structure. The outermost layer was ordinary gypsum board, with a lead layer in the middle, and the innermost layer was an electromagnetic shielding mesh. The density of the window glass was also wrong. The sound when tapped was dull, bulletproof. Fury stood in the corner of the living room, his black trench coat still on, hands behind his back. Lin glanced at the other personnel in the room. 2 SHIELD medical technicians in white coats stood by the makeshift operating table, checking the equipment. A man in his 30s sat on the sofa looking at a tablet, his ID badge reading, Phil Coulson. There was one more person. Natasha Romanoff sat on the edge of the operating table, having changed into a black bodysuit, her reddish-brown hair draped over her shoulders. Her sitting posture was relaxed, but Lin noticed her right foot wasn't touching the ground. Her toes were lightly resting on the metal leg of the operating table, ready to spring up at any moment. A combat stance. Even while preparing for surgery in a safe house surrounded by her own people, her body never truly relaxed. The equipment is here. Fury nodded toward Lin. Everything you asked for is here. If there's anything extra you need, ask now. Lin walked to the operating table and checked the instruments SHIELD had prepared. High-precision microsurgical set, micro-probes, biocurrent monitors. The specs were good, but not enough. I need a microwave ablation probe with adjustable frequency, Lin said. The frequency range should be between 2.4 and 5.8 GHz, and the output power must be precise to 0.01 watts. Fury looked at the man named Coulson. Coulson didn't even look up. Swiping twice on the tablet. We have it in the warehouse. It'll be here in 10 minutes. Lin used the waiting time to go over the surgical plan in his head one last time. Omni Diagnosis had already automatically refreshed the scanning data once he got within 3 meters of Natasha. The position of the toxin microcapsule hadn't changed, 2.1 millimeters beside the 7th cervical vertebra, with a diameter of 0.3 millimeters. The biometallic alloy shell of the capsule wall was intact, and the release progress of the internal toxin had risen slightly from 72% last time to 72.4%. It had gone up by 0.4 percentage points in 2 days. The speed wasn't fast, but it also meant he didn't have much room for delay. The microwave ablation probe arrived. Lin spent 5 minutes checking and calibrating it. We can begin. He turned to Natasha. Lie face down, head tilted to the left. Expose the back of your neck completely. Natasha didn't move immediately. She looked at Lin, her gaze steady. During the surgery, if my body has an involuntary reaction, you'll instinctively counterattack, I know. Lin put on his gloves. So I suggest you place your hands within your line of sight and grip the handles on both sides of the operating table. If your body wants to move, squeeze the handles first. How did you know I would? The Red Room's training carves a set of stress response programs into the nervous systems of all trainees. Any physical contact near the neck will trigger your counter instincts. Lin adjusted the angle of the surgical light. You don't need to fight it, you just need to give yourself a delay. That half second of squeezing the handles is enough. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't ask further. She flipped over to lie face down on the operating table, hands gripping the handles on both sides, head tilted to the left. The back of her neck was completely exposed. Fury took a step forward. Coulson put down his tablet. The 2 technicians' breathing grew shallow. Everyone in the room was watching Lin. Lin ignored them. His attention was now fully immersed in the surgical state. The perspective annotations of Omni Diagnosis unfolded in his field of vision. The bones, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves in Natasha's cervical spine region were presented layer by layer. The spinous process of the 7th cervical vertebra was clearly visible. 2.1 millimeters to the right of the spinous process, a tiny point of light flickered. That was the grain of rice. Lin picked up the microwave ablation probe. Step 1. Neutralize the toxin, he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the examination room heard him clearly. The capsule wall is a biometallic alloy. If we try to extract it directly, the pressure from the forceps gripping it could deform and rupture the wall. So, I need to use targeted microwave heating first to denature and deactivate the toxin proteins inside the capsule with high temperature. Then I'll extract it. Heat it to how many degrees? Fury asked. 72 degrees Celsius. For 4 seconds. Heating next to the cervical spine to 72 degrees. Coulson's voice came from the direction of the sofa, carrying obvious unease. The surrounding nerve tissue. The microwave's focal range is 0.15 millimeters, Lin said. The temperature increase in tissues outside this range won't exceed 0.3 degrees. Coulson said nothing more. Lin's left index and middle fingers pressed against the skin on the back of Natasha's neck. Tactile sensation penetrated the surface layer. He could feel the outline of the cervical vertebrae, the fiber direction of the paravertebral muscles, and the extremely subtle metallic texture transmitted by that tiny capsule. Holding the microwave probe in his right hand, he inserted it from a 0.7 millimeters to the right of the posterior midline of the neck. The needle was extremely thin, the pain from the puncture should be very mild. But Natasha's hands still clenched the armrests violently, the stainless steel armrests let out a dull groan under her grip. She didn't move. Lin's hand didn't stop either. The probe advanced 11 millimeters subcutaneously. Tactile sensation precisely located the outer wall of the microcapsule, a hard texture that didn't belong to the human body. Microwave activation. The front end of the probe began to release directed microwave energy. Frequency 4.7 GHz, power 0.08 watts. 4 seconds. He counted the time. Super senses monitored the change in molecular vibration frequency of the toxin liquid inside the microcapsule. When the frequency jumped from the normal value to a specific threshold, it indicated the completion of protein denaturation. 4 seconds passed. Toxin deactivated. Step 2. Extract the capsule. Lin switched to a pair of micro-forceps. The tips of the forceps extended through the puncture channel made by the probe, precisely gripping both sides of the microcapsule within a 0.3 mm operational space. Slowly, evenly, without any extra force, he withdrew it. The capsule separated from the surrounding tissue. Lin's hand withdrew from the back of Natasha's neck. Clamped between the tips of the forceps was a silvery gray particle almost invisible to the naked eye. He placed it into a petri dish. 17 minutes. Done. Natasha rolled over and sat up quickly. Her hand pressed against the puncture point on the back of her neck. There was only a pinprick-sized wound, barely bleeding. She rotated her neck 90 degrees to each side. No discomfort. Fury stepped forward, looking down at the grain of rice in the petri dish. The surface of the silvery gray microcapsule reflected a hint of cold light under the illumination. Fury picked up a magnifying glass. An extremely small pattern was engraved on the microcapsule's shell. A ballet dancer in mid-pose. The symbol of the Red Room. Fury's lips tightened briefly. He put down the magnifying glass and looked at Natasha. Natasha was also looking at that grain of rice. Her expression was calm, but the knuckles of her fingers gripping the edge of the operating table turned white for an instant, then relaxed. There are no longer any toxin microcapsules present in Agent Romanoff's body, Lin said, removing his gloves. The toxins already released require a natural metabolic process, roughly 3 to 4 weeks. During this time, you may experience occasional soreness in the back of your neck, which is a normal reaction. Understood. Natasha jumped down from the operating table. Her landing was so light it seemed unlike someone who had just undergone a procedure near the cervical spine. After steadying herself, she looked at Lin. Thank you, Dr. Lin. She rarely said thank you. Fury beside her raised an eyebrow slightly. The system panel flickered at the edge of Lin's vision. Ding. Treatment complete. Evaluation. S transcendent. Holy hand copy activating. Scanning target ability library. Core talent detected. Super agent skills. Combat and infiltration A grade. Based on treatment contribution S grade, automatically copying highest quality talent. Copy progress. 14%. 41%. 68%. 100%. Ding. Copy complete. Obtained A grade talent. Super agent skills. Combat and infiltration incomplete version 70%. Ability details. Muscle memory and instinctive reactions from over 10 practical combat systems such as Sistema, Sambo, and Aikido are mastered, along with infiltration, stealth, counter-surveillance, and other agent techniques. The moment the ability poured in, Lin's body shuddered. He used his right hand to brace against the nearby instrument table, pretending to organize the instruments. But inside his body, a dramatic transformation was occurring. Muscle memory, vast, dense, practical instincts from over a dozen different combat systems were being written into his motor nervous system. The core power generation methods of each martial art, the angles of joint locks, defensive stances, the timing for counterattacks, these weren't knowledge, they were things remembered by the body. The super intelligence he had previously copied from Batman included combat theory. He knew how a front kick should be thrown, knew the leverage principle of an armbar. But there was a chasm between knowing and doing. Now, that chasm was being filled. Theory and practice became one. Lin withdrew his hand from the instrument table and flexed his wrist. He could feel his body stance unconsciously making micro adjustments. Lower center of gravity, more weight on the forefoot, shoulders slightly drawn in. This was the instinctive posture of a fighter. Dr. Lin. Fury's voice pulled him back. Well done. The payment for this, you mentioned wanting special materials before. We'll discuss that next time. For this payment, I'd like something else. Lin turned around. Information. What information? The hand. Their activity records and known strongholds in the New York area over the last 3 months. Fury's lone eye narrowed slightly. Do you have a grievance with the hand? Not yet, Lin said. But I have a feeling there will be soon. Reputation value change. Plus 80 cured Black Widow superhero level treatment. Current reputation value. 490. Frank's last 3 days of guard duty. To be precise, the last 2.5 days. Frank sat at the door during the day and went out to work at night. This pattern had been maintained for nearly a month. Lin didn't ask where he went at night, didn't ask what he did. When Frank returned in the morning with occasional new abrasions and the smell of gunpowder, Lin pretended not to notice. But tonight, Frank didn't return. It wasn't that Lin was worried about him. Frank Castle was the last person in all of New York's underworld who needed anyone's worry. He just mentally adjusted the risk assessment. With Frank not sitting at the door, the security level for tonight had dropped a notch. 1:03 a.m. Lin lay on the folding bed on the second floor, eyes closed, his brain maintaining a semi-active monitoring state. The auditory coverage of his super senses had stabilized at a 200-meter radius. Within this range, every heartbeat, every breath, every footstep was automatically tagged and categorized by his brain. Normal background signals. 3 households in the neighboring building were asleep, one of them snoring at a steady frequency. A stray cat across the street was rummaging through a trash can. A taxi 2 blocks away had just turned off its engine. Then, heartbeats. Not 1, 12. From the northeast direction. Distance approximately 160 meters, approaching. Lin's eyes opened. He read the signatures of all 12 heartbeats within 2 seconds. Resting heart rates concentrated between 52 and 58 beats per minute, well-trained combatants. Breathing rates deliberately suppressed to below 6 breaths per minute, professionally trained in stealth. Stride length uniform, sound of foot contact with the ground extremely light, soft-soled split-toe shoes. Split-toe shoes. Lin sat up from the bed. Split-toe shoes were a modern adaptation of traditional Japanese ninja tabi, used by only a handful of organizations. The Hand. The intelligence file Fury gave him 3 days ago mentioned it. The Hand's New York branch was recently reorganizing, with intel indicating interest in several special assets in Hell's Kitchen. Fury hadn't specified who the term special assets referred to on the phone, but Lin didn't need him to. A doctor who could heal anyone would be seen as a weapon in the eyes of the Hand. 12 individuals approached the clinic from 4 directions simultaneously, in groups of 3. 3 from the east approached from the front of the street, 3 from the west circled to the back alley, 3 from the south came via the fire escape, and 3 from the north approached from the roof of the adjacent building. A 4-sided encirclement. A standard ninja extermination formation. Lin got out of bed. He didn't put on shoes, stepping barefoot on the floor. The tactile feedback from bare feet was far better than with shoes. 12 people. He quickly ran a combat assessment in his mind. His side, 55% superhuman strength, capable of lifting roughly a ton with one hand. Indestructible skin, impervious to ordinary blades and low-caliber ammunition. A healing factor, minor injuries healing instantly. Super senses acting as an all-directional radar. Super intelligence providing real-time tactical calculations. Recently copied infiltration and combat skills providing close-quarters instinct. Opponents. 12 warriors trained by the Hand, likely carrying melee weapons. The Hand rarely used guns. He could fight. But he didn't want to reveal too many details of his abilities in a direct confrontation. If the Hand learned the upper limits of his combat prowess, the next time they wouldn't send just 12 people. So there was only one approach: utilize the environment, take them out one by one, be fast, and finish it in the darkness. Lin descended the stairs. He didn't turn on the lights. The entire clinic was plunged into complete darkness. But his world didn't need light. His super senses allowed him to see every corner of the building, a 3-dimensional spatial awareness constructed from sound wave reflections, air currents, and floor vibrations, more precise than the naked eye. He reached the first floor. He did a few things quickly. There were 3 bottles of medical alcohol in the operating room cabinet. He unscrewed one and poured it on the floor of the back door passageway. The alcohol was colorless, invisible in the dark. But stepping on it would cause slipping. The movable medicine cart in the hallway, metal frame, 1.6 meters tall, with 4 casters. He pushed it to a corner of the western corridor, forming a 60-degree angle with the wall. Viewed head-on, it looked casually parked, but this angle would force anyone entering from the west to hug the right wall, exposing their right flank. He unplugged the operating lamp's power cord from the wall socket, loosely coiling it once on the floor. Not a tripwire, that was too basic. He simply left it there. When someone feels a line underfoot in the dark, the instinctive reaction is to look down. That half-second of looking down was enough. Setup completed within 30 seconds. Then he stood in the corner of the first-floor examination room, back against the wall, waiting. 7 seconds later, the back door lock was picked silently. 3 people entered through the back door. Their footsteps were at the very limit of audibility. But Lin was no ordinary person. He could hear the sound of fabric fibers compressing as their soles made contact with the ground, could hear the faint friction of metal against leather as the weapons at their waists shifted. Short blades. 2 each at their waists. The first ninja stepped on the alcohol. His right foot slid about 15 centimeters on the slick surface. His body instinctively leaned forward slightly. This lean shifted his center of gravity, his hands splaying out to find balance. Lin emerged from the shadows in the corner. Black Widow's combat instincts took over his body. A precise chop from his right hand struck the first ninja's carotid sinus. The force, calculated in real time by his super intelligence, was non-lethal but would drop blood pressure below the threshold of consciousness within 0.3 seconds. The ninja made no sound. His body went limp, caught by the back of his neck by Lin and gently lowered to the floor. The second ninja's reaction speed was fast. The moment his comrade fell, he assessed the situation, his right hand drawing a blade as naturally as breathing, only 0.2 seconds from waist to drawn. The blade tip swept horizontally, aiming for Lin's abdomen. Lin didn't dodge. The blade edge sliced across his abdomen. The white coat's fabric was cut open, but the skin beneath only registered a slight, dull sensation. Indestructible. The feedback the ninja felt through his hand was wrong. It was a sensation he should have been familiar with, the jarring feel of a blade striking stone. Before he could make a second move, Lin's left hand had already clamped onto his knife-wielding wrist. Enhanced by superhuman strength, Lin's grip easily overwhelmed the limit of the other's wrist bone. Crack. The ninja grunted, the knife falling. Lin's right elbow struck his temple. It was a short-range strike from the Sambo system, requiring no large wind-up, all force compressed into the point of the elbow. The second one fell. The third ninja was calmer than the first two. He didn't rush forward, but took a step back, creating distance. His right hand drew a flail from behind his back, a metal-linked double-section weapon, its striking range nearly double that of a short blade. But that step back placed him exactly into the blind spot Lin had preset with the medicine cart. Lin kicked the base caster of the medicine cart. A metal rack weighing over 100 pounds slid across at high speed from the side, slamming into the ninja's knee. The ninja's body was forced to fold forward. Lin had already closed the distance, holding a surgical suture needle in his right hand, a number 10 silk needle. To a normal person, this thing was just a tool for suturing wounds, but Lin knew the precise locations of the human body's acupuncture points. The tip of the needle pierced 2 millimeters below the Shusanli point on the ninja's right shoulder. Once the superficial branch of the radial nerve at this location was precisely damaged, the entire right arm immediately lost control. The ninja's flail dropped from his loosened hand. Lin's left knee slammed into his liver area. The third one was down. Back door direction, clear. 3 people, in less than 30 seconds. Throughout the entire process, no sound louder than the ambient noise was made. But this was only 1/4. His super senses told him that the 3 from the south had already climbed through the second-floor window from the fire escape. 3 from the north were on the roof. 3 from the east were preparing to enter through the main entrance. Lin picked up the flail from the ground. He weighed it in his hand, the weight and length were just right. He walked toward the stairs. The 3 from the south had already entered the second floor. Their footsteps stopped by the folding bed, no one was on the bed, and the quilt was still warm. They knew the target had just left. Lin stood at the first floor stairwell, looking up toward the corner of the stairs. 3 sets of footsteps moved from the second floor toward the stairwell. They intended to sweep from the top down. Perfect. Having the high ground was a customary advantage for ninjas. But in a narrow stairwell, having the high ground also meant your ankles were the first thing exposed to the target below. The first ninja's foot appeared at the corner of the stairs. Lin swung the flail. The metal chain precisely wrapped around that ankle. Lin pulled hard, the ninja's body was yanked directly off the stairs, and the back of his head slammed against the edge of a step. In less than half a second, the second ninja leapt down from the corner, his kunai stabbing straight toward Lin's face. Combat instinct took over. Lin's upper body rotated inward to avoid the kunai's direct attack, while his right hand had already released the flail. At close quarters range, a fist is faster than a weapon. It was Aikido's Irimi technique. Lin's right arm circled from the outside into the inner side of the ninja's right elbow holding the kunai, his palm pressing against the opposite side of the elbow joint, with his entire body weight plus 30% of his superhuman strength. Joint lock. Destruction. A muffled cry, suppressed to the extreme, escaped the ninja's mouth. Lin's left palm slammed into the back of his head, and his forehead hit the wall. The third ninja jumped down from the stairs. He didn't use a weapon, but instead formed hand seals, a certain technique for gathering chi in the hand's ninjutsu. Interesting. Lin took half a step back. The ninja's palms pushed out a surge of force, hitting his chest. The force wasn't massive, but its penetration was strong, a type of hidden force that bypasses surface defenses to act directly on internal organs. If the Lin of 3 weeks ago had taken this hit, he might have suffered internal bleeding. But now, indestructible wasn't just an increase in the hardness of his skin's surface, the resilience of his muscles and internal organs had also been enhanced. The impact of the hidden force felt like being pushed hard. There was a shock, but no damage. The ninja's expression changed in the darkness. His hidden force should have been able to penetrate a bulletproof vest. But this young man in a white lab coat had only taken half a step back. Lin didn't give him time to think. A standard chin tuck move from Krav Maga, his left hand gripped the back of the opponent's head while his right knee rose, the two forces sandwiching the target. The ninja's body folded. 3 from the south. Cleared. By the time the 3 from the east entered through the main entrance, Lin had already returned to the first floor. Their movements in pushing open the clinic door were more cautious than the previous groups. They had likely discovered that their comrades at the back door had lost contact, with no response from their communicators. The 3 of them spread out in a fan shape. The one in the middle wasn't holding a short blade, but a wakizashi, a weapon grade significantly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. A squad leader level. Lin stood at the door of the consultation room, his right hand propped against the doorframe, his left hand tucked into the pocket of his white lab coat. He didn't hide. Your people are all lying in the back, he spoke, his voice carrying through the darkness, flat and calm. If you want to take them away, I won't stop you. But if you want to continue, I suggest you reconsider. The 3 ninjas' formation did not loosen. The squad leader spoke, his voice coming from behind his mask with a faint Japanese-English accent. You're the healer. I am a doctor. The hand needs your power. Come with us, and we won't hurt you. I don't much like others making decisions for me. The squad leader said nothing more. His wakizashi was unsheathed. The ninjas on both sides moved simultaneously. One cut in from the left, while the other flanked from the right. The squad leader supported from the center, the 3 coordinated seamlessly. This kind of coordination was completely different from those ragtag individuals earlier. The movement trajectories of the 3 people presented a highly coordinated geometric relationship in the analysis of super-intelligence. Each person's position could maximize the blockage of Lin's evasion routes. But 3 people also have the weaknesses of 3 people. Their coordination relied too heavily on a fixed formation. Lin did something they hadn't anticipated. He didn't dodge, he didn't retreat, he charged forward. He charged directly into the center of the 3-man formation. This behavior violated all combat common sense. When facing a multi-on-one encirclement, a normal person's first reaction is to pull away, look for a breakthrough, and defeat them one by one. No one would voluntarily charge into the very center of the encirclement. But Lin's calculation was clear. At the center point of the encirclement, the 3 of them would instead interfere with each other. Their weapons had an attack range. At such close proximity, they wouldn't be able to swing their blades and wakizashi with full force for fear of accidentally hitting their comrades. Lin's body wedged into the gap between the 3. The blade of the ninja on the left barely stopped. 3 more centimeters and it would have cut the squad leader. It was this very pause. Lin's right hand grabbed the collar of the ninja on the left, and his superhuman strength activated. He lifted the 160-plus-pound ninja entirely and slammed him into the one on the right. The 2 collided and tumbled away. Only the squad leader remained. The wakizashi slashed down. The speed was fast, and the angle was sharp. Lin sidestepped. The blade grazed past his shoulder. Another gash was cut into the shoulder of his white lab coat. The squad leader's swordsmanship was indeed strong. Stronger than everyone before him. Lin's super-intelligence completed an analysis of his swordsmanship in that same instant. An Iijutsu base, fused with short weapon techniques from Southeast Asian martial arts, with a blade path favoring a diagonal slash from the bottom left to the top right. The second strike came from the bottom left. Lin dodged to the right. But the squad leader changed his move. The diagonal slash turned into a horizontal swipe halfway through, the tip of the blade heading straight for Lin's throat. Fast. Lin raised his right hand to block. The blade slashed across his forearm, but his indestructible skin stopped the sharp edge. He felt the force, but the skin wasn't broken. The squad leader's hand felt the jarring vibration of striking stone. His first reaction wasn't panic, but an instantaneous judgment. Target has super defense. He changed tactics, abandoning the cutting attack for a thrust, concentrating all his strength into a single point. The wakizashi lunged toward Lin's eye. It was a truly ruthless move. The eyes were a weakness that Indestructible did not cover. But Lin's super senses had already calculated the entire trajectory while the blade tip was still 50 centimeters away, and Black Widow's combat instincts drove his body to lean back in a dodge. The tip of the blade brushed past the bridge of his nose. Lin's hands struck out simultaneously. His left hand gripped the back of the wakizashi while his right palm slammed into the squad leader's wrist. A burst of power erupted. Under this force, the wrist bone momentarily deformed. The squad leader could no longer hold his grip. The wakizashi slipped from his hand. Lin grabbed his collar and hurled him away. He slammed into the wall of the clinic. Web-like cracks appeared on the wall surface. The squad leader slid down from the wall, half kneeling on the ground. His left hand propped him up on the floor while his right hand hung limp at his side. His wrist was ruined. Who is your employer? Lin stood before him. There were 3 blade cuts on his white coat, but not even a red mark on his skin. The squad leader looked up at him. In the eyes behind the mask, there was no fear, only something very cold. Then his mouth moved slightly. At that same instant, Lin heard a tiny crack from between the molars. A glass capsule had been crushed. Cyanide. He reached out to stop him, but it was already too late. The suicide device of a hand-death-sworn ninja is embedded inside the back molars. It only takes 0.3 seconds from trigger to toxin release. The squad leader's body stiffened for a moment, then he collapsed. Breathing stopped. The heartbeat vanished 7 seconds later. Lin knelt down and checked. Dead. Cyanide poisoning, impossible to save. He stood up and looked at the corpse on the floor without much sentiment. It was nothing new for the hand to use death sworn. These people were treated as consumables while they were still alive. The remaining task was the cleanup. He used the clinic's surgical thread to bind all 11 living ninjas. The tensile strength of the suture thread far exceeded that of ordinary rope, and the more they struggled, the tighter it cinched. Then he sent an anonymous text to Frank's burner phone. 12 packages at the clinic, 1 broken, the rest usable. Come clear them out quickly. Finally, the cleaning. He used bleach to wipe away all the bloodstains. He reset the medicine shelves. He replaced the grout between the floor tiles that had been soaked in blood. He threw the slashed white coat into a trash bag. 40 minutes later, the miracle clinic looked as if nothing had ever happened. Lin went to the second floor, changed into a fresh white coat, and lay back down on the folding bed. What he didn't know was that on the roof of an apartment building 700 meters away from the clinic, a bat-shaped miniature drone had already recorded all of tonight's footage. The Batcave. Bruce Wayne sat in front of a giant display screen, replaying that infrared footage for the 3rd time. The image quality wasn't very clear. The distance of 700 meters combined with the refraction of the clinic's glass windows caused a certain degree of blurring in the infrared imaging. But it was enough to see some key details clearly. Alfred stood behind him, holding a cup of black tea that had already gone cold. This is the 3rd time, Master Bruce. Bruce did not respond. He froze the image on the segment where Lin subdued the first group of ninjas, the movement of the hand chop striking the carotid sinus. Zoom in. Frame by frame. The screen zoomed in on a close-up of Lin's right hand. The angle of the hand chop, the contact area, and the direction of force were all dissected into a series of static images. Bruce stared at it for 10 seconds. The angle of this hand chop, he finally spoke. To accurately strike the carotid sinus requires concentrating the force on a 2 cm wide area on the outer edge of the palm, while ensuring the entry angle is between 45 and 50 degrees. Any slight deviation either fails to knock them out or kills them. How much training does that require? Alfred asked. A normal person. At least 2 years of specialized training. A genius, at least half a year. Bruce skipped the footage to the segment of Lin dealing with the second group of ninjas, but that's not the point. He pointed to the screen at Lin's movement in the stairwell using a flail to entangle a ninja's ankle. This method of weapon usage, the flail isn't his usual weapon, he took it from the opponent. But he could achieve this level of distance control and force distribution on his first use. This shows his combat foundation isn't from a single school. Bruce fast-forwarded to the part where Lin confronted the squad leader head-on. Look here. He pointed to the frame where Lin leaned back to dodge the wakizashi thrust. The magnitude of this lean back was just enough for the blade tip to brush past his nose, an error of less than 1 centimeter. This kind of precision can't be explained by reaction speed, it's anticipation. He calculated the blade's trajectory before the opponent even struck. Very similar to your own methods, Alfred said. Bruce didn't acknowledge the comment. He rewound again to watch the segment where Lin used the medicine shelves to set a trap. Then the alcohol slicked floor. Then the tactic of using the narrow space of the stairwell to limit the enemy's numerical advantage. Environmental utilization, preset traps, multi-to-one dismantling strategies. Bruce's voice was very low. These things aren't taught by combat instructors. This is a mindset forged in actual combat, or rather, cultivated by a specific type of tactical training. He paused for a moment. The patterns of several decision nodes in his tactical thinking are very similar to my own habits. The hand Alfred was using to hold the teacup paused. Are you saying? I'm not sure. But it's too coincidental. Bruce tapped a few keys on the keyboard. Pull up all the records from when I received treatment at his clinic 3 weeks ago. A file was opened. It recorded the complete process of Bruce being treated at the Miracle Clinic. At the time, he was semi-conscious, but the Batsuit's built-in recorder had saved a large amount of data. Bruce flipped to a specific time node, certain operational decisions Lin made during the surgery. Here. He pointed to a line of data. When he was treating my dagger wound, the incision direction he chose was from bottom left to top right, which is different from the habit of a standard right-handed surgeon. The standard procedure should be top to bottom. But the cut from bottom left to top right happened to avoid a set of unusually dense deep scar tissue between my 7th and 9th ribs. Those scars were left during my training with the League of Assassins when I was 17. No one knows there are scars in that position except for myself and Alfred. But he avoided them. Alfred set down the teacup. Bruce opened a new encrypted document. File name: Investigation regarding Lin. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.